is talk about the greatness of Katekyo Hitman Reborn. All right.
Hey, the click.
You already know. Then the theme song play. Yes, sir.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right, but so welcome to the next episode of Restaurant History. I don't know what number this is, but we're doing Katekyo Hitman Reborn. This is a series where we kind of talk about finished manga. We speak about it in great detail from top to bottom, and we talk about its perception and see if it has actually changed over the years and whatnot. How y'all boys doing?
A little something like eeny, meeny, right from the beginning. Smoke a little pack, but the pack never timid. Church, but I'm seeing it. Curse when I'm winning. She need a new back. When it's back, I'ma bend it. Slap up some guinea, pass me the hen it. Watch a nigga black slipper yak, I'ma quit it. Swerve in the Benzie, perfume is Fendi. Bob and move fast, real fast like I'm Ricky. That's 'cause I'm pretty, came from the dirt. Shovel up a nigga, can't handle the work. Ooh, y'all, swing with it first. Young white girl like a ramble.
Good. Anything?
We live, we picking, we cooling. You're
Okay.
What?
Why?
We are doing just dandy. As a matter of fact, the fact that I'm even here today puts me in a very great mood.
Yeah. We love to hear it.
All right, we love to see it. Say hi to YouTube. Check the channel points, the IQ points. We got some new things in there, and we got a new emote, the I am moved emote. Like, subscribe, hit the bell, and let's hop right in, man. Let's hop right in. So, we know how we usually kick these things off. I want to know how you guys got into Reborn. When did you start? How did you start? Did you start with the anime and manga? Have you seen both? Like, what's your origin story with the Reborn series? Because this is an integral part of my growing up.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
Want to start us off?
Great.
I'll go first. Like,
You shy or something? What's going on?
I can go first. Mine's quick and easy. I started Reborn when I was probably around 8 or 9. I think 9. This was back in the day when I was like kind of coming fresh into anime, and this was back when YouTube was like fresh to like you used to have all the anime basically put on YouTube for free. That was back when I was in my 12 episode anime mode, watching all these random ass 12 episodes that made no sense, and then I just randomly saw it pop up like in a recommended. And I Watching episodes in parts, part 1, part 2, Yep. part 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then I literally just watched it all. And I think this was around the time where like the future arc was close to ending. And I think when I caught up, I think I was like literally 6 episodes off from like the future arc ending, if I have my timelines correct, something like that. And then when I finished that, then I was like, oh, there's a manga that still goes after. Then I read the manga, and that's kind of just and that was when the Simon arc was going on. And then the rest is just history.
Just out of curiosity, real quick, did you guys ever check any of those VOMICs, those like kind of animated, voice acted comics when the Inheritance arc first started? They didn't go really far. They got to like Shitopi-chan's like introduction and stopped. But did you guys ever watch any of that?
tried, but I just didn't get far. I just kind of dropped it.
You're like me. You're like, I don't want the manga. I don't want this.
Yeah. Like once they hit it properly for me, I was like, nah. I'm good. It's not really animated anime. Like, I'm good on it.
Okay, I think I appreciate it now, but back then that was not moving me. But all right, I'm just wondering. All right, I'll pick a next. Simi, tell us.
No, I most definitely have the longest origin story.
You might not. It might be me, but go ahead anyways.
Oh.
So, just similar to our host, Reborn is one of the biggest series in my life. One of the most integral things for me growing up during my preteen years. So, and it's a series that I hold greatly and dearly to my heart. Always will. I do have quite a bit of problems with it at the end of it, but regardless, it's still a series that's solidifiedly in my
Cape Protector.
Perfect. No boy. But anyways, I wish I could remember the exact year, but I believe it was the summer going into 7th grade. But I'm chilling one day in my house, minding my business, doing normal semi things, whatever that may entail. And my cousin pull up, and he pull up to my house. He pull up to me, and he just constantly repeating "Reborn, Reba at me and have no idea what's going on. I have absolutely no idea what's going on, but it's making me laugh. Cause the way he said it got me crying. Then he starts talking about, yo, there's a talking baby where all he says is reborn. He got a gun and he shoots you. And the first thing that runs through my mind is, this nigga lying. He is lying to me. But I'm like, whatever. He make me laugh, so it's whatever. Then next day, he pull up again to my house. But now he got proof. He showed me his PSP. And he got a demo on there. What's the demo he got on there? A little 2.5D fighting game called Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Battle Arena 1. And I just couldn't believe my fucking eyes. First of all, he wasn't lying. Second of all, this shit was so gas. I had no idea what was going on. There was a baby literally saying reborn, just as he said. He had a gun. And then there's some kid with his hands on fire. And he fighting. And I'm like, boy, this is so raw. So we just playing the demo. I believe that demo only had 2 characters in it. I think it was Suna, and I think the other character was Goku Dara. I can't remember. Maybe it was Yamamoto. In any case, I was just putting hours into that demo. So much so that I took my ass to freaking PSP Demo Center, that legendary website. God bless you all who worked on that website. Found a demo myself and put it in my own PSP. And I'm just playing that shit. Like at least like 15 matches per day. Just doing that shit. I'm just playing as soon. I'm not trying to see this other nigga at all. I'm just playing as soon. I'm like, yo, this so gas. Then we on YouTube. Another following day. And we decided to finally look it up on YouTube. He like, yo, it got an anime. And we look it up. And we watch the first episode together. And I'm just screaming on laughter, boy. This man sooner gets shot. He outside running his box with his top beat. So
I'm gonna shop in my dying will, nigga. This shit funny. Go
I'm howling like, bro, this shit is so crazy. He gonna confess his love with his dying will. I'm screaming, he just running in the street. I'm like, there's just no way. Then the rest is history. I started with the anime, was watching that shit. By the time I caught up, the anime was still ongoing. It was the future arc had like just started. They was still in the siege/raid arc of the Future Saga. That's the very first arc in the Future Saga. Mm-hmm. And I was just watching it weekly since on my favorite website, Anime Season. Oh man, those were the days. I wish I could remember what specific day the episodes came. It was either like on a Thursday or a Friday. I can't remember, but I used to look forward to that shit so much. And it was just so crazy. And watching that shit, it was like I didn't even realize that it was a part of Shonen Jump either. I just thought this is some brand new series that came out of nowhere and it just completely took my life by storm. Watching that shit, then I put my friends on it in school. Then it was just so great. Then the anime ended. I was pissed that the anime didn't animate all of the series, but it was whatever. Anime ended after the future arc. I thought it was gas. Then I was reading the Inheritance arc in the most hype beast way possible. And then I just fell off. I just fell into the void. I don't know what happened to me then, but I just fell into the void. But now we back, revisiting the greatness that Amano gave to us back then.
Love to see it. Mr. Steve, how you going? Hi, what's going on, dude? You good?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
You had the show notes. I give it to you? I don't know if I sent it to you. Did I?
What'd you say?
Did I send you the show notes? Am I a fraud?
Nah.
Damn.
No, you didn't.
I thought I did. Hold on. I did. You got them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, look at me.
Yeah, my bad.
But, all right, Pat. What's your original story?
My turn. Okay, so like most anime that I discovered from Shonen Jump.
Someone's echoing.
Why do I have an
Yeah,
echo? Oh, is it gone?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so like most anime that I discovered in Shonen Jump, I was actually exposed to Hitman Reborn back in like 2008, 2009. Back when I used to get the monthly Shonen Jump subscriptions in the US, where they would have like
A chapter, a bunch of
whole
things.
volumes worth. Yes,
Yeah.
they would have whole volumes worth of series in Shonen Jump magazine for us here in America. Unfortunately, they discontinued for whatever reason, which was so dumb because it's one of the best ideas they ever had. But I remember when I used to read my little Naruto, my little Bleach back in the day. I wasn't into One Piece yet. I used to see like other series, peep them from time to time, be like, "Oh, this looks interesting." And I saw this nigga with flames on his head and flames coming out of his hands. I was like, he looks really fucking cool.
Yep.
And I read a little bit of it. I believe when I was reading it, they were in the middle of the future arc in the magazine. And I saw him actually use the X burner in one of those volumes. And I was like, bro, this attack looks fucking raw. Like, the art style was very different from what I was used to at the time. And I was like, I might come back to this one day. And I never came back to it. I was so caught up in Naruto and Bleach at the time, I never came back to it.
It'd be like
And
that happens.
yeah, it wasn't until I want to say 2012, 2013, back when both of those series was about to end, and by then I'm a huge One Piece fan. And like the sites that I used to read all the big three, you know, they would have Hitman Reborn still updating as well. And I was like, bro, that shit still comes on? Like, so I was like, okay, let me give it a chance. Started the anime. It was not like what I expected at all. The first couple episodes, I was just like, what is this shit? Why is he not on fire? Where's the flames coming from his hands? All this nigga doing is running around screaming, doing slice of life shit. Was I hoodwinked? Did my eyes
He said I was
deceive me?
tricked.
Yeah, I actually had to go back and open up my volume. So I was like, wait, no, this nigga does fight for real. I was like, okay, let me stick it out. So I was like, I thought I was tricked for a second. So I watched the anime. Daily life arc, got through it, and then I got to the Kokyo arc, and I was really interested in Makuro from first glance because, you know, he had the six pass eye. I was like, that's really interesting. And then I got through that shit. I finally got to see Suna fight. I was like, finally! This is the nigga that I remember! So I got that shit. Got to the Varya arc. Thought that was cool. I watched the future arc in the anime. I watched the anime up until it ended. Unfortunately, Reborn suffered from that curse of the 2000s anime where they didn't finish shit.
Yep.
So after I finished that, I started reading the manga, and I'm glad that my memory did not betray me. I am still of the belief that the final two arcs in the manga are the best arcs in the entire series.
Okay. Steve,
I half agree, but yeah.
Yeah.
how you get into Reborn if you remember? It's the origin story. How you get into it?
For me, actually, like, Reborn was something that I was aware of for a while. Like Pat said, like I always saw it in the Shonen Jump, like the little volumes they used to send out or whatever. But I never gave it a chance until like 2017, 18 maybe, when it was kind of like around the time when I got into like the BDA community, because like it was a few people
That makes sense.
who was into it, and I was like, okay, I might as well give it a chance. So I tried to read the manga, couldn't really get into it, and then somebody was like, you should just watch the anime. I didn't even know there was an anime. So I started watching that and almost immediately fell in love with it. Like that opening, it really hooked me. And to this day, it's still one of my favorite openings.
Yep.
The first opening, the best opening.
The first
Yeah, the
one?
first
I
opening.
like LMC.
That's what I
88.
always say.
That was my favorite, I think. Wasurete shima ugara. That's my favorite one.
That's the best one.
Yeah,
First one
I
was
like
good.
them all, but the first one my favorite. Like it got that thing, you know. But yeah, that was pretty much it for me. Like it was this dude named PGK. He kept on pushing it. I was like, I'm gonna give it a chance at some point. Then I finally did, and ever since then, I've just been a super big fan. So that was pretty much it for me.
I feel it. Istoburu. What about you, friend? How you get into Reborn? And when? How? Origin story. I need to know all the deets. I don't know if he's there. Is he there?
I mean, it should be. He just has himself muted
Yeah,
because
he's
it's
muted.
background loud. But
Okay.
Yeah, I am here. I got a phone call. Hold on.
Oh, okay. I'll go in the meantime. It's fine. So, he said I got a rep Sunny Day, Funny Day. That's a good one, too. Don't get me wrong. That's all a good one. I like boys and girls. There's a lot of them. We'll talk about it later. That's like what's a topic for later. This is one of, like, there's not too many, like, mangas or series that I could think was a super duper integral part of, like, my, like, growing up. Bonjour, mon coeur. But Reborn was one of them. Like, you guys don't understand the amount of inside jokes and things that we had, like, growing up with this series. For all the ones that know, I didn't have any, like, spoilers or anything. So the first time Suna lit both his hands on fire against Mukura was literally the first time I ever seen that shit. So I was not spoiled on that in any capacity. I had no idea the series was going to get serious out of nowhere. I was cool with the daily life arc because as long as I'm laughing, I'm having a good time, and I was laughing. I legitimately think Reborn is a funny series. That being said, it did take me, like, I guess 2 attempts, and on my 3rd attempt, I got, like, this big-headed baby. You know, what the hell? This guy running around. He naked. just it wasn't really moving me. And honestly, it's like it's kind of like Gintama, where it's not like I didn't like it. It just I had to be in the mood for this, so it just wasn't the time. I tried a couple more times, and then, boom, most album. And then I was like, hold on, this is funny though. Like, I think Dino was the character I liked the most at first. I thought his gimmick was hilarious, but really like Hibari. But then by the time Xanxus came around, you know what it was. However,
Yeah.
I just love this series, and this was the series where I actually was like in a dedicated forum for it. This is the one manga days. We usually read one manga, and this is like when I used to read like all my Jump on like Friday for the most part, right? We had a forum in the one manga, and we used to go so hard and so deep with like. And this is kind of like what like the beginnings of me starting to think more critically about like anime and manga, things of that nature. There's this guy called Harlan Phoenix. I think his name was like Froggy Man 99 or whatever. And they used to go in because they're the ones that pointed out that the Varia were based off like the 7 deadly sins, but based off their name and stuff like that. And I never took that in. And that's when I started to probably like really start to kind of cut my teeth against people who are good at analyzing stuff. And that's how I got like better at this. And yeah, you could propose the video whenever you're ready. I'm listening. And then yeah, so and now we're like in my school and stuff, and for years we're watching it and reading it and stuff from like a little bit of middle school to like high school. I think it might have been the beginning of high school to the end of it and stuff. Everyone's got their little like team and faction. I'm like Varia, Xanxus. My friend, he's the Mukuro stand. My other friend's the Yamato stand. And like I remember the last arc happened, and we were all making bets and talking shit. Like, bro. Like, man, I'm like, he probably don't want to see Xanxus. Are you guys crazy? Like, we're just talking so much shit. Like, I could be in the hall walking to class. I'll see one of my friends take a stance, literally run into the locker and drop, and we start dying of laughter from when Yamamoto was fighting Genkishi. We call it the Yamamoto face plant. This nigga really ran into a wall, and we used to roast him for that shit. We had so many jokes like that, and it was just the best, man. We greeting each other with Chaosu. I'm the first con we went to. Everyone got a Vongler ring based on their favorite guardian. Now I actually didn't get I got the whole Sky set. I actually lost one of them. I had every version of the Vongler ring. I have the 2 that connect. Then I have the I guess is it the original version? I think it's called the original Vongler ring. Then there's the version that I think that with Primo unlocks Johto. I might be remembering one. Then I have the Vongler gear. Like I had all of them. Actually, not too long ago when I was driving, a bee flew into my car and I swiped at it and my ring flew off my finger out the window onto the highway.
Oh,
Gone. Gone. So Yeah.
I too have a similar story.
Tragic.
I know.
I
I was like that, and it's the only one I can't find. It's like, oh, I can't find this version of it. Oh, yeah, great. So, but it is what it is. But honestly, this series meant a lot to me, and I had a very special place in my heart. And I'll never forget when Xanxus beat two niggas sitting down, and I said, "Listen, man, you ain't never seen someone so raw. His rage be moving me. I understand." And yeah, and that's really.
I too have a very similar story. I also had the majority of every version of the Vogel rings. I lost the original one, and then the Vogel Gear version, it wound up just falling apart over the years. But I never forget, in 7th grade, I bought I believe I was in the middle of watching it, or maybe I just finished it, but I bought the entire set, the entire Vogel set, and I gave them out to all my guardians. A lot of them niggas didn't even watch anime, let alone Reborn. They took it.
Shit, so cool, you know.
They were.
Like,
And I never forget. This shit was so funny. It just a funny, was very small thing, but I thought it was just super funny to me. A middle school memory of mine where it's lunch and niggas outside in the playground, super sunny ass day. I mean, it's fucking blazing hot, boy, right? So I'm out there, I'm outside, you know, I'm miserable. You know me, I fucking hate the heat, I'm melting and shit. I see the nigga who I gave the sun ring to. I'll never forget. This shit was so funny. So he had it, he was wearing it as a necklace. So he had it around a string. He was wearing it around his neck. And the nigga just looked mad happy. Like, he just looked like in his element. I said, look at this son nigga go. The sun out. He had full 100% power. This nigga playing ball. He just walk like, just pep in his step. I thought that shit was so rusted. Look, anime real. Always has been. But yeah, I also had a similar story with those rings. I still have the Vogel Gear version of the Sky Ring, but it's complete. It don't look nothing like how it's supposed to. All of the fucking, both gem parts fell off. It's just pretty much just a metal framing and that's it. But similar to him, it is one of those series that just such a big part of my freaking life. Just my entire middle school life was just Reborn. That's it. Nothing. I was not looking at nothing else. But, well, that's a lie, because I got into both Kinnikuman and Fate at that time. But when I was in my Reborn bag, shit, you couldn't tell me nothing about nothing else.
Nothing else. At all.
Yeah, but Issa's back, so yes, take your turn.
All right, y'all. Sorry I was late. You know, we should have saved the best for last, but Simi had to go like second, so here we are. Nah, man. So for me, I'm gonna hurry to pick this up because I know we kind of ran behind. So for me, it was I don't know if you remember years exactly, but you know, it was I think it was about around 2012. I was going in the freshman year, but it was like. No, I was like, damn. It was a summer going in I think around 8th grade year. And I don't know, I think the anime was already finished at this point. So it was like a whole summer. I had randomly just found the series. I knew nothing about it. Like, I think Pat was the same I want to say. He didn't know anything about the series. Or was it Naya that said he didn't know anything about it? No, it was Naya. He said he didn't know anything about the hands, nothing like that whatsoever. Yeah, so for me, so you know how Crunchyroll has all animes got the posters, right? Shit like that. So Crunchyroll had the one that has now for the future arc, and it has Suna and Shiori and all the motherfuckers, and it just has everybody in the collage. And I'm always a big fan of posters where has all the characters up there, just plastered, oh, who's this, who's that, this, that, and the other, right? So I was like, oh, this shit look kind of cool, man. So let me go peep it. And I'm sitting there and I have no idea anything about the series, about anything whatsoever. So I'm just peeping. I'm like, okay, I'm over here fucking laughing my ass off. No good Suna and shit like that. And shit starts slowly coming together, here and there. Oh, this character. And the first opening, it just fucking hooks you in too. It's like, and it is I was like, I just felt the vibe and shit. So, and it's the thing about this, it literally plays into every trope I favor and genre I favor. I fucking love mafia shit, assassins, mafia, found family trope will always hit no matter what. You got that, you automatically a fucking 8 in my book, no matter what fucking movie it is. The found family trope always hits. So when you combine all, and then like slice of life too. So like you combine all that into like one thing, and it's like it's getting more serious as the story progresses. Of course, my love deepened as the story progressed too. So I'm watching the anime, so I'm just enjoying myself. You know, so then start getting a little bit more serious, and then I think it's the second or third open. No, don't think I'm not. Yeah, yeah. They're like, I was like, oh shit, we getting serious every time, just for a time. You see, like I was like, oh shit, this shit get like even more gas. And the fucking Mercury arc, that shit was really hitting too. So like Suna doing what he did and stuff like that. That I want to really can't wait to touch on upon my reread how Amano's strength is setting up a lot of stuff prior to like when it comes to power ups. Like they'll have people kind of figure shit off screen, but you won't know. They'll be like, good job with that, or like I finally figured this out. Like in the future arc, Goku there figure out the CIA siesta system and shit like that, and then Yamamoto figure out his shit like that. Is like the way they figure things out, like there, but not showing it fully, and then like how it comes back. Especially a lot of shit Suna figured out, like how to do the X burner. And he was like, you need a complete balance and you need support. And how he did that shit was really fucking cool. It's like, and how Lambo had taught him about something else too. I wrote my notes, but we'll get that later. It's just like a lot of things upon revisiting, but it's just the way the story just progressed. I watched it all the way to the future arc, and I like my cousin told me not to binge it. I was like, fuck, I ain't got nothing else to watch. So Reborn was the first. I was like, don't binge it all, bro. You won't have that else to read. I was like, nigga, we got 203 episodes. Shut the fuck up. I binged that shit one summer. I was sad as fuck. I'm like, damn, I should listen to this nigga, bro. But so like a few years passed, and it was like 2013 summer, good like the 2013 summer, and then I was sitting there. So Reborn is the first series that I actually realized that the manga is like the original source material, and it follows through like up ahead and through. I had never knew this before, you know. See, I'm a nigga in ATLs, not many niggas that know or can put you on to all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you know, black sheep, nobody else openly reading or watching it. Yeah, so I'm all alone. So I figured out myself, like, oh shit, the manga's like the source. It keeps going. I was like, wait, oh, so the anime is like you know, this is an adaptation. I started figuring out shit, you know, researching in that. Google out, you know what I'm saying? So I start peeping. I'm like, oh shit. So I read everything from there, and I think it was the day of or like that week of the last chapter had came out was when I just had caught up. Like just then, like chapter was it 409? It was. Yeah, 409. It was just coming out that week. I had like just caught up, and I was like, man, this is one of the best experiences I've like ever had. But that was like my first big shonen like anime. Like I was really synced in. I was with Naruto because that was just like in Dragon Ball. That was like oh, that's the classic. Everybody watching that. But something that truly appealed and spoke to me was Reborn, and that was my first like in my heart. Because you know how we got like everybody got Naruto, Bleach, everything. But what's something that one of the bigger series that like spoke to my heart in my youth is Reborn. So that's why it's always my top 5 ever since that day. Okay. So yeah,
I feel it. Do you guys think that it's hard to get into because of the daily life arc? Because I know it takes 19 episodes, I believe, in 61 chapters to kind of move on to the Mukuro arc. What?
I want to say this. I say it depends on circumstances for every different person. Because if you have the expectation of it being an action series or a battle shonen, and you see like, and it's like, all right, people gas it up, but you don't see nothing to look forward to, and you got to binge through this. It's like, all right, comedy, no good Suna, this and the other. Like, where the rawness at for this nigga, or like this and the other. It's like, if you don't know the expectation of what he really becomes, it's like, all right, where's it at? And you trying to binge through it. It's like, all right, if you fall off, I understand. Well, for the anime, it's much easier than the manga because the scan's kind of dog shit, like, you know. But
it's one of the worst reading experiences ever.
Yeah. So like, scans really do like affect too, especially as you get older and you know you consume more. You know what quality is. So I think it depends on circumstances or depend on a person type. Be like if you do the anime or the manga, and then what you expect going into it. I think that's how I would say. But
I say yes because I know how these new niggas are nowadays. They do not believe in satisfying payoff. They just don't believe in it. They need instant gratification in order to like a series. Mm-hmm. Nigga don't do something raw chapter 1, they're not peeping it. They just won't.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear you. What about just in general, like even for the time period? Do you think it would be? I do think it was more common to set stuff up, but do you think it was so hard for some people? Because even me, it was my third type, but it wasn't like because I didn't like it. I just had to be in the mood.
If we're speaking in general, I would say yes, only because Amano Sensei didn't really do a good enough job of showcasing what's to come. Like, she did a good job of, like, foreshadowing her power system,
Mm-hmm.
and it's shown that it was always present. She always had the idea, but she never really extenuated what it was going to become later on gradually. It just sort of happened. Like one day Makuro just shows up and then the series flips on its head.
Okay.
So this question, or to say my answer is actually very, very, very nuanced. So I have two answers pretty much. So for me, it's both yes and no. During the time period that it came out, I would say no, not really, because that instant gratification of having something gigantic and major happen within like the first 5 chapters or so was not the norm. So, anime fans at that time, especially shonen fans at that time, it would be no brainer. They was used to the 100 episode anime, the 50 plus episode anime. That was the norm. So back then, I would say no, it's not that hard to get into. But now, my answer is both yes and no. So essentially what I'm trying to get at is, would I recommend this to somebody who is just getting into anime or who has never watched anime before? The answer is no. Okay. I wouldn't recommend that to them first. I would recommend it to somebody who is a little bit more tenured, and I'm not even saying like medium level either. I mean, maybe they looked at 4 or 5 series. People who looked at like 4 or 5 series and onward, or feel like, oh wow, I looked at everything, is there anything else? That's who I would recommend it to. Mm-hmm. But people who just got into anime, people are like, oh well, this anime thing is kind of big, can you recommend me something? No. But people who are looking for something, or shonen fans who feel like they've read or seen everything, yeah. Because of that long first daily life arc and whatnot. But you know me, generally speaking, I don't think there's anything wrong with a slow start at all. So personally, preference. Yeah, it not only is my preference, but I think it's a very immature thing to automatically stick up your nose to anything that has a slow start. Personally speaking, but I know how people are, and I know how manga's written today too. So yeah, so my answer is actually both yes and no at the same time.
Okay. Does anyone else want to answer the question before I go?
I think that just based off of what I've seen from other people who try to get into the series, that I would have to say that it is hard to get into. But for me personally, I actually enjoyed the way that the series starts, and seeing how it goes later, it actually gives, a decent foundation to how the story turns out. So, I mean, I think that it worked for me personally, but just based off of different friends and people that I just so happen to come across on the timeline on Twitter, it seems like it's a trial.
Okay.
Oh, we know them niggas, man. We know them niggas.
Miles, did you say anything? Did you want to chime in?
No, I mean, I think I agree for most parts. It's so hard because, like, when I first started, it was so long ago, so I can't even really remember, like, I guess the word is the style of comedy back in that time. I kind of want to say it was pretty normal for the time, but I can definitely see, like, I don't know if I would even say the fact that it's daily life is the issue, because I think that was really complex. I think it's just maybe more so how she tackled, like, her comedy and the character that Suna was that may be more off-putting than anything in the beginning, at least at that time.
Okay. Well, I mean, you guys kind of went all over the spectrums, and I don't disagree with really anything you guys said. Because to me, I don't think it's bad at all. I think it's actually pretty easy and seamless to get through. I know some people are very impatient, like Pat said. No one cares about like earning some long-term payoff. They want instant gratification. That's just how it is nowadays. But I do think it's unforgivable to skip it, because I actually do think, while Pat Metzel has a good point about it not foreshadowing certain things, and maybe that it would get a more serious turn at some point, I do think she does a lot of things like establishing the world and kind of, sprinkling the power system. And I think for me, I can tell, like, I told you I was the hook moment. For me was actually, now I can't remember the order, but once I knew there was 3 babies with a pacifier, I knew there was something going on, and I was intrigued by that. So I needed to know, like, these are not just random babies with guns. and shit, right? Like there's a bigger mystery here, and that's what drew me in. Really, like it's actually the secret of the Alco Moreno. Ultimately, that I was like very, very, very interested in. So that's kind of my answer. But I don't think it's bad. I think it just might just depend on the person. Are you more of a I need my action quick and fast? Are you more patient? Are you a slice of life merchant? Some people don't like that, so I just think it depends. But I do think it's unforgivable to skip.
So I'll say this. So if you were to skip it, one of the biggest moments in that arc, like let's say you just skip to the Mukuro arc, right?
Mm-hmm.
Off early on onset, and you just like skip deep into it where the niggas start fighting already. You would miss a very big thing, which is the way the family is built up with the first round of the Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
Why Goku Dare it fucking like respects Suna, how he came in as a punk, fucking talking about fighting the teacher and shit. And then why he ends up respecting Suna, because that's the really big important thing that comes in later on with and the Simone family arc.
East?
Like, I thought I was crazy. He just disappeared.
East.
Damn, I hate to see it.
Yeah, I thought I got on a phone call or something. You got snatched up. You got snatched up. Oh, okay, we'll wait for
Just to piggyback off what E said, you cannot. I hate people who skip anything because it doesn't matter how you feel about the importance of the events prior to the stuff that you care about. When authors present things, they do it for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff that happens in the daily life arc is meant to build like character relationships and foundation for the series going forward. Something that you could fall back on, like, oh, this happened because of that, or this wouldn't have been able to happen if this didn't happen, or this person is the way he is because of what happened with that person. Like, these are important things that you have to know going forward.
Yep.
Oh, shit, no.
You back?
You stupid as shit. I don't know what the fuck that was, but thank you for covering my ass, Pat. For real.
All right.
Thank you, Conaleno.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like Pat said, it's a foundation setup. So you skip, like, let's just say you meet a bitch and you get married within the first week or first month. You didn't spend no time actually getting to know the person. It's even people that spend time getting married with people that they known for years or so or such and such. They move in and then it's a completely different person when you didn't. But like, at least sometimes you had the foundation and support built up first. So when you just jumping in, you know, you're not hip to all these new things you find out. So like, I think one of the best moments in that fucking arc with the Mukuro arc is that when Goku Dara helps out and busts out fucking Hibari. And when you find out Hibari's weak to the little flower shit. But when he busts him out, it's like he's like, you know, so I bite these two animals to death, and then like just knowing that Hibari's helping them is just like it's a really good character moment because you know how the established precedent, like who he is as a person and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And later on, it's like it's like the growth of the characters. Like Hibari, when he comes in, he saves somebody. It's never like, you know, it's always like the same disposition, but you know he's saying something like to save them out. Like you know, I was like when he come in, it's like, yo, I'll get my payback, but I still got a lesson to teach you sooner. Like when he was like in the Simone family and inheritance arc.
They teach him about what is pride, about pride. Yeah,
that was what
Hibari moment.
Yeah, he was like, pay attention, little animal, and I was like, hey, yo, this nigga killed.
When he asked for where Enmo was, and after I can't remember what someone said, like, what's the difference ecology wise? Because they're both herbivores to him. That shit was so funny. He's like, what's the difference? They both some burgers.
Bro, so obviously that's something that I feel like we missing sometimes. That's one of the best things in anime that I feel like is missing sometimes nowadays is having that nigga character. Like, this nigga pull up, I know he's set. So it's just like, and it's like good things like that. Like the foundation is built because even if you just skip up ahead, you won't realize why Suna's still the way he is if you just skip to the Mukuro arc. Mm-hmm. And you won't realize like him having to fight his friends, and that's who is part of his character, is not trying to harm his friends as a person. It's like, nigga just hit them, but it's like, well, if you understood who Suna was as a character, they even asked for this shit, and it's like, I don't want to really hit my friends. Muroko's swapping around bodies and shit, and it's like, and then like him pushing these people forward, it really enrages Suna and pushes him to that new level too. You know what I'm saying? So like, but you have to have the you have to know the established feelings he has with these people that you building up when the situation not serious. That's why I always like slice of life. When the bigger moments come in, it kind of hits more to me because it's just like the down moments are really what make a lot of things. You know what I'm saying?
No, you need that. You need that moment also to decompress, which is why I like any series that has moments and times where the character just kind of lays about, even if they just finished stopping an asteroid from colliding into Earth, and it's like, what are they doing now? They're eating ramen. Like I need that. I like that shit. So, I want to talk about our favorite characters, but before I actually, I guess ask you guys what your literal favorite characters are. I want to talk about the Vongola Guardians first. Like who are your favorite amongst the Vongola Guardians? And if it overlaps to like your favorite character, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Because I also want to talk about your favorite Aqua Morena, but we'll save that. We'll save that after. So, who's your guys' favorite? Actually, I'm making it more interesting too. Who was if you can remember, like if your favorite character or favorite Guardian changed, let me know because I'll start this one off. My favorite was initially Hibari. Right, it became Mukuro later on. Right, like as I reread it a couple of times, it became Mukuro. But initially, Hibari was the best Guardian. Nothing you could tell me about it. He was kind of goated. I kind of realized what type of character he was. Not that it's a bad thing. I just kind of noticed it as I got a little older and smarter, and I started to kind of pick up more on Mukuro's nuances. And I'm like, you know what? He's not as bad as he comes across. I think the most interesting thing about him is you can't really peg his morality. I'm not saying he's a good individual, mafia, blah, 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 and he's like killed or whatever, right? But my point is he on our side? Is he not? Is he like Chrome? Is he not? Like I actually think she does a good job of keeping him somewhere in that middle ground where you can make a case for either side or just kind of stay in the middle. So Mukuro is my favorite Guardian.
Oh yeah?
Cool.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting because I was thinking I wouldn't even consider him a guardian, but technically he is. But I was more so focused on Chrome. But technically he is a guardian at the same time, so it's kind of was interesting.
I'm in the same boat as you.
That's an interesting conversation to have. We can have it after. Just remind me who do you consider the Miss Guardian? Are they two halves of the same coin? But yeah, I consider it Mukuro for the most part.
Almost like a Yugi and Yami situation.
Wasn't Yugi like actually good at dueling though? I don't know. I don't remember if someone told me that. I don't.
He was, but he shouldn't have been. But that's a whole different.
They said Mukuro's my favorite, but Okudera is the best Guardian. Okay, Yamamoto at the start, then Hibari.
Culture in the chart. Yeah.
All right, Pat, go ahead.
The stage has been set. Thank you, chat, for alley-ooping me. I'm about to slam dunk this shit.
Oh shit!
Listen. There's nothing that gets me more riled up in a good way than when you have characters with this punk ass attitude and you try to tell them something and they suck their teeth and they be like, ah? Gets me every single time. This nigga Gokudera pulled up. See the nigga who he was supposed to be serving. He said, "This motherfucker."
Him?
There's no way.
He was sick. Yeah. He was actually sick.
He gotta pass the test. Every time Suna looked at him, he was glaring at him like he wanted to kill him. I was like, "Yo, what's his problem?" But this is like really, really fucking funny. Like I'm enjoying it. Mm-hmm. But then later on, he saw the potential in Suna and pledged his loyalty to him and decided to become his right-hand man. And I really appreciate the loyalty that Gokudera has towards Suna because he believes in him even though that punk-ass burger doesn't believe in himself most of the time. Mm-hmm. And he's like, to me, he's the backbone that holds the Vongola family together. Because you pair him up with any Guardian, it's instant combination play, off rip. He can pair up with any Guardian on the spot.
Agreed.
He's very intelligent. He can read a situation. He has a quick temper, but he could cool himself down in battle when he needs to.
Raging storm, man. Raging storm, baby.
And he's just fucking cool, man. Just look at him.
Bro,
He's
what,
cool
bro,
as shit.
bro, when they skipped and it was like Goku, Dare, and Yamato learn how to ride the bikes very, very quickly. They just skipped. It was like, this is on the bikes, raw shit. Nigga with a
So
cigarette.
damn cool, bro. Light a cigarette, nigga, 14 years old, he a chain smoker.
He didn't. I remember one time he pulled up to school. He's like, "Boss is not here. Neither that baseball idiot. My phone's dead. He's cuts." The teacher's like, "Hey, yo!" I said, "He said that's literally some shit I'd be doing. Like, I'll leave it."
Nigga in class, kicking his feet up on the desk, not paying attention. Teacher getting mad at him. He tried to call on him because he's not paying attention. Nigga answered the question correctly.
Like he invented his own language. Don't play him.
But that's one of the funniest things with a nigga. The punks are actually geniuses too at the same time. They're not stupid.
Yeah. Steve-O, favorite Wongler Guardian.
My favorite Guardian, like Sooner doesn't count because the Guardians are for Sooner, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, he's the boss.
I guess if we're being like if we're going with semantics, I don't know, but I not Suna though. Exclude him for now. If Suna, but if
Yeah,
Suna's if you're
I never count Sooner. I was just making sure.
Okay.
All right. It would be Hibari,
Okay.
and I just like Hibari because like he
Kami
always
Korosi.
represented. Yeah, he always represented like that raw nigga that's supposed to be in all the battle shonens.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just that nigga that shows up and you know the job is going to get done. And I always appreciate that type of character.
Curious.
So that's why
I'm
he
curious,
was my favorite.
Do you think that like I think me and Pat for sure I know are locking step on this because we actually think his future version is the best version of it. I not that I dislike present Hibari, but I do think he's a better character in the future art.
I think I would agree with that.
Okay.
I think he just that 10-year difference it actually it made him grow and mature, and he turns from just being like a edgelord who just really cool to actually having more depth to him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he understands the world better. And so
Okay. Miles.
My original Guardian actually, I don't think it's changed, but like at this point, the only change is that it's actually a true blue tie for me with Goku Dare and Yamato. Goku Dare used to be my like OG, just number one favorite for sure, but now it's a tie. I'm kind of with Pat with like, I love Goku Dare just because of like the loyalty he has to Suna. I love that because Suna's my favorite character, but I love it because like there's a lot of things that like it's not just like okay, Goku Dare loves Suna, he is for sure the right hand man, everything's hunky dory. Like no, there's certain things within the relationship that have to be worked out, and there's certain things that Goku Dare has to learn about himself. And just because he wants to be the right hand man doesn't mean he is the right person for said job, and that's something that he has to learn and come to terms with and grow from as the series goes on, which I really appreciate.
Do you consider him the right hand though?
At this point, yes.
Okay.
I think for the majority of the series, probably no one could really be that role. Honestly, I would say Yamamoto fit a better role earlier on than him, honestly.
He was more dependable at the start, yes.
Yeah. I look at both of them though as like the right and left plant. Like if One
That's
Piece
kinda,
like the
that's,
right,
that's
the
kind
right
of how I
wing
look
and
at the
left
left and
wing.
right. I was literally about to make that analogy.
Mm-hmm.
That connection.
Because sometimes Yamamoto's importance to the group is highly underrated because of like how Yamato acts, but the Yamato's more of like his actions help define what he does more so than his words. So sometimes it can be like lost in translation, I feel like, but he picks up the slack in a lot of situations, and his willingness to be open and help others. And that's why I also like first, like I think this is the first time we ever see him get mad is during the Gamma shit with him and Goku Dare.
Oh yes.
And he's like the one that's to like get Goku Dare right. Like, in what universe do you think you're a good right hand when you don't fuck with anybody on the team? Why would we like respect you? And Goku Dare's kind of like the idiot's kind of speaking facts for the first time ever.
I love it when niggas get called out.
Yeah, and then Goku Dare is like, all right, bro, He was like, all right, you're right. And then as Pat says, he's like, let me get the plan out. And they got the plan out. Now, Gamma with him being super strong is whatever, but I love both of these characters for what they do, and I think East, you kind of alluded to this with the Shitopi stuff with Gokudera, where it's like Gokudera also isn't like blindly loyal. Like he doesn't ignore Suna's faults. He's like, I know Suna's not smart. It's not like that's not like lost on me. That's not like a hard thing for me to understand. Mm-hmm. But just because he isn't smart, just because he's bad at certain things, doesn't mean that there aren't really great qualities that outweigh everything else he's done. He's still a loyal person to his friends and family. He will fight for us. He will try his hardest to do what he can to make sure everybody's okay. And I respect that. And sometimes that's all you need. And I think that was a really good moment. And then, yeah, Yamato's is like, I think that it just goes back to like the more subtle things I saw, but like even his growth of him being like more so the idiot, but even him coming to realize the terms of like what's going on, what he has to do, and like coming to terms of like even like I even love the conversation with the baseball and the thing, and he's like, so would you give up baseball for sword training? He's like, I'll give it up for it. He's like, okay, just for now, I'll go back to it. It's like, what? It's that weird like kind of like compromise, but like he's an idiot, so it's lost on him, but it's also like you can do this. Yeah. And I think what Yamamoto's done for all the other Guardians is also really crucial and important. I just appreciate that. And I also like, this is like not like anything special, but like I just like that. I feel like him and Reborn also saw Yamato is like, yeah. From what I see from Reborn, it seemed like Yamamoto was the one he wanted the most, and it put the most respect, and he's the only Guardian that he actually trained himself and told his secret to out of anybody.
He knew it first, before even Dino, if you think about it.
Yep.
Dino learned in the last arc with Suna, did he not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
That's right.
So there's just certain things about Yamamoto where he kept that information. He's doing all these things for people that like I just love both of these two.
All right. It's East and Simi left, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
East, you go, and Simi, we'll save you for last.
Okay. All right. So for me, I'm just like Miles over here. So it's a tie. So originally my OG was my OG was Yamamoto, right? But I'm just like fucking like, we all know if you got elementals, everybody usually picks like a fucking element, right? I know Pat gonna go with fire because but you just
water trap, baby.
Yeah. So I always pick, if you ever got water or ice, that's my automatic go to, right? So of course, off rip it was Yamamoto. And then plus I love fucking sword fighting too. So of course my first stand was like Yamamoto off rip, like the original first run. But over the course of like the rereading this shit like that, Gokudera actually went up there and tied for other reasons. Also, like y'all been here long enough. Me and Simi got the Emperor gimmick going on just like the other. So upon reread, it was funny because I started using Gokudera means to talk to Simi as he was like he was sooner. But yeah, and shit like that. So it was good jokes. But over the course of really looking at that, it was really interesting to see like a lot of things. So like Miles was talking about too. So with Yamamoto, it was interesting. Like he has a character quality that's going under mine because it's funny how Amano really put the like attributes in effect through different various ways subtly. So he really was like the tranquil rain that come through and wash away and soothe everything down because when everybody gets riled up in hot heads and he's the one with like laid back or like easy going cool disposition, like all right guys. Yeah, like, yep. And Gokudera is always the high-headed storm, but he's like, yo, let's ease it up, yo, ease off the kid, or yo, it's okay, guys, soon it can do it, or we just have faith, He's always the one, like, giving that other support that's really calming and soothing, like, all right, you know what, let's ease up, maybe we are taking this too serious, right? I know it's a fight, but, let's have some more faith, ease up and shit like that, right? So, and it's like a lot of his growth too is really amazing throughout the entire story, especially his sword play and shit like that. Still one of the best fights with Squall, the way he really outmaneuvered and used the reflection. That shit is still one of the coolest things ever. Even though it gets
to win that fight, and you know it.
Man,
we gonna talk about it though. We'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it later.
He did not deserve that.
We'll talk about it later. I know, but it was cool with me. But it's still like
No, duplicate rain is a cool move. I'm not taking it back.
Kyle's a little broken, but you know what? We just gonna let it slide sometimes. Although that nigga really did not deserve to win that shit fight. But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, it's like him as a character is really amazing. It's like Miles said, he went in depth. So let me go in depth with Goku Dara though. Honestly, just really love this nigga entirely. Storm Guardian, one of the best Guardians. But the real reason he really got his boost up is because Reborn called. I love it when characters get called on their shit, like how Lametsu called Suna out later on. But I love when characters that really be on that shit get called out for the hypocrisy, right? Mm-hmm. So they was talking when like fucking Yamamoto told that nigga, bro, if you supposed to be right hand gathering everybody and making sure everything right so Suna doesn't have that pressure on his back, why the fuck are you always being a dickhead to everybody else and never getting along with anybody else? How can we all rile up and rally behind you and then go support Suna and ease up the pressure on his mind if you always up his ass and you don't want to fuck with anybody else but him? And he really had to get his reins on right. But it's like Pat said, he's always good with the other Guardians too when he just fucking chills out for 2 seconds, like that move they used against Gamma, the shit they were doing the Vario arc. Like, all right, look, listen, we got a plan together. When he went, one of the coolest moments when he went to say he Vari, and he was like getting backed up and beaten. He was like, "Don't worry, this is what I'm playing the whole time." He was like, "You missed the dynamite." He was like, "No, I didn't," and the fucking shit came down. He was like, and he was like, "Should I bite these two little animals to death?" And I was like, yeah, let's go, nigga. He's getting along with fucking, and the way him and fucking Ryohei always fighting, talking about long head and octopus head. And he always fighting with Lambo. But when the time comes, he brings the Guardians together like he should, and he's doing his responsibility as a second. And like I said, that Shitopi-chan shit, that when she was roasting that nigga Suna, and Suna was just in the back, he was like, oh. And then I was really waiting. I was like, you know what? It's been so long since I read it, like fucking damn near 10 years ago, right?
He said, is that all? Are you done?
Yeah. And then,
are you finished
like,
or are you done?
Yeah. I'm like, I don't remember this part. I'm like, I remember the fight, but I don't remember like this conversation. So I'm like, what is he going to actually say? I'm very curious. And he's like, okay, nigga. And the fuck? He like, you talking like I don't know this shit, nigga. He's like, that's not why I respect that nigga. And he just went off. I'm like, oh shit. And he's like, yo, I got this move, that move, that move. And the shit he was doing with Gamma, them niggas boxed like what, 2-3 times? Them niggas was really had like a little. It's really cool because he had like a rivalry, that nigga. They was like really going at it. And when
that fight with Goku Dara and Gamma, when they was in the Maloney base, that's a top 5 fight for me.
Yeah, bro. Oh god, bro. They was really going at it with these niggas. Like, I was like, ayo, and it was like convictions. He was like, well, what do you know about resolve? He like, nigga, I got resolve. I resolve too, nigga. Like, they was just going back and forth. Like,
that man said, you think your conviction is stronger than mine? He was like, you just a brat. I'm a grown ass man. I've seen things. Goku Dara was like, I don't want to hear none of that shit. My loyalty to Suna is second behind no one.
Exactly. They just there's always that clash of ideals that really, that's what it was. Like, that clash of ideals really sent him back over the top and like really mastering with Yamamoto. But like, talk about all the Goku there, just really about had to be top one. Storm there. So now it's Judoma's turn. Now it's Judoma's turn. You know, the greatest.
I'm loving this Goku Dara respect. It's making my day.
Everybody, thanks for having me. You know my name's Simi.
Go Judame!
Yeah, so it's Goku Dara game easily.
Woo! Let's go!
I'm getting praise, y'all.
It didn't change my original run through the series. I pretty much only had eyes for Asuna, but now Goku Dara was easily the character that stood out to me the most even back then, and now it doesn't change. Goku Dara has the best character moments in the entire series. Nobody comes close. All of his fights that progress his character hit. Period. Versus Belphegor having to learn to fight for others and not selfishly for yourself. Versus Gamma and learning what true determination is, learning that your words and your feelings are two different things. Versus Shitopi-chan and taking in both the negative and the positive. You know, that's something that he already knew, but that was the first time we saw it on the screen and whatnot, right? So he has the best character. He has the best character moments out of anybody in the entire series, and it's not even close. And then not only that, but his backstory, his his character development with his sister Bianchi, right?
Mhm.
So it's everything about him is just pretty much a perfection. But forget all that. Forget all that. He fight with dynamite. Nigga, that's raw. Like, I don't know why and nobody's talking about that. Like, that's so fucking unique. He just got dynamite on his waist and he throw it at you.
The
Then
way they evolve.
he put rockets on it to make it fly at you. Like, that's so gas. Like, why is nobody talking about that? That is one of the most rawest things I've ever seen in my entire life and still is in Shonen Jump to this day.
And then
It's-
when that nigga went to the future, he pulled up with the rocket cannon blow.
Now he got a gun arm. Like, and not only that, but his
Five-Dime Wolfling.
fashion sense is so raw. Anybody knows me, you know that I absolutely love punk rock, alternative shit, even diving someone into death metal. I absolutely love all of it. He got the chains, the belts, the pockets. Like, he's just so gas.
The skull and the cigarette. Come
Man,
on, bro.
so funny. Like, he see a skull or he see a crossbones. He like, yo, this shit gas. This shit so cool. I'm like, yeah, it sure is. Like, he's just raw. He got the swag, he got the gimmick, and he got the fights. Nobody's coming close to that. None of the
No.
other guys coming close. Like, it's just so. Amano really put her all and then some into his character, and it shows.
So what
So,
the
yeah,
fuck
he-
happened to Ryohei?
Man,
The joke that we used to always make is that
dog.
she based Ryohei off some like ex-boyfriend she like didn't like because
And that sounds so plausible.
I like
Wow.
no Kizzy, right? I don't dislike Ryohei. Gokugan to the extreme, go crazy. He's just run around yelling that shit out. I used to. And while I think he has one of the best fights in the series and not the best one-on-one, I always thought that his character was disrespected. Like if I ask you the same question, I think he's the worst Guardian, honestly.
And it's not even that his character is bad. It's
Yo.
because that she just didn't put no
Respect on him, yeah.
Like, cause his training during the Varya arc was probably one of the best
It was interesting.
moments in the entire. Actually, one of the best moments in the entire series. Period. Because it teaches you, the viewer, a very important thing. That rest is important. That is a life lesson, right? That everybody needs to know, and that's applicable to many things outside of like literal physical training. So to get that, and then have him instantly knocked out of the Archibeleno race in the last arc, Curse of Archibeleno arc, and shit like that, where he's not, and then have him do nothing, have his younger self literally pretty much get injured off rip once he got to the future arc. It's like she just disrespected him in every single chance that she got. And I felt like that was so like that. When you look up the definition of character assassination, look no further, man.
Right. And he in the moment, his moment in the Simon family arc, one of my favorite ever. Because when them niggas like lost, and he was like, and Suna was trying to go crazy. He's like, "Listen, nigga, respect our pride, respect what we did." And they was like, they was really boxing. They was like, who gonna fall first? And then when they like both fell, it was like, nah, nigga, don't disrespect our honor, bro. Don't disrespect our pride. We sacrifice ourselves for you, nigga. Keep moving. Like, I was like, yeah, bro, this is a real nigga, bro. That nothing hit like a 1v1. Niggas put everything on the line. But then like, I really remember like him. I remember him getting a hold in the the curse arc, and I was like the rainbow arc, and I was like, damn, they really like hold this nigga like.
That shit
Like,
pissed me off.
like when
so
that
bad.
happened,
This-
when he bars like, anyways, I said she
And
didn't no
and this thing-
respect.
and I was like, it's cool being the healing nigga, but that was just like, if that was just your role the entire time, or that was just like, okay, my ability is just to heal. You a fucking boxer. You doing this and putting this nigga on back support for healing people in an arc where niggas are going team battles, 1v1s, we teaming up with enemies, 2v1s, 5v6, like, and you just hold this nigga like that? Nah, bro, that
Yeah, like-
disrespect.
It's not lost. Like it wasn't lost on me why she eliminated him immediately, because she needed a freaking safety net for their strategy once things that, oh well, the true enemy is this shit, right? But still, it was just complete character assassination, and it pissed me when he fucking broke that man's fucking wristwatch, that shit pissed me off so fucking bad.
I literally just was like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
he's out.
I am of a softer opinion. As the chat probably knows by now, I have a soft spot for older brothers and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I think his role in the series is more to be the kind that Suna can look at and feel calm, even more so than Yamamoto, because Yamamoto is his peer, right? But Ryohei is actually a year older than the rest of them.
Isn't he
And-
also a year older?
Yeah, they're both seniors.
Yeah.
Oh, he is? I didn't even
Yeah.
realize.
Yeah, they're
that.
both older.
It's Hibari-san. I think.
Even
he's
though
upperclassman.
Hibari looked the youngest out of all of them, yeah, those two are the seniors.
I think that's why I didn't realize it. He actually looks his age. But the moment that Simi is referring to, I kind of looked at it as like a callback to the future arc, because like in the future arc, Ryohei and Hibari were the only ones whose future selves stayed for an extended period of time, and like every time they would have a serious conversation, it would devolve into Ryohei challenging Hibari, and Hibari would be like, "Bro, I'm not gonna fight you. Like, I'm not. You're not worth my time, bro. I'm not gonna fight you." So I kind of looked at it like that, so
Okay.
it didn't really bother me that much. And plus, there are moments where he always gives Suna some reassurance. Like during the Varya arc, his fight was the first one, and when he won, it kind of gave them like that confidence. Like, yo, we can win. We can actually do this. Like, they won the first Guardian battle. I don't think they were really expecting that.
Lusurian
And,
stupid ass metal knee.
But listen, they fought in the rain, yo. Just think about your. Don't think about the freaking burger with just a with a freaking knee pad on his. That's his whole power. He got knee pads on,
Bro,
Man,
I'm joining the Varya right now. Metal elbow. What's up? what are we doing? Sorry, keep going.
Nah, but
Get the real.
also during the future arc, like right before the fight with Gamma, he actually showed Goku Dara like a more what's the word I want to use? He showed him the means of using a box weapon more efficiently when he brought out Kangaroo right before. I mean, unfortunately, he lost, but like once Goku Dara got the swing of things, he was like, okay, Kangaroo gave him the support for Uri, and Uri turned into an adult, and I was like, okay, I see now. His role is always going to be support. Like, yeah, he's a boxer, so he shouldn't really be that. So it's kind of a contradiction, but I still don't really have a problem with it.
Again, because we all said this, we don't think he's a bad character, but it
of
actually
course.
reminds me of my issue with Rack, because how does Rack see himself? I'm not gonna go into great detail. Hunter, turtle, my parade. He's a combatant. And he don't fight, and when he do, he loses. It's just like
That's like that's like I
that's
wouldn't
my
have an issue.
that's my
Yeah, I
issue.
wouldn't have an issue if he was like real support, but it's like you put him as a frontline boxer. Like, I'm not finna see no boxer as a healer, but you made it work a couple times, but then like
And
you get this nigga like one of the most
I genuinely
crazy.
think there's no real payoff for Colonello telling him to like relax his body, because remember Colonello stabs him with his gun, and he goes like, he looks at Reborn like he's weak. He's the weakest one, and he smiles. I'm like, oh, he about to be nice, and he never was. He never was nice.
Maximum Cannon goes stupid. That's why he got one of the craziest offensive abilities of fucking Mega Cannon.
But I still think his fight with Aoba is fucking incredible. I don't.
Bro, I'm telling like, nah, that's why I was like, bro, like in the end of that fight was fucking insane.
Yeah, they got their respect. And
One of my favorite fights ever.
Yeah. It's up there.
Well, real quick, while we on Ryohei, one of my favorite moments is after they tell like the girls basically drag him into there, and they realize he
punched that nigga
out of Suda. He was like, so everybody's good, right? He's like, yeah. He was like, and he was like, that's fucking bringing my sister into the show. I was like, yo. They hold that Goku Dare back and shit like that, and fucking Ryohei, and he's just
we gonna talk about that when we get to the future arc, by the way.
Yeah.
Amano Sensei not off the hook.
Are we going to talk about, like, can I bring up two good Lambo moments real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so pretty sure nobody got Lambo at, like, anywhere near, probably at the bottom, right?
But Pat doesn't like Lambo because he's a brat.
No, I don't like Lambo.
Yeah,
I like Lambo.
Lambo's
yeah,
my
he-
second, my
Lambo.
second, I guess, least favorite Guardian technically, but I actually like Lambo gives me a genuine good laugh every once in a while, so I don't mind it.
Every now and then he'll make me chuckle, but
yeah,
for the most part,
yeah. So
I love Lambo,
yeah,
but he's probably my least favorite.
yeah. So two great moments. Well, of course, was obviously, I'm pretty sure everybody fucked with the 20 years later Lambo
of course, that's the
when
only
he
good
was doing
version.
his shit. Yeah, and but what really good moment in the Inheritance arc is when 10 year later Lambo was talking to Suna. He was like, he's just a kid. You can't keep doing this, Reborn. He just said another thing. He's like told him just like shut up. He was like, nah, it's okay. He was called. He was like, Suna Nissan. He was like, yo, listen. When I was going on these adventures with y'all all this time, I was looking up to y'all. I wanted to be so cool like y'all, this and other. I really admired how y'all was moving, this and other. And then they're like the frame they had of everybody looking like Lambo's view of everybody like towering up and had Suna and like all the Guardians looking cool. Is like all those fun adventures, all those fun times. I couldn't wait to go. Which I couldn't wait till we all went on the next one. So it's like, but that's I want you to have faith in me. I want you to show you that you could take me with you. It's okay. And then he proceeded to do his shit and moved the mountain. I was like, yeah. This was a fucking fire ass moment for.
I'm gonna piggyback. I was gonna save that for later, but 'cause I remember me and Pat were having this conversation. I think me and you had a little bit similar. Thank you for the follow. Where it was like we were trying to find out like the real true justification for carrying around like a literal like 5-year-old everywhere we went, because it didn't really like kind of make sense. 6-year-old, maybe 6, I don't know how old he is, but like it didn't make sense. It was kind of stupid or whatever. And like remember the two reasonings I came up with for basically why it's possible that she justified it, and one was he's gonna be raw in 20 years, right? So obviously against Levy, you see 20 years later Lambo, and he's that dude. And the second one is the moment that East just brought up, where it's like he's talking about his memories kind of growing up with around everybody are very precious to him, so don't ever leave him behind. That's the wrong answer. Young Bonga, like, take me everywhere kind of thing. So that's kind of that's like I'm like maybe I'm rationalizing, but that's why like I have no problem with it. But even though like I'm like, bro, stop bringing this child with you, bro.
It was always like, but it's always like it was it's halfway Bourne's fault and halfway Lambo's fault, because that nigga would just get dragged in and soon be like, bro, you can't take this kid over here. What y'all doing? And he just kind of get dragged in because he was already a guardian for like, bro. Like it was like sometimes he just had no choice because it was like, all right, he the guardian. He bringing his ass in here, bro. Fuck what you saying, type beat. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but real quick,
It's not rational.
Go ahead.
It's
No, go
not
ahead, go ahead.
rationalization. It's not rationalization. It's a poor part on Amano's end. That's all. That's what was supposed to happen, but you only got 2 instances of it out of 400 chapters. Her fault, not ours. That
Okay.
was literally supposed to be the idea, the point, right? Suna chose his guardians. Suna has a problem with it, and he only has himself to blame. He chose his guardians. Even if it might have been consciously or subconsciously, but he chose his guardians. He chose Lambo to be one of his guardians. So he has no choice but to take his guardians with him, no matter their fucking age or gender. That being said, again, we only got 2 moments of the entire point of this. So we got cheated. That's all.
Okay. Do you want to chime in, Pat, at all? I know you don't like him or you don't care enough to talk about it.
When we get to discussing the arcs, I will go more in depth. Right
Okay.
now, we're kind of
Okay. Because I just wanted to ask you guys real quick who your favorite Alco Bareno was. Because mine was actually Colonello on most of my reads. I just like him. I just like him. Honestly, on this reread, it's Reborn. Reborn is my favorite one, actually. Reborn is my favorite Alco Bareno. I like Reborn the most. In terms of ones that I just kind of like without knowing too much about them, I like smart niggas, so Verde's my nigga. But yeah, who's your favorite Alco Bareno?
Mine is Reborn, and it's not close.
Okay.
It's a complete wash. Fawn is like a second, but it's like a pretty like far second. But like I've told you this, Naya. I think Reborn is the best mentor in all of manga. Genuinely, I don't think there's a better mentor. I think his relationship with Suna is
they have
phenomenally
one of the
good.
best master-student relationships that I've seen and I actually think it's really dope and cool because it actually becomes a point of emphasis especially in the last arc, because Bermuda's like, I don't give a fuck about none of these niggas. Like, Isuna, you cool, like Johto, whatever, but that him, that guy, Reborn, he's the one. Like, I actually love how, cause even like Jagger's like, oh, so like Wongala is like, no, you're not even seeing, bro, you're not even taking it in. He just said two things to Chrome, and now she's raw. You're not taking this in, bro. I need him. He's the one.
That's what I'm saying. When he used the present, everybody's like, ah, shit, he's out. He's like, who's that? Chaos.
I was literally in my bed hollering.
Bro,
I'm like,
what?
boy, that's one of the rawest moments ever. But it's Reborn season. He's also he's my favorite character in the entire series, by the way.
Okay. Reborn's
Yeah,
outfits
like,
go crazy, by the way. His disguises, I
bro,
love them.
fire.
And his minions for each season. His bugs. Steve-O.
Yeah, my favorite Archibaldino has to be Reborn, and I think mainly it's just because he's really the one that we see the most, and it's not really even close in terms of screen time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I feel like every time he's on screen, he does something to make me enjoy his presence even more.
Fair.
So, but a close second would probably be Phone or maybe even Colonello. And another reason why I enjoy Reborn so much was because of his fight with the Mitsu. Like, I just thought that moment was just so fire.
That's the best fight in the series, by the way.
That nigga
So fire. I might agree with that.
He shot it to the ground. You missed.
Nigga.
Guess
nigga.
again.
Oh my
Shit.
God.
And then when Chaozu turned into chaos, nigga, like I lost my shit, bro. Like that was nasty.
It's the line that resonates with me when he's like, no good Suna is like is a legend in the neighborhood, but more so than that, he said when he pulls him by his hair, and he said, a cheap pride was born within you when your dad left. And when he goes in and tells him about his entire self and how he sees his own father, I said, damn, he's spitting. And he's like, you forgot what true dying will is, to have every cell in your body. And I think that actually kind of leads into like the form, not the form, but the state that he was in at the very end of the series against Bermuda, when Bermuda discovered the flame of the night. But I think that was a bit of a precursor to that. But honestly, one of my favorite moments of Reborn and Suna, even though Suna didn't recognize it was him, but there's a lot of good ones that happened long before that. But I think the ones in this arc particularly hit me because when the Vindice are kind of are properly introduced, I actually kind of somewhat believe him when he's like, I don't know, maybe not with these guys. You're still strong, you're doing your thing, you're 14, and I really think to some degree he was serious about that until he saw what Suna was able to do when he grabbed everybody and everything.
Yeah. I roll. You don't get there though.
So I guess I'll go. Just like everybody else, I got Reborn as my top. Fong was kind of like up there tied with me, but like it's kind of so. But my top is Reborn, and it's like Fong and Colonelino. They tied for two because I love like Colonelino's like fucking this entire thing has a Spartan gimmick dynamic and it's fucking mega rifle cannon.
Mm-hmm.
And then I always like martial arts too, with Fong and shit. That nigga was talking shit. So he was like, yo, I can move at the speed. Like atoms or a proton, some shit like that. They was like, oh, he a sore loser. He was like, nah, nigga, I just had to get readjusted. But the moment still. But one thing I feel like I really wanted to see more in the final. I really wanted to see the rainbow, the Acroboleno go stupid like in their full form. Like 3 minutes wasn't enough. And I really wanted to see more of them niggas like really clash because they the strong. Yeah, she really teased it because I'm like, bro, I want to see these niggas really like the strongest niggas ever. Like, if they're even stronger, like if they're at the end of the top of the food chain of the series, they really got the real. I want to see what they can really fucking do. And when that nigga phone was like, he popped out that shit. He was like paralysis, this fucking monster. He was like, he bust through this shit. He was like, I told you about the mind and the spirit and the body. He's like, I train with this type of shit in my mind all the time. He was like, what the fuck? What you been training with? He was like, yeah, nigga, I'm that nigga. This is cool, but. I was like, yeah, I wanted to see these niggas actually box, like more of them actually fight. We really got teased with that, not too lightly, but Reborn at the top of the food chain, cause like you said, the way he was like, bro, just the way he came in and shot and then saved Suna's ass. It was like, yo, that boy about to kill him, and he was like, he just like came, and then I was like, bro, This nigga drip is immaculate. He on full Hitman mode. My John, shout out to John Wick. He on full Hitman
Shout
mode.
out
I'm
to
like,
John Wick.
yo, that's the first time, yeah. But listen, no, Kizzy, bro, like, bro, telling you, bro, this nigga so raw with it, bro. Every time, like, bro, they can't. Nigga always smooth with it, bro. Even in the flashbacks, he would put the keys down. He looking at his clipboard. He put around. Yo,
Who's
who are
there?
you?
He said, who's there? Who's there?
Who sent you? I'm like, oh. But I'm really upset about. I know you're gonna carry this part later, and I know we'll touch it later. I'm really upset. I didn't have time to revisit the anime only arcs because I remember a lot of scenes like where they had saved uni and other like downtimes with the Aquabalena. I'm really upset that wasn't in the manga, but apparently she put that in there. But I really would like to see that more. But let's need to hear it there.
It's canon filler.
Yeah,
it's canon filler.
It's the same thing Bleach does.
We'll talk about
Family.
it, or think if and anyone else who think like the events of Strong World not happening, but Shiki being a real character. It's something along that line.
Simi said family. That means he's serious about something.
Family. Why the fuck do y'all like Fawn so much? He wasn't there.
Oh no, my favorite three are Reborn, Colonello, and Mammon. Then I put Fawn. Fawn has a really like small but dope showcase, and you just kind of know how strong he is. But
mean, that's
Hibari
cool,
face
but that's
stuff
not
not really
moving
moving me. Like I just like Hibari. I don't really care for the first Guardian and Fawn like that. I think Fawn is. I just think Fawn's strong. Well, I'll talk about him more later. But he didn't. Mammon always kind of was like wishy-washy with it. So as soon as he used that and Fawn kicked through one of Ouroboros and he started panicking, it's not to like downplay Fawn, but Viper is that kind of character. Like I don't have faith in him like that. I just think that illusions are cool.
Mukuro out.
Will out illusion him any day on his best day. So
I mean,
We'll talk.
no. I know you think you have a point. You don't, but we'll go.
Let me talk.
Hibari not moving me either, but it's like, bro, Fawn was not here in the story. Why do y'all like him so much? He was not here. He was here for like what, a total of maybe 15 chapters or so.
But he fight
Not
good.
until the final arc.
He fight good, and he got out of illusion because his mind clear. And
Okay, so hold on, Judah, man. So we just gonna exclude how he was boxing with Xanxus and Squallow, and the fucking Viper couldn't even follow. It was like, damn, nigga, I can't see these niggas. What they moving at? They moving at neon speeds. Like, bro, I can't see what the fuck going on. Like, these niggas were
That
boxing.
shit was so raw.
I'm not saying it wasn't raw, because it absolutely was. Hibari solo and Navaria absolutely pissed me off. By the way,
He
but
didn't.
anyways.
It was Vaughn that did it.
That I'm not saying that what this little that Fawn did wasn't raw. That's not my argument. My point is, why do y'all care so much for a character that wasn't there? 409 chapters, and he was there for like 15 of them. And like the first three, he was like,
It's about quality versus quantity.
I can say a few things. One, to be fair to me, most of the Akabareno weren't really in the series.
I was gonna say that.
And that's why I think this question is kind of redundant, because we don't see them do nothing besides Reborn and Colonello.
Yeah, I would even say not even Colonello. I for me personally, outside of the fighting, this goes to me because when I started with the anime, and in the anime we have the two arcs that I think are really important for the series, which is one which goes into Primo's groups, and when they did those tests, and then we had the Akabareno test. Yeah, and I know it's an episode for Fawn and stuff. I just like Fawn because he's so different from the other Alcabareno, which are like these like very prideful, arrogant, like group of like powerful individuals, and I appreciate the difference of his calm, more master-like demeanor. I just appreciate that more. So I think that contrast for me is why it also makes me like him more than the others by a lot. But again, that's why I said
he fake non-bolsters though, because we saw him talking shit, and he talks shit to Viper all the time. He just cuts with that martial arts. Put my fucking hands in my That's not tricking me, bro. He confident as fuck over there.
Was that talking shit if he's like don't do this. You'll lose, and it's fact of the matter that he will.
No, but Viper's like, bro, you used to always tell me, oh, you're losing. Oh, go outside, touch grass, sniff the dirt. Like he do.
You can't do all that.
You're not even talking.
Because
I don't even disagree.
Naya.
I don't disagree with
Naya.
Fly. I don't know if I agree with the assessment that he's not like them. That's what I'm
Naya.
But this is why
Naya.
I think Skull is the one that maybe not is less like them because he a bitch.
I have no idea what
Hey, don't do my
Skull
boy like
purpose
that.
even is.
Hmm?
He pissed me. I have
Hey,
no
my boy.
idea what
Hey,
Skull purpose
my
even
boy
is.
Immortal.
He don't die
Yeah,
or
bro.
whatever. He's stuntman.
And oh my, I cannot wait till we get to the problem section, boy. I
But-
got some. Yeah.
But see, look, this is funny. It's funny that Simi like that because it's funny because Simi kind of remind me like like Viper, like I care about money and bitches and shit like that, and then like that nigga found like you shouldn't spend your money on that. You should go do this. You should go do that. And then Simi the type of nigga like, son, get the fuck out my face. Why is you talking to me? So it's just like I kind of remind me that dynamic like Simi, you should really spend your money on this and quality time, this, that, and other. Right, son, shut the fuck up. Stop talking to me type beat. That's what that shit cut.
That fucking whooshu ass shit. Man.
Yeah, see, that's why that shit funny to me. But I mean, shit, Colonello. But this is the thing though. Why has nobody? If we gonna talk about this, why has nobody said Uni? She got a whole fucking arc, giant ass arc, in the future arc where she's definitely pivotal as shit and has great ass moments, especially her final shit. Especially her moment.
Yeah, here's what I'll say, and then I want to just give me the favorite 3 characters quick, and because we've been on this for a while, longer than I thought we'd be. But Uni being afraid of death as a child was like a good moment. I like the Gamma stuff. That was really dope and that was cool. But when she comes back into in the present time, she's not.
It ruins a character.
Yeah, she's not.
It ruins a character greatly.
Yeah, it's not moving me, and I think I wanted to say something earlier when someone said something about like we haven't really seen any of the Alco Moreno, but I'd argue that the moments we got are a little more plentiful, or I know more about them. The reason I like Colonello second so much, even though we technically don't see him much, is he entertained me. He's funny, and if he's one, we see him before Skull, right? If I remember correctly, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's the other one that we see,
believe
right?
so.
And he's raw. And secondly, it's because of his relationship with Lal. What he did, he literally wasn't supposed to be one of the chosen 7, and he basically like goes to save her so she doesn't become fully cursed. And their relationship, I actually like. It's as I say, she did a good job, and I'm like, oh man, I care about their love. But that was like, that was moving me enough that I was like, yo, I like him. Like he still has some like extra substance, if you will, that I can lean on. So that's why I like Colonello second most. Mad Mom because I'm a Vario stan, just to keep it simple. I'll be standing the Vario. So
And he was going to remove the course for her.
Even though they top heavy. They carried by 2 niggas, but in half.
Man,
two and a half.
3.
Nah, I can't
Absolutely
give it to Viper. I could give him half points.
What about Flan? What about
Flan I associate more with Mukuro's group, not the
Dog.
Vario, because in the
What does Fran do to this day? I don't even know what his power
he just
is.
funny.
He just talks shit. He went big thing on his head. What is his power?
He get Mukura.
He's a good illusionist. That's what it is. That's all it is.
He's a good illusionist.
You didn't
He
see that
just-
fusion crow move?
Oh my god!
Pro
Every
better.
time it's just Mukuro, just like, yo, I need a friend to support my shit. No,
But even he's like, what's wrong with me? Did I become so reliant on this nigga so fast? Am I a waste you? He questioned himself. The Crow King.
He's a good misbatter, if you will.
No,
Sometimes that's all you need.
But anyways,
They say
we
Skull,
gotta
the underdog,
move on.
Skull mid. All right.
Wait,
I'll give you
I
top
didn't go.
Oh, he did it? Oh shit, my
No,
bad.
y'all niggas just over here arguing about phone all damn day.
You see the damn Chinese? Damn, that's crazy.
That's the best. That's the best country in the world.
Didn't y'all call me the best country?
That's the best country. Shout out.
Best
Go ahead,
yeah.
Pat. Go ahead, Pat.
So Naya actually stole my top 3. I like Reborn a lot.
Hmm.
Mostly
Wait, are we
because
doing our
it's
top
funny.
3?
I mean, not really, but
Oh.
I just wanted to give it a top 3. These are the ones that I like the most.
Mm.
So I like Reborn a lot because he's fucking hilarious. Like, when he was having that dream about when he became an Arco Boleno,
Mm.
and as Suna was trying to wake him up, and he woke up, he put the blammer to Suna's face around. And Suna's like, don't shoot. He's like, damn, I had an unpleasant dream. I'm like, nigga, when you have nightmares, you wake up with a Glock? Like, bro.
That lifestyle for real.
But nah, I just like like Miles said, he's one of the best mentors. Like he's just a great character all around. I really enjoy Reborn every time he's on screen. Number 2 is Colonello because I told Naya this before, but like the first time I was watching Reborn, I didn't fully understand like Japanese culture and stuff like that. Now I'm a little bit more well versed, so I pick up on these things. But like when he kept saying "Kora," I was like, "Why is he doing that?" I kid you not. I really thought he had Tourette's. Like it just kept saying "Kora" for every single sentence. I was like, "What is going on?" But I like that he's whatchamacallit, he's really a stand-up guy. The fact that he's like the greatest sniper in the world is fucking raw. That shit that he put up with in the Rainbow Arc was fucking cool as fuck. I never seen a rifle like
That
that.
fucking machine he brought out was crazy. What the machine?
Bro, we should believe that Lao Michi better than him, right? Get the fuck
Yeah,
out.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Better than that nigga,
I
bro.
believe it. I believe it for sure.
I don't actually. Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Nah, I can't believe that.
She didn't improve herself. Well, go ahead, Pat.
Nah,
I mean,
that
not
showcase that she put up during the future arc was not moving me at all.
That's not
No.
fair. We
That
gotta
was
be
6
honest
points a
about her
game, bro.
circumstance.
I'm not moved by that.
We gotta be honest about her
6 points?
circumstance.
6
We gotta be
points?
honest about her circumstances. To be
Bro,
honest, let's be fair.
she went 3 for 26. That's not moving me.
She was
Sorry. But,
bro.
like I said, I like that he's a stand-up guy. You know, he tried to take the curse for Lao Mirch instead. Obviously, kind of failed a little bit, but you know the intent was there. I appreciate the sentiments and stuff like that. At the Rainbow Arc, when he wanted to undo her curse instead of his, again, made me like his character even more. And I like Mamin because I kind of feel bad for her or he. They never specify, right?
It's a guy.
Yeah.
It's a guy.
Yeah, it's a guy.
Viper kind of reminds me of Castor from Fate, but
A lot.
yeah, I feel bad for his circumstance because like he was the first one to jump at the chance to undo the curse. Like I never wanted to do this, and like, bro, I feel it, man. Like I just want to make money. I want to relax. I just want to enjoy life. I don't want to be a fucking baby. Like, like, bro, I just couldn't help but feel bad. And then like when she was, I keep thinking of Cassie. That's why I keep saying she. But when he came to Xanxus, it was like, "You want to do me a favor?" And then he was like, "Is this about the Archipelago?" She was like, "Oh,
This
I was
man.
expecting. He's
This
not
man is
ordinary man."
different, right? He's different. He says concerning the rainbow, right? As you putting his shirt on, look at the nigga so cold. Look at him in the left. Look at him.
He Viper just be killing me, bro. Because it's like when the fight was started, like Xanthus slept the whole first round, and he over there questioning like, "Yo, boss, I could really count on you, right?
You're gonna
like,
come through for me, right? Yeah.
You're gonna come through."
He made sure he fed that nigga mochi so that nigga's throat was sore. He like, we got some mochi. He was like, come out here, boss. We can get you some.
And then, like at the end when like Xanthus and Hibari fighting, and then the fight ended. And Hibari was like, "I don't accept this," and he broke his watch.
Yeah.
And Xanthus like, "Me too." And then
They all tackled him. They're like, no.
He's like, "What? You gonna do what?" They killed me, bro.
Move, you pieces of shit. Move, you pieces of shit. You want to tell me what to do? That nigga talking shit.
That was one of the funniest moments of the whole series where I was screaming laughing.
Straight April.
Then that nigga Fall was like, well then. And then Hibari turns around. You got in my fucking way again, talking to Dino and shit. I'm gonna teach your ass. And he Dino.
That shit's so funny because he's like, he thinks he's a mentor of mine. I have no need for such a being, such an existence. He said, I don't need it. I don't like him.
Right, that nigga Hibari and Dino have one of the funniest things. And then the way Dino just learns how to like operate with Hibari and like get him to do shit without like in his own way, because like, you know, this nigga not gonna listen, so you have to persuade him in another type of way.
All right,
Those are my favorite Archipelagos.
Yeah, try to keep this as brief as you can, but give me your favorite 3 characters in Reborn, just in general.
Listen, I got my freaking top 5. We're written. So
Okay,
number 1 is
top
Reborn. Number 1 is Reborn. Number 2 is Gokudera. Number 3 is Mukuro and Chrome. Yes, I love Chrome. You know that. Number 4 is Tsuneyoshi Sawada, and number 5 is Gamma.
Okay.
That was so fast.
Respect.
Okay. Sibo.
Respect.
This is 5 favorite characters.
You can go ahead. You can give
Yeah.
5. Yeah, I can 5, 3, whatever. Go ahead.
All right. Suna, Himitsu, Reborn, Hibari.
Hibari.
Damn.
Hey, bro, with the Pompadour was going crazy, by the way.
Just there.
I hate that I have to think about this.
You come back.
I'm gonna go
There's a
ahead
lot
and
of
say
good
Goku
characters.
Mhm.
Let's go.
Okay.
Goku
That's
Dare.
the answer.
That'll be my 5.
Uh,
And Suna's number 1, by the way.
okay, I'll go next. You all know what
5, you're
Xanxus.
wrong.
You all know what Xanxus is. He's the GOAT.
Boo.
Oh, I'm tripping. I'm sorry. Take Goku Dare out. Xanxus. That's my 5.
You failed the test, Sibo.
No, he didn't. No, he
Bro,
didn't. He got an
I
A
love
plus.
Xanxus, bro.
Xanxus is the GOAT. He's my favorite. He never really wasn't. Well, I can't say that. Once he was introduced and kind of established, I'm like, yeah, this guy's the one. So, and it never ever changed. So Xanxus is my favorite. Second favorite character is Mukuro. Third favorite character is Reborn. Fourth favorite character is. Do I care if I put them in a different order? Fourth favorite character, I'll put Hibari fifth, and then at fourth I'm gonna put probably Gamma. Honestly, Gamma is actually I think one of the best characters.
Hey, that's 2 points again. Let's
Gamma
go.
is out here, bro. Go ahead, Miles.
Number 1, Suna, best character, no debate.
Gay? Look at my son. Oh my
2,
god.
Reborn.
Oh yeah,
they're
y'all
up
gonna
there.
hate me today. Y'all gonna hate.
3 and 4, Goku Dare and Yamato, they're tied, so 3 and 4, whatever. 5 is tough. Because I kind of want to say Xanxus, but I also kind of want to say Mukuro. But I think I'm going to go with Mukuro just because Mukuro, I think I enjoyed him a little bit more in this recent reread.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Pineapple season.
And I like adult Xanxus a lot more than younger Xanxus, so like...
That's a fact. He's a better character.
Me and Pat have had a conversation too. We'll talk about it. I agree with that though. Any version of him's raw though. East.
Very true.
On my top one, I got Reborn at 2. I'll go with Goku Dare. I'll go with Goku Dare and Yamato tied for 2 because they're both my favorite Guardians. At 3, I'd probably go ahead and give it to
Don't be a coward.
Gamma.
Differentiate. Who is 2?
All right, if we had to, give on it. All right,
Let's go.
3, I go ahead and give it to Gamma, and then 4, I hit it with Mukuro, and then 5, I'll top it off with Colonino. Yeah,
I'm happy with the Gamma. I'm happy with
because Gamma has some really great moments, like throughout the entire arc. Like I said, like a top 3 fight for me when the future arc and just like all the shit. But we on the speed rush, so
That's a fact.
See me?
I already. Okay, I'll
He
do
went.
it again since you can't
He
remember.
went.
You
Number
did,
1 is
you did,
Reborn.
you
Number
did,
2,
you did,
Goku
you
Dare.
did.
Number
You
3,
did, you
okay.
did. My bad. All right. All right. Let's talk about what's next.
What the fuck? Why am I being forgotten today?
I'm sorry, Pat. I'm so sorry.
he put the wrong nigga.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Damn, that's all them interjections. He's thinking I'm a background character. That's why.
Wow.
So,
Raising.
number 1, of course, is Goku Dare, the best character, easily. Number 2,
He's the best Ring Guardian.
Number 2 is actually very interesting because 2 and 3 flip for me. Because number 2 used to be Squallow, but now it's Xanxus.
Am I an idiot? Squallow over Gamma. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I totally forgot. But push out Hibari and put Gamma third. I'm fifth. My fault. My fucking fault. I don't know what happened to my brain just now. Squallow is one of my favorites. Go ahead.
The reason 2 and 3 flip is because when I was younger, I didn't like the way Xanxus talked to his subordinates. But now, like, I'm older, I can understand characters a little bit more. I still don't like it, but his future version is what put him over Squallow for me.
Yeah, that nigga not talking to me like that.
Well, it always kills me because I'm like, Squallow is your only competent henchman. Why are you like this?
That's
You
what I'm
balance
saying,
with
bro.
Abel.
The rest, treat Levy like this. Treat Luciria like this.
He did the most bullshit out of anybody.
Squallow is the one, bro. All right, keep going.
Xanxus 2, Squalo 3rd, Mukuro 4th, and number 5 is probably going to be Reborn.
Attacco di Squalo.
That nigga Squall
He's
is such a
just so fucking raw.
Cool.
Nigga is a shark.
Yep.
bro. When he fought that Magma nigga, he was like, "Yo, get the fuck out of here!" Yeah. When he fought that fucking fake ass dinosaur, that nigga was wrong. He was like, "Y'all head out." He was like, "Oh, you must want to die first."
This is a great segue into the antagonist of Reborn and how we feel about them, good or bad.
Oh
We're in the
my
middle.
god,
Wait,
yo.
I'm sorry, the guy in the comments, I just saw someone, he said E-Pin at number 2. That's kind of crazy.
Yo, shout out Ramen Man. You know the gas.
I don't think Epin is that crazy. Skull is the one that's blowing me.
Yo.
Skull?
E-Pin at 2 is...
I don't even think Skull looks cool, even with his punk and his little lip earring. I don't even think he looks raw. That's just me though.
Nah, no. EP at number 2 is crazy. She can't even speak Japanese, bro.
Xenophobia?
Hey,
Wait, hold on. I said you gotta speak Japanese to be top 5. Xenophobia?
Maybe he was moved by the future version. I don't know, man.
Then he need to specify that, cause nigga, what?
I don't know. EP's not a. I don't know. It's fine though. It's fine.
EP be like,
It's interesting. It's interesting. Skull's not moving me though. That's all I'm saying.
Skull is absolutely offensive.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you guys about some of the best and worst antagonists in Reborn, and that's crazy. We're starting with the funeral arrests and how fucking trash they are. The quote-unquote real funeral arrests. Sorry, the real funeral arrests.
The real ones are dog.
They're the only characters who I like their present-day versions more than their future versions. Their future versions are straight-up dog shit. There's only one good 6 real funeral wreath, and it's Kikyo. The rest of them fucking suck.
I don't even know what the fuck Bell Blue, whatever the fuck that bitch was.
Why he reverse it?
Bluebell. I quite literally think Ghost is better than all of them. Because he served his purpose.
Ghost?
Nigga don't even talk. Nigga just walk.
He absorbed the flame and he gave to Byakuran. Mission complete.
That was the most disappointing reveal.
It's
No, it wasn't.
Byakuran, bro.
You really think so? Sorry.
Yes, I think that was
I
the
think I saw it coming because of the mark on his eye. It didn't shock me when I learned about his parallel ability. But go ahead, go into it.
I think in the anime the mark wasn't there initially, so like it was harder for me to guess when I was younger. I could be misremembering that.
Dog. The 6 real funeral wreaths, Ungabungas, so garbage. Some of the most trash I have ever seen in my entire life. And of course, they're spearheaded by my least favorite antagonist in the entire series, Byakuran. I hate that guy. I hate that guy. I don't like him.
I like Byakuran.
I do not like him at all.
Fuck that nigga.
He's the most husbando bait design in the entire thing. He's hard carried by his power. Take away his power and that boy is nothing. He ain't got no presence. He come on here and he smiling, he eat marshmallows. And
he's the only...
hold on. And he FaceTime Shuichi. And oh my
he's the
god.
only nigga I've seen in manga use dragons and it's not raw.
Like,
I was
bro,
like, wow.
I actually
really sucks.
don't like Byakuran at all.
He said he just FaceTimes his henchman.
Yes.
That's crazy.
His best friend, quote unquote.
Byakuran is one of those characters, when someone doesn't like him, it makes complete sense to me. I just think I looked at it differently, so he doesn't bother me. But I do want to say this before I get into it. The best antagonist in the future arc was Gamma.
Yep.
And it's
That's
not
a fact.
close.
I agree.
It's not
For sure.
close. It's
For
not
sure.
that bum Phantom Knight Genshiki.
Oh, we don't like Genshiki.
I don't know what's about him. I acknowledge that he's strong to the point that I actually think he's a better choice for the real mist user than that other Toki, whatever the fuck his name is. He sucks. He stinks. He is ass.
That nigga didn't have no fight.
Ass booty cheeks to the extreme. He sucks.
He was awful.
I can't. Is he a mummy? Like what is? Anyways, he's trash. Byakuran, I understand he was using him, but Genkishi deserved to be the actual real misuser, so I want to give him credit.
And he had a hell ring. So
yeah, so very unserious there in my opinion. But he wasn't moving me though. I'll acknowledge him as a strong fighter that they have to overcome and blah 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 whatever. But Gamma was moving me. I'm sorry, he was it. Byakuran, I think.
Why are you apologizing?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm saying. But Byakuran with me, I think I just understand like a man who's bored and just kind of wants to play with the world kind of thing. And I think because of my comic book background, when the whole multiverse and or many world interpretation theory was kind of interjection into the story, it just felt right at home with me. It wasn't jarring. It wasn't weird. I'm like, oh shoot, I'm like, that's sick because he can just share the information amongst himself across the entire parallel worlds. And this is before I got into JoJo, where I kind of had something similar with Funny Valentine, right? So I'm like, this is raw to me. And I actually kind of like the way he goes out, because to me, it's like, it's cold. Because Suna just ex-burners him. And he's like, he's doing his little inner monologue. He's like, you don't agree, don't you? He's like, no, fucking Paris. If Suna's looking at you like that, you gotta go. Because Suna was not moved by anything you were trying to say about. Don't you get it?
Yeah.
And he just eradicated him, burned him, and he was gone. And I'm like, honestly, that's a great send off. I love that.
He's Suna's only body too. That's the crazy part.
Didn't he? No, you're right. I think you're right, because does Damon Spade count? He was like a spirit. I don't know if that counts.
Nah, Damon Spade don't really count because that was like a halfway spirit, and then he kind of like died on his own after the fact.
Yeah, and the guy he possessed was fine after. So
true.
That was a moment in the series that really surprised me. Like, yo, you really actually killed this nigga.
Oh, cause he was he was pissed off, dog. Like that Uni died. He was trying like, you see what you did? She was my ultimate device. This was like, shut the fuck up, nigga.
Nah, it's just surprising for me because characters of Suna's archetype don't normally kill. So the fact that he killed him was just like, I was like, oh wait. He actually got this nigga off the earth.
Like cold indifference too. Like it wasn't even like I have to do this. He just like died.
he didn't even have any inner monologue after the fact either. He was just like, it's finally over. Not like, oh, I killed him. Oh my god. Da, da, da. I was really surprised by that.
But I objection to one Yeti. The board gimmick does not work here. Why?
No.
Because giving me half of a chapter to explain his character, get the fuck out of my face with that shit. It's not enough. Nowhere near enough. How many series both you and me have seen from Japan, outside of Japan, that have done the theme of the curse of immortality is boredom way better than that? Than just one chapter of a guy like, once I found out I could get memories from different timelines, I saw it as a game. Like for 4 pages and that's it. It's not enough. Nowhere near enough. Why did we not get bits and pieces of that throughout the longest arc in the entire series? It's not moving me at all. 4 little pages of his backstory? Nope.
No, I'm not mad at it. I'm really not. I just want to hate him. He's not, again, it's Gamma over everyone in the future arc, but
yeah.
Honestly, I was really happy when Xanxus shot old boy in the head. He's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's like,
yeah. Like that. I do not care about your backstory.
That's my thing. That's my thing, because you know how Suna is like what the knife said, and he's like, and everybody said like, yo, you're who we need. You're not trying to be like these ruthless killers and this and that. Like you don't really want to be in the mafia world, but that's exactly why you need to be the boss, because we need to revamp who we are. We need that heart like the first had type beat, right? And so, like, I never mind when a character like Suna don't really want to kill people. You know what I'm saying? I don't need a nigga to change who they are. Sometimes niggas need to die. But for, like, that's why you need to have niggas like this. That's like, all right, bro, fuck that shit. Bow. I'm off of niggas. Like, you can be a whole good heart nigga, but we ain't about that life, nigga. We the execution squad. We need to shoot a nigga.
The way he did it was so cold, too. He put the blicky to the back of his dome and just...
Like it was those like all same page shit too. It was like fuck up, nigga.
The best part about it is because freaking it was Kikyo, right?
Yeah.
Kikyo was talking nonsense. Kikyo was literally talking some shit that had me rolling my eyes any harder, and they would come out of my freaking skull. He talking about some well, we was kings of our own time. We was rulers from the places that Biakra took, and he was just like, yo, shut up, blow. And it was one of the rawest moments in the entire manga. Like,
He's not the one. Come on, man. He's the one.
Bro,
Back in our worlds, we was kings.
bro, you run your mouth like that before you take the L. You don't run your mouth like that after, because you ain't got no credibility, bro.
Exactly.
It's
That's
over.
funny, bro.
I am the strongest. I am the mountain that's been unmoved. Then you lose the fight. I am the strongest. I'm like, nah, nigga, you just got moved. Shut your ass up. What the fuck? What you talking for?
We're lucky he's
That's funny
tired.
as shit.
And plus, Luceria was healing you. So blew his head clean off. Should have been a gang.
yeah, right. That should piss me off. That I don't. Oh, I'm gonna heal him to keep. How, bro? His head from the.
You guys
top of
are
his
assassins. Shut up. Like, what is
Like,
this?
From the
You're
top
literally
of
the
his head
assassination squad.
to his pectoral should have been clean off. There should be nothing to heal. You saw how big that blast was, boy. Oh wait, now I'm gonna heal him to keep it. Nah, I should have let his body rot.
So we talk about the villains, right? All together. Like,
yeah. You can talk about anybody. Also, open box, carnage, whatever, was not moving me. Not
at
Oh
all.
my god.
Dog did it.
I'll wait until we finish roasting these niggas.
box weapon, vein in my hold. No, I don't want that. Just give me,
I will
give me a
say-
bear, nigga. Like, I'll be fine.
I'll say this: when Daisy first used it, I was a little bit intrigued. I won't lie. I saw that shit. I was like, huh.
Daisy's not
The
moving.
problem?
He just can't. He just
Daisy's
can't
not
die.
moving me, but the way he was utilizing it when he first showed up, I was very intrigued. I was like, wow, this is very interesting.
No,
But-
I think that's fair. But he's fighting. He was gonna fight with Hibari, so I already knew what it was.
Yes, but he made Hibari work for it a little bit.
I don't even agree with
Did
that.
he? Did he?
I don't agree.
I
Just a little-
mean,
just-
he made.
He got his little jab in. He's like, if Tonfos are
He-
useless, I don't need it.
Yeah.
And he packed it.
Yeah, I mean, he maybe made Dino work for it, but that's not saying much because Dino got
No,
shafted.
Dino lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He made all he made Himari do was think just a slight bit. He was like, okay, it's not working. That's cool.
And
He
nigga
changed.
said, I don't need
Said,
it.
handcuffs out,
If it's
nigga.
not gonna work, I don't need it.
EK at all.
Bro.
Cambio forma. No, cause like it's so funny to me, cause like they got defeated too, cause he's like, Byakuran, I'm not Byakuran. Dino comes with his ultimate, whatever, his fucking whip a move. He's like up, on left, right, up, down, left, right. I'm like, oh brother,
Yeah, that's what was moving me. I was like, wait, what?
oh brother.
Oh yeah, I forgot because he has the future. Yeah.
Byakuran. But all I was
I was
thinking in
like,
my
what
head
in
is
the
like
video
Byakuran.
game,
I'm a Byakuran. Jeez, what's wrong with me, Dino? You swing that in the same combination every time. You have a variation, my nigga. That's crazy. He don't.
Reborn.
You couldn't remix that mid whip.
Reborn would be sick to his stomach. See that shit.
Combo moves.
Nah, Reborn would be sick to his stomach talking about. He'd be like, boy, what the fuck, boy? You know I taught you better than this. One move.
Leon gave you that whip, and this is what you're doing with it.
The same thing. He got sloppy.
But go ahead, East, or someone else if you want to. Actually, you were talking earlier, East. Give us another antagonist.
Oh man, honestly, the weakest is Byakuran. But other than that, straight across the board, even with every bro, honestly, reading fucking Mukuro is so phenomenal, and especially in the way he keeps coming back. And it never is the detriment to his character. He's always more interesting every time he comes back and helps.
Oh,
but it's always for his benefit though. It's never like, all right, we got you my sooner, roll your party sooner type B. It's like it's always in his interest, and the way he always comes in is always like it's always a variation of the way he comes in each arc. And I actually loves his character, and it's something about like when the power scaling goes up as the further you get on. I never once felt like I always feel like okay, it's still balanced and he's still stronger or the strongest, and he just pulls out new shit. He's just so amazing. The Vengeance, I really fuck with them. The shit with the Vice, but I really fuck with them. But like the way they was kind of moving at the end, where like Jaeger was a real fucking threat. Alright, that nigga can't. That's a real nigga. Alright, like I don't know how we feel about Bermuda.
I don't even know if I would say that just because he literally needed Bermuda.
But you know what? That should be like let's say like let's say you got it's just like a car. You got to charge that bitch. It can be 5 as it want,
Yeah,
but you need to
his compatibility is still really up there.
Yes, it was never a hindrance. And then by the time they figured out he was right, it was like basically, bro, it's too late. But like still, it's like he had to charge that he did a bunch of shit though. You know what I'm saying? It's not like on that white ass gimmick. You know what I'm saying? He's not like, oh, I used too much power. No, let me go back. He was smart with it at the very least that he didn't let them know Bro Born was peeping him. But that nigga, when he came into the fold, that nigga was with the shits, bro. Like he came in and he stabbed Squall. He was cutting niggas in half. Like, bro, I'm not playing with you niggas. I'm that nigga. Like, I'm really
I'll
top
never
dog.
forget
I'm-
the week that Xanxus lost his hands and knees is the same week that Derrick Rose got hurt the first time.
Damn.
Really?
I got
no.
packed up. It might have been a
There's
week
no
after,
way.
but I got like packed up that entire fucking month.
He
Bro.
was really a
Oh
different
my
Yeah.
god. That's crazy.
That's crazy as hell.
because obviously I told you we were having our competition, so Hibari and Mukuro were still doing a better showcase. I was like, dang, I
That
lost.
nigga, yeah. But nah, that nigga Jaeger was the trooper. And then like, who was it after that? Then honestly, Damian Spade really was a really great attack. I don't know anybody else feel like this. I'm a black sheep, what? But I really,
Ace, you gonna list all of them?
I was just saying because. But I know.
And they can take my answer.
But no, he just saying what. Nah, the question is just how do we feel about the antagonists in general?
Yeah, I was just
So
saying
let's
like
pick one.
nah, it's in general. I didn't think it was because I feel like we was going like arc by arc. I was just saying.
That's my fault.
I was-
That's mine.
Yeah, I was just saying.
I
Like,
wasn't tired. I thought we were looking at favorite.
oh no, he said
No,
in
I
general.
just
The
asked you what
show
you
notes
thought
is
of.
right there,
look,
right?
I sent it. I sent it to everybody, man.
Thank you, Judah, man.
I thought I'm not looking at it.
Yeah, but like,
Hey, Naya, you the leader of the group, huh?
I sent it to everyone.
but yeah,
You
across
even
the board,
added topics when I sent it to you.
this nigga.
I have the screenshot right here.
You right.
Yeah,
Am I co-leader?
across the board though, honestly, other than Byakurum, who I didn't really have a problem with, but the funeral rounds was weak as shit. All the antagonists and their subordinates, all top tier for me, honestly. I really vibe with it. I really vibe with everybody.
I like all of the antagonists besides Byakuran. So
Yeah.
I think the antagonists in this series are actually really good.
Mhm.
Even though Amano only did it twice, it was 2 times too many. I'm still not a fan of the whole this is one way, but surprise, actually is somebody completely different, and now we were just being tricked, and now we all band up powers together to fight the real true evil. I'm really not a fan of that at all. So even though she only did it twice, it still irritated me, but regardless, I like all of the antagonists. Besides Byakuran.
I have a question. Do we like Mukuro's gang? Like, do we like Ken and them?
Yeah,
They were cool at the time when they were here.
Ken and Chiksa is they carry it. Everybody else is straight burgers.
I like
This
Frank.
nigga named Birds. Come on, dog. And the bitch with the clarinet got packed up by Bianchi. Yeah, no. I don't even know why Amano trying to make her like a staple. She's whack.
Nah, the fake Mukuro was hitting though. I ain't gonna hold you. I forgot his name for a sec, but
Lancia.
yeah. That nigga, that giant ass fucking wrecking ball with spikes on that shit was raw.
His ring saving him from getting his heart pierced.
It's mad annoying.
That was a
annoying.
movie. but
That shit annoyed the piss out of me.
But actually, go ahead, Pat, if you want to talk about Damon Spade, because I'm not I'm not a huge fan of him. But go ahead.
Now, as far as antagonists go, if we go in order, Mukuro, amazing, fantastic, A+ even, fantastic antagonist. Xanxus, amazing, fantastic, A+ even. Gamma, also amazing, very good. You see the trend, good antagonist, right? Then we get to Byakuran, complete garbage. He gets an F. He gets a fucking F.
You don't get a C minus.
No,
I gave him a C+.
completely.
Damn, Pat.
You get a C from me.
Then after that, we get to the inheritance arc. Damon Spade. This thing is getting an S. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Oh my god. When I saw him,
You want
I
to
was
explain
like-
that one?
yeah, okay. So he embodies the main problem that I have with Suna in this series, right? Because
He's too drippy.
what is
I'm kidding,
Reborn's
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Reborn's goal is what? To make
The
Suna
neon
the
first
10th
Vongola. I'm joking. The 10th.
yeah, real answer, yes. The 10th Vongola boss, right?
Yeah.
Right.
The Vongola family is what?
A mafia family?
Fear.
A mafia, right?
Yes, sir.
Mafia is not shits and giggles. This is a
That's right.
fucking gang, right?
That's right,
This is
Mr. Pat.
this is an organized syndication that from time to time will commit illegal activities. So when Damon Spade was trying to tell this bozo Vongola Primo in the past that we need to expand our territory and make the Vongola a great organization, and then they could talk about some, nah, let's just leave it as it is. It's fine the way it is now. Nigga.
He said, "Oh,
That
my
because that
pussy
he,
hurt."
he,
Don't do
lost his
Gyoza.
mind
Don't do
because
Gyoza
of
like that,
shit.
man. Don't.
Why Primo sound like that, man?
I'm saying, don't you?
Primo. Anyway,
Hey, yo!
That's crazy.
we get to the current day. This nigga Damon Spade been festering throughout the generations of the Vongola, making the Vongola family what it is today, the biggest mafia family there is. And then he see this bitch ass nigga Sawada Tsuneyoshi talk about some be 10 Vongola boss, and then this nigga Vongola no, he's so this nigga spoils Suna so much it pisses me off.
That's
He
his
just let the nigga
grandpa.
get away with everything. Let him do what he want. If that's what you wish, then that should be. Nigga, you are running a mafia family.
My Pat, he's 14.
Niggas and duties. No. This nigga told Suna that it's okay if he declines the Vongola boss. What? You don't give this nigga the rings, the fucking gear, the gloves, a whole family.
You know what?
A tutor, the greatest hitman in the world.
That's funny to me
he
because if I was
nope.
a guard, like I can't get the ring back, bro. Fuck this
Like, what?
D-grade
No.
ring. Give me the ring back.
we had a whole civil war where his life was in danger
That's funny.
because he had to choose the Vongola successor, and Suna won. And now this nigga talk about something. I'm gonna decline. If I was Damon Spade, I'd be like, no. This nigga absolutely cannot become the next 10th Vongola boss because he's gonna ruin what I've been doing for generations. He's gonna undo all my hard work. I've been around making sure this family is prosperous, and then here come this nigga. Well, I mean, I'll never forget Future Arc. This nigga Suna talk about some. If it comes to it, I'll destroy the Vongola. You're gonna do what? You're gonna destroy the reason for why you have everything that you own now? Yeah, okay.
I thought that was beautiful.
No.
I thought so.
No.
Pat, I hear you, but like again, like I don't know if that's like really like on Suna or Primo because they didn't care for it to be mafia. That was the whole point. It was just to protect people they care about. That's all they wanted.
Well, they have to assume responsibility for what it has become.
I mean, yeah, they did. That's whole Primo's thing about sin. And like Suna, what are you gonna do if you have to take on the sin that we've all like collected? None of them is shirked from that. They've all agreed that like the Vongola family isn't pretty.
Yeah, well, this nigga Suna keep talking about, I'm not gonna be the 10th Vongola boss. His indecisiveness up until the very last arc was just pissing me off. I'm like, bro, everything.
I just don't
you
agree with
have now,
I
you owe to
understand
me.
I understand why you see it that way. I just don't agree with your perspective because
I don't think he was being indecisive. But yeah, go now.
That's fine. You don't have to agree.
No, I hear what he's saying. Like, I understand, but my whole thing with Suna is like first of all he doesn't want to, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. He does not want to actually be a mafia boss, but I think the concept and idea is if he were to actually the Vongola, he would turn it back to what it was originally from the first generation, which is kind of like a vigilante group that protects the area and the people that matter to them. And if like bum ass Emma or whatever is like her, he'll go protect him or whatever the case is, or like if Dino needs him, he'll go help them. But he'll be like a kinder version of it. That's actually why I think the chapter where Reborn calls him the Neon First Guardian is actually more appropriate because it'd be like the rebirth of the original Vongola family in that sense. And maybe it's not moving you, and I hear you and I get it, because let me tell you something about me. I'm moved by the second Vongola, alright? Vongola Secondo. He said it's time to throw hands, expand. It's time to flames of wrath, no weapon needed. That's the goal. Yes. So I hear you.
Honestly, hold on. I'm actually confused. who the fuck picked that nigga? Because Giotto don't look like the type of nigga to pick some nigga
had to be
let's
David
blast
Spade.
these niggas.
David
Shit,
Spade.
It had to be
he was
Spade.
like, he's like, let's shoot the fucking store. This nigga didn't pay back my money. Fuck everybody at the grocery store, whether they had something to do with it or not. So I'm like, yo, this nigga moving type of different. Like Giotto, I can't see you picking a nigga like this unless Giotto died and he just like, all right, I'm gonna take over and I'm gonna go stupid. But like, I can't really see that. But Pat, I'm kind of with you too in the indecisiveness, especially towards the last thing. Really was bugging me, but we'll get there later.
No, your point on him having what he has because of the family, it moved me. That point stands. The rest of it, I just think I don't agree. But
Well, I don't. I'm gonna be honest. Like, well, my few things is one. Like, yeah, I agree with you for like the protection. Like, they gave him the resources to protect the people he cared about. But again, the only reason why he needs those things is because he was forced in a situation to be attacked in the first place, which he never asked for. If they never came to him with the mafia, he wouldn't need the power to protect people anyway. So it is still their fault. Like, there's just kind of more compensation, if anything, in my book.
But my thing about that is, at a certain point, I was okay with it. But by the time we get to the last arc's a little bit different. But it's like, bro, we have done the inheritance. We have went to the future. We have done we even know the entire past of these goddamn generations, and you still want to act like I didn't ask for this. I didn't want bro. It ain't about that anymore. Like, that time has passed when you beat fucking Navaria, when you Once to the Future came back, when you beat the Simone family. Like, it's like, all right, bro, I know you don't want to do this, but like, we kind of too far beyond that point.
Okay, wait. I want to be careful here. So when we're talking about the last two arcs, what are we saying Suna was being indecisive here? Because I want to actually get the wording right.
He was being fucking indecisive about being the next Vongola boss. Every time they bring it up specifically, he's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna be the 10th Vongola." Like, bro,
Okay.
man,
Here's a few things I want to say. We got to look at actions, not words. Okay. Suna's a 13-year-old kid, and we also have to remember that the entirety of like this show. Wait, listen. The entirety of the show was a little over a year, right? People can only grow so much in a year. When we were all younger, from the time I was 13 to 16, I was the same fucking moron. Okay, Suna went through tremendous amount of shit. Okay, cool. You're 6'5", whatever. You're cool. No one cares. Okay.
Hello.
So like with Suna, it's like Suna is a complainer at heart. Okay, everybody's core personalities within the series is the same. It's what kind of changes around that is different. Xanxus, when he's older, he's still an arrogant dickhead and he'll kill you, but he's a lot more chill and he's not gonna do that as the first option. He'll look at things. Suna's a complainer. That's not what he wants. But we know for a fact, based off future events of seeing it, Suna is going to be the boss. Suna's just complaining for the sake of complaining. It's like your friend that you always ask to like come and like do shit with, and they're like, "Nah, I kind of want to chill home," but they'll always hang out with you. That's just Suna.
I'm glad that you brought that up, Miles, because Suna, like, I want the chat to understand. I don't have a problem with characters who seem weak, cowardly, etc., because for those characters, for the most part, whenever push comes to shove and their backs are against the wall, they always exhibit courage and bravery when the situation demands it. But my thing is, those characters also steadily grow in their base personality before they have to get pressed. So take Senna, for example, from iShield 21. Both him and Suna are both the same type of personality, right? In the beginning,
kind of. I hear you a little bit.
They're the same archetype. So in the beginning, he was completely afraid of everything. He always ran away. He was a gopher for everyone. He never stood up for himself. When he started playing football, he wanted to quit because football kind of scary. But after he played a couple more times, it got to the point where he was getting excited, looking forward to games. You got niggas like Agon trying to intimidate him, stand up to him and stuff like that. And this is like when he's not even on the field. Like, I'm not even talking about the iShield 21 version of Senna when he steps on the football field. I'm talking about base Senna was standing up to this nigga. I'm like, bro, that's growth. Suna, he's not in hyper dying will mode.
That's not true. That's not true. This I'll actually fight anybody on. Suna changes in base drastically, it's just hard to tell. What did Suna, when Suna was in base, he wanted to fight Lancia. He was like, what the hell are you doing? He wasn't scared. He's the one that stepped up without hyper-dying will for him. And that's early on in the series. He was ready. He's like, I see what
No,
the fuck
but
you did. I gotta put the pause on you.
That's in the middle of combat though. They're always gonna
That was before
stand
combat.
up when. But I'm saying like in the mood in the situation. That's what I'm saying. He's always gonna stand up to the
okay. Well, let's look at the future arc there.
I just think there's a
Let's look at all the
fundamental
moments he was the one
misunderstanding
that was
that's going on
he
about
was the
Suna's
leader.
character. That's me personally.
Yeah.
Though. I think you're.
I was gonna say, well, let's look at this, Pat. In the future arc, Suna is the one that makes all the actual decisions. He's the one that actually comes to understand what his position is, and he's like, all right, this is what we have to do, and he's the one that actually goes and makes, like, puts everyone together. And again, in the ending of the series, he is the one, based off what he saw from Lambo, he's the one that got everybody together. He was the one that told Reborn to his face, the one person he was kind of respectful and afraid of, that you need to shut the fuck up. I'm going to teach you because you're the one that's wrong in this situation. And he went and got every single person and said, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to beat Bermuda, and it worked. So I don't agree. I think throughout the entirety of the series, there's multiple moments without hyper dying will that Suna shows like, no, I am confident. I am the boss. Suna just complains because that's just the like falling back shit on that, like, you know, Eastern writers like to do. It's just gag.
So let me say this then. So I agree with. I'm actually the same position with Pat, but I was going to bring. Well, mine what you said. I was going to bring that point up later. That actually adds on to me and Pat's point, to so to speak, because it's like, yeah, outside. That's what I think. What you do, you always having a raw moment inside of combat never impresses me, because the characters go back to the same goofy, stupid type nigga. Like a nigga be dumb in school, but then this thing got power and like he a genius in combat. But then we go back to school, this nigga got retarded again. It's just like I'm trying to see like, but when you grow outside of those, yeah. So it's my fault. You stupid or else you a goofball.
You already said it.
It's too late.
That's fine.
I forgot where we at. My fault.
You know how they are. It's okay. Don't worry about it though.
Yeah, but it's just like outside of that, it's like all right. But it's like it's the moments, the moment that really impressed me. The two biggest moments that seemed to clear in the Rainbow arc was when he told Reborn, "Shut the fuck up!" Like, and then he was going around like, "Yo, I got a plan," and he mustered everybody together. Then he went to Talbot, aka Naya's favorite character. And then he was like, doing shit. He was making these moves and shit like that. That's what I was like, all right, I really see like the growth. But then he would come back, he's like, all right, bro, you just round up everybody that you pulled through all your trials and tribulations to come together with a plan as the Vangala boss. And then it's like, we get back out, it's like, I don't want to be the boss. It's like, bro, kind of too late for that, bro. Just be like, it's like, if it was the ease back on the reluctance and the no good type thing, like I know that's his character, but I'm trying to see a little bit more. Like I like that he acknowledged. It was really good of him, and he acknowledged, oh, I got this, I got that, this, that, and the other. But I would like a little more sense, like his chest poked out, his head held more, a little bit more high. Like I don't get him to be like complete the 10-year future self, but just a little bit more. I could feel like, all right, soon. I feel like this was the Soon that was talking to Reborn. You know what I'm saying? This is the Soon that was making these moves type beat. Because he's still kind of scary. And
that's all I'm asking.
This is gonna be my last point, and we can stop it because this is probably going on too long. People like lessons are hard for people to retain in their body or retain in their mind or whatever. When you learn something and you understand like the importance of it, you're not gonna now every other action you do in life isn't going to reflect that. There are gonna be moments that you go back. I think you guys are hankering too hard down on like Suna complaining, despite him having so many other moments of proving in and out of combat that like this is what he's going to do. So like, I don't know. I guess we'll just disagree.
No, I agree. I understand your point of view.
No, I mean that was my point, and I don't think we need to continue on this same thought. We could probably get on the next ones, especially if Cindy has to leave soon.
Okay. What's the next thing? That's the next thing we got to. I think I have to close my other thing. But I do want to say this. I do think it's a bit of a fundamental misunderstanding of Suna's character, but I can bring it up later. Just remind me if I forget, because I think we're looking at it wrong with some aspects. But did you guys want to speak on Xanxus and Mukuro, or we're good on that? for as far as antagonists go, or
I feel like if anybody's gonna speak on
Bermuda.
Xanxus, you can. But
Go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say if anybody should do Xanxus, you should.
Fair. He's a goat. I have a section for him later. Don't worry.
I think Bermuda's cool. I like his design. I like his stuff.
I like
his
his-
I think Bermuda is also very good.
Oh, for me, I was about to say I like Xanxus' genius and the fact that he had a whole ploy over a coat. Like,
because he was too calm when he Bari watched the Golem Mosca, right?
that shit was genius. He was like, "Oh, look what you've done to the Vongola Ninth." It was like, I must avenge his hand. I was like, "Oh, this nigga."
He said for revenge, and I said, "Oh my god, he's a sicko for that." But okay. What are some of the new things that you noticed or picked up or appreciated differently on this reread? I'll actually start because it's actually just it's mostly two characters. It's Reborn, it's not Reborn. It's Gokudera and Yamamoto.
Yamamoto.
I'm not sure what it was with this read. I just think I understand the characters a lot better and a lot more. I actually, like, all things considered, you'd hear me pretty often say that I actually think out of all the Guardians, Gokudera was probably the best written. Like, objectively, impartially, with no bias, right? I think he's the best written one. But he's never my favorite, personally. Though I think he's dope. There was something about me reading it this time, especially with Yamamoto, because a lot of the things about him and his growth and how he moves, it's just through his actions and facial expressions. You have to kind of pick up on the artistry. He's not gonna say, "I changed because one time when I was 5, my dad did this, and now I'm like." No, you're gonna have to just kind of see it and pick it up for yourself. So there are two characters that I appreciate a lot more, and I actually forgot about the moment where they get Hibari in the last arc. With not Jiro. Jiro's a dog. What's the pigeon's name? I don't remember. But it was flying above with the tranquility rain and stopped him. And they're like, they got you. And flies like they got you. That was dope.
Yep.
That was dope. They come a long way. They got a good moment against Gamma, the first round against Gamma at least, when they didn't work together that well and stuff like that. But yeah.
When they tricked them in the Varia arc with Viper and Belphegor, and then Yamamoto's like, "It's okay, take it easy," and he dropped the sword, but he kicked that shit, and it was like, "Oh shit," you know, like that was like a really smart move from Yamamoto.
Yeah, so I'm going next. A thing that I noticed upon the reread was how little a lot of the characters got screen time. Possibly because when I was first looking at it, the characters that I liked a lot was on the screen pretty much all the time, so it didn't really mean much. But now, looking at it as a fully grown adult and functioning brain, yeah, a lot of characters got shafted. Like, they have little to no screen time. And there's a lot of bum characters in there too. Like, I didn't realize how bad Varia was until this reread. Like, I
couldn't
thought
tell you that.
listen, I thought they was fucking raw. I said they got the uniform, they grown, they assassination unit. That's raw. Now, Jesus Christ, it literally only has 2 good members. That's so crazy.
Yep.
And then a lot of the fights aren't fights. They're just power-up showcases, which actually greatly irritates me because Amano could draw her ass off with a fight, choreograph a fight beautifully, and draw it so seamlessly that you could easily tell what's going on. Unfortunately, though, she hardly does that. The majority of the fights in this series are power-up showcases, meaning the entire fight isn't really a fight. And by fight, I mean back and forth struggle until one reaches 0 and one is left standing. Instead, what we get is the antagonist freaking trying to flex, and then the hero shows off their new power, which is just so greatly overwhelming that they just get them out of here, and that's it. It's very irritating to see.
Okay.
I somewhat agree. Somewhat.
I feel that.
You didn't do a recent reread, did you, Steve? Because we all did a reread, so I don't know if you can answer this in that sense, but I don't know.
Nah, I found out about it kind of late.
Okay.
So I didn't really have time.
East.
Just a lot of Suna's like growth and subtle growth. Well, actually, from all the characters too, like the subtle differences you can see with like, I think Ryohei and Chrome and Lambo, or not so much Lambo, but Chrome and Ryohei, you seen it bluntly, but with a lot of more characters like Simi said, with a lot more screen time and presidents in every arc. They had a lot more subtle growth that you could like see if you just pay attention to. Yeah, presidents like, and if you see enough of them and you pay attention enough, it's like you said with like Yamamoto and then Goku Dara, a lot of his growth in general. Like I really love the moment with like Dr. Shamal, like he had to learn like, hey bro, what you doing wrong this entire time? And it's just like I really appreciated writing more for those, and then especially soon in the future arc, he was really going a lot of like the way he was reflecting and seeing things. And the way Amano does like power ups, like I said, she shows it or like what they're working on, but then like she kind of reveals it later, like, okay, I know this nigga had been working on something, and now it's time to like finesse, like, oh shit, they doing this or they popping this out. It's pretty cool. And my last thing I'll say this, my favorite thing is how the way she has Suna, and it was really heavy in the future arc, the way she has Suna really learn or think about things in like a day-to-day life. Like you just see things like a different way, like, oh wait, Haru's talking about support. You do need support. Wow, I keep blowing myself back, and then that's how he figured out X-Bar. And he was like, oh, if I put my hand back here, this is how I can master the move, which support. And then like what he was thinking about with Lambo and shit, and he got like, oh, what I'm missing is this, and it's like it's just the way she does little things like that build up for like moments and character growth. I really appreciate. So that's what I got to say.
I found one thing that Amano was a freaking 7-day merchant. I did not realize this, but every single arc besides Kokyu Land, it will happen within 7 days time. Every single fucking time. It's
a biblical number. It's kind of a thing that some of them do, because even like 7 Dragon Ball, 7 Chaos Emerald, something like that, because that number was biblical. So that's not. I hear you though. I hear you, but
yeah. And then the Trinity, how do you fucking
Trinity set?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Trinity set. Yeah.
Yeah. 7 times. What's the thing? The power of 3.
7 cubed.
Oh, there you go.
7.
Power of 3. Whatever. Fuck. I don't math. I don't math at all. So
yeah, 7 cubed.
And this is where I fail in every aspect when I gotta do math. But oh wait, who else didn't go? Actually, new things you picked up on this reread, if any. Maybe you didn't pick up anything new. Pat as well. After Pat. No, you go first. You go first. Pat after. I'm trying to forget. That's all.
Okay. Yeah. You kind of hit on points. I think everybody hit on like points. I would just say more so, I guess, the way in which the Guardians interacted with each other and how and like how that grew throughout the series. Like Hibari's kind of going from hate to like somewhat like indifference to like in certain respects respecting them, and same with like Muguru and how they all. So I would just say like that.
Okay. Pat.
I didn't pay attention to the way Hibari takes note of people the first time I went through Reborn, and how they stand out to him, and the way he views them as well. So like at first when I was watching, I just thought like, oh, you're just a stereotypical raw character, show up, fight, leave. But now I realize that he's a little bit more nuanced than I gave him credit for. My favorite moments from him, of course, were during the future arc where he was more mature, he was able to speak more and convey what he's actually thinking. But my favorite moment from him actually came in the Inheritance arc, when he pulled up to fight Aohide, and he saw the look on Suna's face, and he was like, hey bro, I know you got a lot on your mind, but watch how I fight. It might give you a hint. And as he's fighting, he said, you brought up earlier where he referred to Suna and Emma as both little animals.
Mm-hmm.
And then Aohide was like, that's the problem with you, Vongala. You always think that the smaller ones are always weak. And he was like, bro, I said they were little animals because that's their mindset. But I never said that they were weak. And when he had
Roll?
What's his box weapon called? Roll, yeah.
Roll, yeah.
He had Roll to defeat her from the inside. He was like,
this little animal.
This is little animals gonna be the one to defeat you. I was like, oh.
I don't like that fight, but
I think it's wrong.
It's an amazing show. Like if I go with Simi's logic, it's a showcase for Hibari's new ability, but he went stupid. I don't care what no one tells me.
It reminds me of Goku and Vegeta versus Metal Cooler in the second
Listen,
Cooler movie. That's
when
why I
those
like it so
chains
much.
kept spinning and spinning, I said, "Yes, sir." And that's the first time I seen him smack roll too. Like he made the rolls of it, and he's like, and he hit them. Or was that against Damon Spade? I can't remember. I might have been Spade again.
Mhm.
But that shit was gas.
Yeah.
And the
And
coat,
also,
and the
like-
coat raw.
Bro, that shit.
I like the during the Arco Baleno arc when he shows up in the room where it's Varia, and he was like, "Whoa, it's like the Savannah in here." Yeah, so I was like, "Oh, okay." So he respects the fact that the Varia are top combatants. So I was like, "Oh, okay. I understand his
yeah.
character a little bit more. I grew to appreciate him."
Okay, that's nice. I like that. Is that everybody?
You.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he didn't do a reread, so
Oh,
yes, that's everybody.
All right, let's talk about these fights. Let's talk about these battles. Talk about this combat. Fisticuffs. You want to go first? Sonny?
Yeah, I'm going first. And before I go, we unfortunately skipped something. We didn't rank the arcs, so I'm gonna list my rankings real quick.
Oh, we can do that.
So my arcs from descending order: 1 Varia, 2 Kokyo Land, 3 Inheritance, 4 Daily, 5 Curse of the Arc of Blade, 6 Future. Then I did an extended version since the Future Saga is 3 arcs into 1, which is why it's a saga. So again, from descending order: 1 Varia, 2 Kokyo Land, 3 Inheritance, 4 Daily, 5 Future Saga Siege Radar Mileno Base, 6 Curse of the Arc of Blade, 7 Future Saga Final Battle, and 8 Future Saga Choice. Yeah, Choice.
I didn't do an
by
extended
far.
one, so let's let you know right now.
Yeah, so Choice is easily the fucking worst arc. It's absolutely fucking dog.
Oh, we gonna
Anyways,
talk about it.
As I said earlier, Amano can draw her ass off when it comes to fighting. Like, honestly, I really need her, or I really wish the way that her career trajectory went was the same way that freaking Toriyama's went. Where he is like, well, the thing that Dragon Ball turned out to now, that really wasn't what I was trying to go for, but that's what niggas like, and I'm good at drawing fights, so I'm gonna do it. That's what I needed from her, because boy, she can draw her ass off. Suna does not have a single bad fight.
At all.
Every single time he fights is gas. And I don't know about y'all, but one of my favorite fight in the Future Saga, and it might honestly be my favorite fight in the entire series, is Suna versus Strau Mosca S. Oh my god. When I say gas pack, I mean gas pack.
That is a good
Suna
fight.
versus 4 Moscas at once. And it's no dialogue. It's just straight choreography. He grab one head, drive it into the ceiling, drag it across the ceiling. Next one, spear him in the water. He can't breathe. He trying to use X burner, but he don't got a footing. So then he use 0-point breakthrough, revives, and he frees it. And then fucking, oh my, like, bro, it's, Jesus Christ almighty.
And I like that they were like, why is Suna fighting like this all of a sudden? And then Reborn's like, if there's nobody inside, then he doesn't have to hold back.
Yeah,
I'm like,
and it was so brutal what he would, like, bro.
And he was talking shit.
Oh my god, it was so good. So good, dog. Another one of my absolute favorite fights is Goku versus Belphegor in the Varia arc. I love everything about that fight. I love the setting. I love how both of their powers complement each other. And I love the early primitive version of Goku Dera's ability with his dynamite versus the pinpoint accuracy of Bell's knives, because he's at such a huge disadvantage, and then being in a small confined space and him using explosions, so that was even more so to his disadvantage. I thought it was absolutely fucking phenomenal. And the environmental hazards,
It's an underrated fight, but I don't at all understand why Bell's called a genius. He did not earn that title. That's all I want to say.
oh absolutely, Bell is freaking a bum. He's a bozo and he has no face.
I
Bro,
honestly,
yo,
for
you
some
streamed with knives?
reason, I like enjoy him. Like, I don't dislike him, but I
'Cause
know
he's
he's
funny.
not. He's not raw though.
yeah,
he's
he
funny.
sucks, but he's funny.
I
funny
ain't never
as
seen y'all
shit.
do strings with knives, bro. That shit good different.
As soon as his brother packed him, I said, "Yeah, you're not the one." But
Yeah, like he's funny as shit, but bro, he got no face. why does his box animal look like him? He got a fucking ferret with the same ass fucking mop on his head and look like him. Like, bro, that shit was having crying.
That ain't no fair. That's a big ass rat. That's what the fuck that is, boy. That's
New
a
York
big ass
rat.
rat on that nigga's shoulder.
The shit with Bell that had me crying was in the final arc
When he snatched up Suna?
The final arc when he was fighting Hibari, and Squalo was like, "You all right?" And he was like, "She, of course I am, because I'm a
Bro,
prince."
my wrist was broken.
Squalo was like, "You're not all right."
Yeah, he funny as shit. But also, and then Suna versus Dad both times, and Iamatsu versus Reborn is some of the best fights, honestly, I think, in freaking Shonen Jump. That shit was just astronomical gas pack, especially Suna versus Iamatsu the first time, because I related to Suna so fucking much in that moment. So fucking much. I don't have to fucking elaborate. He's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing here? You fucking leave and then you just show up whatever the fuck you want. Get the fuck out of my life, bro. I related to that so much. And then Iamatsu's like, alright, bro, Suna just hit me. But Suna don't want to hit his one and only dad, so he's unconsciously holding back. He's subconsciously holding back. And it was just phenomenal writing, both in the character department and the actual fight. The bastard punch, as Yeti dubbed it many moons ago, is still one of the craziest moments ever. Reborn releasing.
I think it's my favorite one-hit KO of all time. And
it's
I don't see that lightly, because Bellamy with Luffy is fucking elite.
Yup.
He slept that nigga, bro.
And like he said, I'm gonna teach you how to throw a punch. This is how you throw a punch. And he just laid his ass out. Oh my god, it was so phenomenal. And then the second one, like, this is one of the craziest moments I've ever seen in my life, when this man Iamatsu grabs Suna's arm, and I thought, like, Suna had his arm straight, like his finger straight out, like a knife, like a jab. So I thought he was reaching for his eyes, but then
he just turned it to the
put his palm and then X burner point, bro. That Sunday when I read like freaking 80-some chapters in one sitting, I was just screaming for Maru. Like, bro, that was absolutely bananas. Like, I just could not believe he learned the lesson from Adult Reborn, and he just went in. I said, X burner from where? Point blank in his face. Oh my god! Like, it was so gas packed. I need Amano to just draw fights. Like, I don't even care if she's the author. Just please draw fights. You are so good at it. Draw some more.
Put in a tournament arc style series. That's it.
And even
not sure shit.
Shit. And even Suna versus Byakuran was so gas, because I'll never forget in the anime. So, oh my god, when he just flew straight at him, hit him with the jumping knee. Oh my god. Then he flipped around, ripped his wings right off his body, dog. Oh my god. Suna has 0 bad fights. It's kind of insane how he got 0 bad fights. Every time he fights, it's fire. So the fights in this series, when she actually takes the time to draw fights, it is some of the best that you'll see in the magazine. I mean that.
The back Judame up. Every time he fight, his shit talking get better and better with each arc. What did he say to Byakuran when he took off his wings? He's like, "What's wrong, nigga? You ain't shit without your wings or something?" And he's standing there in the sky, holding them bitches. I'm like, did he rip the nigga wings off? It took me a second to realize. I was like, did he just do that? Like,
he said, "Come back down to earth."
Nah, hyper dying will mode Suna really moves me. I really enjoy him.
Bro, that nigga progressively get more and more. Like, he was really talking shit to the Spanner in the Moscow, bro. Like, he was talking different type of shit with them niggas.
I feel it.
That's all you.
I'll go next. You can go next if you want. Go ahead, Pat.
No. I was just interjecting. Go ahead.
I guess I'll start with what you did. My favorite arc is the Varia arc. Because it's, Xanxus, you know what it is. Then it's the Curse of the Rainbow arc. Then it's the Future arc. Yeah, then the Future arc. Then I'll probably put Kyoko arc. Then I'd put the Daily Life arc. And then I put the Inheritance Ceremony arc last. I don't really like that arc that much, I'll be very honest. But I think the biggest problem I have with that arc is I quite literally hate every single burger in that family.
This is my family.
There's not a single one that I like. At least whatever Alda held, she got the yiddies. I could look at her. She don't offend my eyes. With the rest of them, I don't like any of them for any reason.
Well, what about what's about the nigga that Ryohei fought?
Alba?
I still don't like him as a character. That fight's good though.
I think he's really
and
funny.
the flames of the leaf flame, boy, just cut you up. Shit, trash. Like, anyways.
Bro, we gonna talk about when we get to the problem section.
Yeah.
9:17. I don't got that much time. But ooh,
I know.
we going better.
I know. But yeah, I really do think that Ayoba versus Ryohei fight's probably my favorite, and it doesn't make any sense because I don't like either person really. But I'm like, she snapped here, giving him a little maximum counter and everything here. This was really good. I liked it.
That was an amazing fight.
Nah, bro, it's the fact that when they was fighting, this nigga Ryohei was using everything in his arsenal. This nigga was shuffling, head movement, doosh, 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 fucking doosh, doosh, throwing jabs. This shit was looking like Ippo. I was like, wait, hold on. I was like, wait a second, bro.
I feel
That was going stupid.
Like Judabe said, she could draw her ass off when the fight was. When a fight is a fight, boy.
Yeah, but actually, to answer the question, I think the fights are good, even the ones that are just a showcase for the Vongola family. I don't necessarily hate that. I get it though, I understand. But I think they're all pretty good from top to bottom. So like the fights are really good and the battles are dope. I do think I would have preferred just a couple more battles to kind of just be like to knockout, because it always comes with like a break the watch, find the ring, attach the ring. Like there's actually a lot of cop outs for you not having to necessarily like fight your opponent to that degree. If that makes sense.
Yes.
Because even I think if I remember correctly, Yamamoto kind of hits him and like takes their necklace off and then attaches it like kind of in one. I don't remember if he did it in one motion, but something like the sort. But fights are really good. Because all things considered, I don't like Genkishi, the Phantom Knight, but I like his battle with Future Hibari a lot. I think it's really good.
And it's well animated. All his fights are well animated.
Yes, they're well animated. They're well animated too, because the Spectro Nuri Branchi. I remember. Like it was really good. Xanxus versus Tsuno is one of my favorites because it's one of those fights too where like I like when a battle ends and I agree with the conclusion too. That's one thing about Reborn. Maybe I don't know if I always agree with the conclusion. Like I still don't think Yamato had any business being Squallow. I think it's actually disrespectful. And do I think? Oh well, Mukuro came and packed up Viper, so it is what it is. But the reason why I like the Xanxus fight a lot is Suna wins because Xanxus' flames are so powerful, because he's just taking his and making. I think the term they use sometimes is the combustion, whatever, but he's taking his own power into himself, and I'm like, dang. Because even after he got mad, like, how much power does this guy have? Like, it's crazy. So, no, the fights are really good. A lot of them are really good. I don't know who I think has the best fights. I might agree with you with Suna. I'm thinking on it, because you're right. I don't think he has a dud, like a single dud. Like, even if he come and throw two little swipe, it's raw. So, I'll leave it at that.
To add in real quick, Suna versus Xanxus, that is the fight that gave the animation for one of Suna's moves for all the fighting games. Out that covered the Varia arc and onward, that Guile style Sonic flash kick that he does, that flip kick that he did to Xanxus' chin. Yeah, that's where that fight came from. I have the panel. I'll post it in the force and yeah, you can put it up.
Okay.
I think I know what you're talking about.
You go ahead, Skibble. You go next. Favorite fights? Fights are good.
This is just favorite fights. Well, I thought the fights in Hitman Reborn were really good, and I might even go as far as to say that they were amazing. My favorite fights, I already said, Ryohei versus Aoba. Was that his name?
Yep.
The boxing match. I thought that was fire as hell. I just like when it's like that type of grudge match, you know, where it's just like a slugfest and it's just going back and forth. Huge power showcase and niggas is getting bloodied, and it's just it's fire as hell, and the way it was set up and everything. I liked every fight involving the Mitsu. I thought he was raw as hell.
He low-key
He's probably one of my favorite fathers in anime, even though he probably wasn't a great father. But that's usually what makes the fathers in anime cool.
I'm telling.
Especially that fight with Adult Reborn. Like that was fire as hell. Chaos, the bullet coming out the ground, all that. The niggas just raw. And I actually agree that every fight that Suna has is amazing. Even that fight at the beginning of the inheritance ceremony where the assassin comes and it's just this random nigga. Somehow Amano made that one of the greatest fights I ever seen.
Dog.
She love her MC.
Yeah, and I love her for it. Yeah, I mean, and maybe there were some duds. Somebody said that I can't remember who it was that said it, but somebody said that it was a lot of like just power up showcases. Like I always hate those type of fights. I don't like it at all because what I want to see that legitimate back and forth, like fate of the universe on the line type shit. Like that's what I like. So just having somebody just be like, take this nigga, and then nigga just go out. I don't like it.
Yeah,
But-
it was me that said, "Hi, my name is Simi. Nice to meet you." But
Yeah, nice to
like
meet you.
the reason why, like for example, the reason why Suna versus Mukuro is so good is because Suna got the hyper dying will mode and his gloves during that fight, and it still wasn't enough. Right? It wasn't the second that he got it, he just instantly packed up fucking Mukuro and that was it. The fight still continued. Mukuro was able to maneuver around that power up. Right? So it was an actual fight. Well, the majority of the fights in Reborn, unfortunately, is the character has a power up, the antagonist goes first and they do some stuff and they might seem like they got the character on the ropes, but then the character's like, all right, here's my power up and that's it, fight done.
Right. Yeah, and I dislike that.
Yeah. Damn it! You said something that I want to piggyback off, and I already forgot. But all right, someone else go.
What was the other? Because it was another topic. It sounded like y'all were discussing. Maybe.
No,
They was listening to favorite arcs too.
Favorite arc, like ranking arcs.
Mhm.
My favorite arc, I always go back and forth, like because I think it's like
Mario and the Rainbow arc I go back and forth on.
Yeah, I go back and forth between all four of them, really. Varia, Future, Inheritance, and the Rainbow arc.
Do you guys think the arc's too long or no? Just out of curiosity.
Yes.
Okay.
Just Future.
Okay.
Just Future.
I think it because I don't really like to just determine if something being long is just like bad automatically just because it draws out. Like I feel like if there's a consistent narrative and you know things get tackled in that time and it seems like this is necessary, then I'm like, okay, cool. But the Future arc, I feel like maybe I might agree with y'all, like that it might have been just a tad bit too long.
Yeah, no, we're not saying it sucked or anything.
I'm just asking if you thought it was too long.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
a complaint that has permeated since like I first read it and I watched it. I don't disagree with it, but you know, just wondering.
But
I don't.
No, go ahead, Pat.
I was just gonna say I don't think Reborn has any bad arcs. So
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But if I was to rank them, I'd probably say at the bottom is probably the Daily Life arc. After that,
Depends on what day we ask you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Kokuyo, is that what it was? Or was it Koyoku?
Yeah, the Kyoko arc. Yeah,
Kokyo.
Oh, Kokuyo. Okay. That would be next, and then I might have Varia after that, and then the Future arc. This is crazy because it's probably going to go in the order that they actually happen. And then Inheritance and Arc Bleno. So
Okay.
So to answer your question real quick, Yeti, my answer is actually very nuanced. So in retrospect, the Future arc isn't too long. The problem is the fate of the series, right? If Reborn didn't get canceled and the rest of the arcs afterwards were as long or longer, it wouldn't have been a problem. But because the Future arc was so long and the last two arcs had to get axed and rushed, it's too long.
Okay. I feel it.
that's fair.
We didn't go East and then Pat, right? And then Miles.
Yeah.
From the favorite fights in series, I'll go quick. I already know Pat gonna agree with me. Goku Dare versus fucking Gamma. Even both fights too, the way they teamed up just to get him out, and then like I like how it kind of like kept his perception, like how his power was. It's like, all right, I'm still the nigga. Y'all got a little upper hand type thing. Well, I've been wanting to say this for the longest time too, even since y'all said this in the Force about the Hibari fight with fucking Genshiki. Is that the one craziest thing is that Hibari didn't get to really use his full power because he didn't have his box weapon. He
didn't have the ring.
Yeah, he didn't have. This is what it was. He had the ring, so he kept using like cheat knockouts. Like, all right, put my power, it breaks. Put my power. Like he could never really get his shit off like that. But it's still like, yo, you matching me? He was like, you doing good, huh? And it was like, but then like younger Hibari came, put that work in and shit like that. Great ass fight for me. Another one had. Honestly, we all know how it goes with fucking goddamn Reborn and fucking the Metsu. Adult Reborn is just so fucking cool, bro. It makes some goddamn sense. Like that nigga is
like
the shit.
Artwork every time in the anime with the little splash screen. I see him hiding the one eye. He's just raw from top to bottom.
It makes Chaos Suit. That makes no sense, bro. Entirely fucking just amazing. At the moment, like, bro, he really shot into the ground. I was like, he missed. He was like, and he headbutted him. He was like, he dislocated his shoulders and he headbutted the nigga. He was like, he missed. He was like, nah, think again. Bop, bop, X shot. I was like, yo, this nigga's the fucking truth. And then they fight in Bermuda. Yo, this nigga really is the truth. He's the strongest nigga out there. Like, he's the only boxer with this nigga. Then, like, eventually, it comes to a conclusion. He kind of getting weighed out. But, that's other shit going on. Amano, apparently, I could tell she was Russian and had, like, was getting kind of canceled because of the artwork at the end. It wasn't, you could just tell, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. We Russian. But, yeah, it was some of my favorite fights. There's some of my favorite fights in the series. Yeah, go ahead, continue.
Okay. And then Miles,
it's my turn now.
So, to rank the arcs real quick, in descending order from best to worst. I'm actually have to say, Curse of Arcobaleno is the best arc, even though it was rushed a little bit. And I do prefer the antagonist for the Inheritance arc, the main antagonist. But just Curse of Arcobaleno arc just did a little bit more for me. I was thoroughly entertained from start to finish. So it's those two. Then after that is Varia, Kokyo. Yeah, I like Future arc more than Daily Life arc. So favorite fights. Number 1, Reborn versus Iemitsu. Oh my god! No,
you guys really like that fight, eh?
No, we keep saying it, but nigga, this nigga pulled up chaos. I was like, hold on a minute.
But you know what? We've been waiting for that for so long, and it paid off.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The payoff was tremendous. Like reading it again, I felt all the same emotions that I had the first time I read it. I was like, all right, let's see this so-called greatest hitman in the world. Let's see what you got, eh? Bro, that shit moved me beyond my wildest expectations. I was like, hold on. The head movement? He dodging Iemitsu's punches like he had nobody? Shot into the ground? Oh, you a little rusty. It's all right. Wait, no, that was intentional? The fucking bullets hit him. No, this thing dislocated his shoulder? Headbutt? I'm sorry?
And then I remember you mentioned like child's play, and then the two bullets come out for like his carotid artery. You had to go back. I said, "Oh my god!"
Oh my god!
He was aiming to kill that.
He was like, "That's it." He said, "Child's play." He's like, "Nah, nigga."
Nah, look, niggas nowadays will hype up Gojo, rightfully so, for packing up Jogo and teaching what's his name again? Yuji about fucking cursed energy and shit. But Reborn did it first. He did it better.
Hey, listen.
He didn't do it for him. Then he went back. He undid his present, please.
Yeah, he was like,
and said,
"You
do it."
Now your turn. Bro.
Agreed.
That fight was just
He made the best was like, "Yo, I'll fight with everything. I'ma die."
Bro. But also, yeah, I like that fight, and of course, I like all of Gokudera's fights. Honestly, I love seeing him put that fucking brain power to work. my favorite of his is the future arc, like he said when he was fighting Gamma, because this was an opponent that had packed him up brutally beforehand, and then now he got the Systema CAI and he used the box weapons. He used it in conjugation with Ryohei's box weapon, and Uri's all grown up now. I'm like, yo,
Uri!
this thing can use every single flame attribute. I'm like, bro, that shit. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. That shit moved me so much. I was like, this is what Systema CAI is? Oh, he's the one. I was like, see, I knew it. I knew this was why he was my favorite. Yeah, I love that fight. I love, of course, Alba and versus Ryohei, because them niggas was really boxing it out. Like, that's some real grown man shit. They're just throwing blows, trading blows, and then there's a test of will to see who's gonna fall out first on their knees, and they both collapse at the same time. That's amazing conclusion. And of course, I like Hibari versus Adohide because that's an amazing showcase for his weapon and his Vongula gear and what he tells Suna. Yep. And I like his fight versus Davario because I was just like, bro, he really pulled up on the greatest assassination team in the world and packed up 3 of them immediately.
That shit pissed me off.
And then when Fawn got involved,
I thought Fawn was the one that beat them. Am I tripping?
Nah,
no. Hibari beat Luceria, Levy, and fucking and Bell.
Okay.
Yes. And then that's when Fawn got involved, and then that's when the fight hit another gear. And then Dino came, and he was like, "Bro, you really don't think you could beat Xanxus, do you?" He was like, "What are you talking about?" He was like, "He's not serious right now." All right, let me show you what I mean. I guess I must be overestimating him since he lost to Suna and all. Xanxus was like, "I'm sorry, what did this thing?"
I'm pussy. Literally, I'm pussy.
And then the last fight, since I've been talking for a while, is Xanxus in the future when he was fighting Seal. Then Nigga was like, bro, I'm not gonna get up from this chair. I'm gonna beat both of y'all niggas. And then he used a fucking box weapon. It was a Liger. I was like, bro, a Liger? How does he just keep getting more raw? I don't understand.
Yo, Pat,
Nigga tried to provoke him in the future. He just yawned. He was like, back in front of him to come forward with his finger. Bro. I was like, bro.
Listen, I got a Xanxus section. I'm gonna go off at some point. Don't worry. I will put respect on the GOAT.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay. Miles.
Favorite arcs, Curse of the Akabarena is number 1. Then Future arc, then Varia arc, then Daily Life, then Gyokyo, and then
That's very interesting. I think you've had Future Arc the highest so far.
Yeah, I just think there's too many lessons that are so integral to all the Guardians that they learned in the Future arc that really push their characters forward. That's why I just have it so high.
It does have a lot of good character moments.
Yeah, and then Inheritance is low to me just because I feel like even though I appreciate a lot of things about the arc, there's too many cop-outs and too many random new stuff that's created, and I think she also kind of killed I don't want to say power levels, but the power levels that were kind of established, and
why you
the Simone family makes a lot.
Then, if you got that's your problem with Inheritance.
Because one, the build off of it kind of already makes certain things okay, but then we have things like Varia getting Cambio Forma as well, and other things added in. I think it's far more mitigated and fine.
Okay. Sorry, not to derail. Can we just real quick, just bear with me. Okay, you guys can see what's on the screen, right? Good. Hold on, let me just fix it a little bit. Okay, right?
Yes, we looking.
I know the scans are ass, but
manga, yeah.
No, I know. I just googled it real quick. This
manga, yeah.
This
I'm a prince.
Do you think this foot? You don't think it's with this little thing? You don't think it's Thing's foot here with that little string? I deadass think that he immediately unleashed his curse. That's why he ran out of time so fast, and then that's why. And I don't think Hibari was the one who did that. I really don't. I could be wrong,
yeah.
but I don't think. I think it was Fawn.
I think his curse ran out because he lost track of time being trapped in Viper's illusion.
Okay. Because things said he was. I know, like I see it. This line isn't moving because we're facing that monster, and it's something you can attribute to Ibari as well. But I don't know. I mean, I took it as
Yeah,
fun,
it's
but
unclear.
Okay, fair enough.
There's a lot of things that's unclear in this damn manga. We're gonna talk about it.
All right. Okay, let's keep it pushing. This section I don't think will take too long. But what do you guys think about box weapons and dying wolf flames and stuff?
It's great.
I'll save the other part for a second. But yeah, you guys, I think I've spoken about it ad nauseum. I'll give my spiel real quick. My favorite part about the Dying Wolf Flames system, especially the Dying Wolf Flames of the Sky specifically, we will talk about some Flames of the Earth, not making much sense to me personally, but
It makes no sense.
it's because it was ever present in the story without me knowing what it was. But the moment I knew what it was, I was able to immediately recall every moment of me seeing a different version of that flame, from Basil to Mukuro's eye having the mist flame on it, to the orange flame on Suna's head. And I really like that. And I like when something has a pretty established ability, and now it's really about how you could use it. Because one thing I like giving Yamamoto credit for is his little dual combo with Jiro and the bird, where you're so focused on other things he's doing, you don't even notice the bird above you, like just tranquilly dropping his little rain flames on you, so you can't really move. I think it's really dope. So I think that's part of the reason why it's so good. I think the way that you introduce a system, especially if it was ever present from the get-go, does a lot for how the audience is going to absorb and take it. As for box weapons, I think they're cool. Like, I like them. They're not, I don't have any like grandiose, like they're the best or the worst. They're just cool. I like them.
I didn't mind. Like when I was watching another series, Saint Seiya Omega, I believe, that kind of threw me off when they went from like regular shit jewelry to like these big ass backpacks and shit. That threw me off. But with the box weapons, I never minded. I was like, all right, it's cool. Press it open, box weapon, your shit come out. It was always cool. It was never like ugly or a hindrance or whatever. I enjoyed it for myself first.
Okay.
Dying Will Flame system raw. Everybody has like a same attribute, so to speak, but it's the way they use it that like complements who they are as a person and whatnot.
And in conjunction with your box weapon too. So that's a part of
it. It's just a part of it. And then plus, the fucking Guardians from the first generation are so fucking wrong with their designs. Amano don't miss on designs, son. Like, that nigga G for the first generation with the storm on his face, that shit fucking sick, bro. Sick as fuck. All the first Guardians were all shit.
I got problems with that, but
you know me, I'm second generation.
Oh my god.
Xanxus 1.0, I guess. I don't know. Anyone else?
Dying Well Fire. Like, it's simple in nature, but what makes it so fire is the whole gimmick behind it. That you have to fight like your life depends on it. That you have to burn your own life energy to fight. That's fucking gas. So it's simple in nature because you could chakra key, whatever the fuck. But the fact that it's literally your determination and fighting like there's no tomorrow is super fucking fire. Box weapons are okay. I mean, they're cool. I don't have no problem with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. And then saying fucking Keko whenever they literally saying open to fucking open them, which makes it was super fucking redundant in the anime. Is funny, but yeah, they're fine. How they're created is kind of fucking dumb, but just whatever. Just fucking anime things. But
it's really smart scientists make thing. Okay.
It's really smart scientists make thing based off of 343 animals specifically. How? We don't even know. They just did it. They researched a lot, then they did it.
It's because of the second coming of Da Vinci, bro. You didn't see
hey, bro, you
cooking and whipping.
Oh God, bro, smartest nigga alive, bro. Yeah, give it.
Cooking and whipping over there.
Smartest nigga of all time, not just alive.
Exactly, of all time, bro.
But yeah, and then the fact that each flame has its own attribute, and you could being
color and property.
Offense, yeah, it's absolutely fucking insane. So even though it's very simple in nature, the thing that she did with it and the gimmick behind it makes it stand out.
Oh yeah,
that's why it's one of my favorites. It's not the most complex, personality test, none of that bullshit.
Simple color differentiation and like each guardian have a different set. It speaks to the individuality of each of them.
Yeah, the fact that it goes into their personality as well. Yeah, it's just fire though. It's just she did a lot with something simple, and that's what I like a lot about it. And plus, it just looks cool. It's visually pleasing.
Yep.
I'll go. I like the power system. Simi kind of went off and spoke facts. So I like box weapons. I think I personally like the Cambio Formless because as you guys kind of said, like it's far more personalized. However, it's weird because I like the ones that the like from version X that we see in the Hair into Dark. Even though I hate how we got to that point with Tableau, I prefer those over the first ones we see in the future arc because those are more based off the first generation.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like even though it's a cool homage and like seeing like the 10th generations like the first, it felt like they were getting weapons from the old and not really being themselves. While the versions X were like truly like their weapons. Because like Goku Dare using kind of like the arrow thing, I'm like Goku Dare doesn't use that; he uses dynamite.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's why I think the anime kind of makes it like a little bit okay, where like they go and do the test of the first generation, which makes it make more sense why they have it. But
the only problem with that is just the sense of urgency for the anime version, the sense of urgency of not being able to go back in time. That's the only issue I have with them going back to
yeah,
but we'll talk about it when we get there.
Yeah, but I like it. I really like the entire system overall. I do kind of wish we saw more. This just goes with the end of like the curse. I do wish we get to see more of the Varia's ones and actions, but yeah.
Actually, Lost is a good point because it's like the hard and soft flames, flame purity being a thing, and you're right about the reverse because how being able to use the Zirochiten Topa Kai. Or was it the original one? Revised is the one we absorbs it, right? So the one that yeah. So sorry, the regular one, yeah, because being able to basically kind of go negative and freeze, that was pretty dope too.
So just to quickly piggyback on one thing that Miles said, it's something I just find insanely funny. Ryohei's Vongoli gear is absolutely fucking hilarious to me because he's a boxer, but he's wearing fucking Muay Thai gear. I just find that so fucking funny because he's literally wearing kick pads. There's no kicking in fucking boxing, and he has a fucking armband that's all Muay Thai. I just find that so fucking funny. But that's just one slight, not even a nitpick. It's just a harmless rib I have on Amano because I think his shit looks cool as fuck. But I'm like, that's not boxing. That's Muay Thai. Nice try, Amano. I know my fucking combat. Same thing with fucking Alba too. But yeah.
Okay. What? Oh wait, Sibo? Did you want to chime in?
It's
I already spoke.
Oh shit.
which part of this is it?
No, it looks like the Dying Will Flames, like as a energy system. What do you think?
Personally, I always enjoyed the Dying Wheel Flames. The box weapons getting introduced kind of threw me for a loop a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It took me a minute to actually start to, appreciate them. Because at first it just seemed like they was playing with Pokemon. But after a while, when it starts to get more personalized and the box weapons themselves start to get like a little bit of characterization, even like with Natsu.
Or nuts.
It actually started to warm up to it.
Okay.
So, and I heard you say that you like the fact that you can call back to the moments prior to it being explored, that you could actually see it and realize what was happening all along.
I mean, even
like
the
with,
Flame of the Night with the Vintage coming through the portal was always there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's really
right.
Good
and that was something that I actually appreciated that she kept on building onto it.
Mm.
And I actually liked the flames of the earth. I liked it as a concept. I mean, it definitely could have been done better.
I'll speak about my issue with it. I don't dislike the Flames of the Earth in that sense. I just don't think it makes sense for the actual narrative. But Tibo, if you were gonna be one of the Dying Will Flames of the Sky, which one do you think you would end up being? Based on what you know, personality, blah blah, or whatever. What do you think?
I actually don't know. Maybe I'll be the Cloud.
Okay.
I'm pretty aloof,
independent.
Yeah.
What about you, Pat?
You asking that question or about the Dying Will system?
You can just do both.
Okay, so I actually feel like this is one of the better power systems in Jump. It's actually in my top 5, to be honest with you.
That's the right answer.
I like the fact that the like everybody said, the different types of flames have personality attributes attributed to them, and they can be used in conjunction with so many different items. So, like, you have your box weapons, you have the Vongula rings, you have the Vongula gear, and like so on and so forth with all the others, like even the mare rings, the hell rings. There's just so many different applications that they have.
Okay, so
And I wish she would have dived a little deeper into Makuro's Six Paths Eye, because it's just really
Sorry.
interesting to me.
Same.
Like, at first, when we first saw him in Kokyo, it seemed like we scratched the surface, and I thought we were going to get more, but then afterwards he just became an illusion merchant, which is fine, because I love the way that Amano uses illusions. I think this is one of the best series when it comes to using illusions, because I can, as the reader myself, I can never actually tell. So when I find out the correct answer, I'm just like, oh, that was an illusion, or oh, it wasn't an illusion. It always catches me by surprise.
Mhm.
There's another series that shall not be named that I think is pretty bad at it, but this one I think is really good.
Okay.
If I had to pick a flame attribute,
I would peg you as a son, by the way.
Sun, you really think so? I would actually go with Storm.
You're
Okay.
not angry enough.
What about you, Simi?
Yo, bro, what did I tell you? What did I tell you before in the VC? That law of attraction I've been using my entire fucking life. So on this Sky Gang, though, everything I have has come to me naturally. Right? Then that's not even by like, well, now I'm doing that on purpose. But all them years back then, that wasn't even like on purpose, really. It just shit naturally fucking coming to me. And I didn't even really realize shit like that was happening. I mean, shit. Even all y'all. Y'all follow me first. I didn't follow y'all first.
Okay, Mark.
Sorry. Yo, chill. Yo, I got misattributes. What we gonna come up with our own? We want what Sky and fucking Miss together shit. But
Flames of dick.
yeah, wow. You see that hater? See
I don't know.
that
I know.
So you can say that.
I don't like illusion. I don't like illusionists either. I'm on my Hibari gimmick. I'm like, bro, just fight me. I have time for all this. I'd be so sick fighting illusionists in this. I'd be sick to my stomach, bro. I would not want to fight.
What's behind this door? Haha, but it really, this was my true form, stupid.
It's Sky Gang, but honestly, if you feel that answer is a cop out, since I do very much enjoy the MC of this series, I think Lightning. That my personality goes with Lightning and the solidification attribute.
Okay. Sorry. East.
Surprisingly enough, I'd probably be the Rain Guardian. Despite what people believe, I'm a very peaceful, easygoing, happy person. That I did like. I'm very peaceful. Even at my job, people ask me how many times a day, like, how do you know everybody in the job? I just like forming connections, especially my department. I always got to run shit, although I'm not the manager. I have to run and ease everybody's complications or issue here. Niggas call my name, pulling me left and right constantly. I just like, but I like the squash drama, and although I shouldn't be having it, just like it says, like I had to look at the roles to make sure I got which one. But the Rain Guardian, squaring the accounts, washing away the blood spilled, the Requiem Rain. So I think that's fitting enough. People don't see here. I get to go free. I'm free of responsibility, so I get to let off and be an AT alien, and rage. But when I'm around other people, I have to be the responsible, calm one, and not the hothead. Like with my godson dad, I got to be the one, relax.
All right. Miles, did you go?
Boy.
You said what?
Oh, for the what type I would be?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd probably have all 7 or some shit. No big deal.
Wow.
Look at him.
This
Look at him.
nigga just said, okay.
Look at him. He think he about to be rocking Sistema CAI. Okay.
He didn't create his own language. Come on, dog.
Where's your Uri at?
I genuinely don't know. Like I think I could see an argument for myself for any of them, but probably Mist.
Okay.
Honestly, I really have no idea.
I know, like, based off the definitions of everything, I'm definitely a Cloud.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
close.
1,000%.
But
Not
based
even a
on the
competition.
positions that I'm constantly put in, I'd be Sky. And it's the one I don't want anyways. So I always argued that I'd probably be a Cloud and Sky hybrid. So
We doing that.
I don't know, the flames of something. I don't know what we're calling it. Wrath. Well, Wrath is what Storm and things. I don't know. I don't know what.
You'd have to make our own.
Wait, the
flame
flame of not giving a fuck.
The nonchalant flame.
It is what it is.
That's what y'all wanted, right? You want me not to give a fuck, right? Now I'm not.
I really don't.
Okay, now we gotta get into the criticism section here because this is important. As much as I love the series to death, it's not perfect at all. I think some of the biggest issues to the Flames of Earth, it's fucking Talbot or Tombout.
That was your boy. I see you praising him. What?
It was Tombout. No. Now, Illusionist battles I have here, I have a small criticism, but I still like them. But I want to talk about them because I think it's interesting discussion. The choice game is awful. So basically, what are some of the biggest issues with Reborn and spots where Amano dropped the ball? Like, what are her weaknesses? I want to talk about in general. If you guys don't mind,
I will go first quickly. I will come back later because Simi has to leave soon.
Mm-hmm.
But so my number one primary concern with this series, I understand what I'm reading. Right, this is a shonen mangaka, and within I said mangaka, shonen manga. And within shonen series, Jump has this thing where you forgive your enemies of the past; they become your friends tomorrow, right? It happens way too frequently in this series. I mean, way too frequently. Every single person that they run into, next arc, they allies, nigga. Like I was fine with it because at first, Makuro becomes a guardian, kinda. I don't really consider him a guardian because I think that's more Chrome's thing. Because I know Makuro hates Mafia, and then Navaria, I was like, okay, that's a civil war thing. They were gonna be allies eventually, but Byakuran, this is the nigga that caused so much turmoil that killed all your fucking allies and shit in the future. Then the next arc,
you're not even going far enough. Every multiverse, bro, except one.
It, bro.
I mean, technically, that's not the same thing.
And then he's an ally now. Nah, that's too much.
I like it.
They said we're gonna keep a close eye on him. Hey,
enemies with benefits is what I was playing.
Bro. It just happens too frequently. I'm just reading this shit. Even the final arc, Bermuda and Vindice, they were trying to kill these niggas. They were serious about it. And now they're keeping a piece of the Trini set. Just mind that quickly.
I'm gonna piggyback off a Pat after he finished. I'll go after him.
No, you're not. No. I'm going next.
Oh shit! Simi going next. I'm gonna come back, but that's my main issue.
This is first lap
for now. Yes.
All right, Simi, where we start in?
Yeah. All right. So the whole reason why I've been giving everybody flack for the Curse of the Archibaldino arc is because of its ending. If the Archibaldino arc stayed a true scramble team deathmatch, team deathmatch style game, it would have been my number one. But because what it devolved into after the Bermuda fight really pisses me off. 90% of my anger comes from this arc. So I'm going to shotgun everything I have written here. Just because I'm hard on time. It's 9:56. I'm already bleed into 10. and you say whatever the hell you want from what I gotta say, but I got chapters and pages.
Oh.
So, all right, here we go.
Damn.
Chapter 402, page 12.
Uh-oh.
Reborn is somehow able to keep up with Bermuda's teleportation by reading him. What in the entire fuck is that? Nigga.
He just wrong.
You literally
he built different.
You literally cannot react to teleportation because it's instantaneous. To have a reaction, what's
No, because I hear you, but I think I don't know. Here's where the mistake I think comes in sometimes, right? So let's say I'm the Flash, and you can teleport, right?
Yeah.
And you warp wherever. The speed that you have to attack me once you're done warping comes back down to Earth. You instantaneously appear behind me, but my reaction speed remains the same, though.
Yes, that's correct. You're not wrong.
I think that's why we was able to do it, because at the end of the day, if he's like attacking him with his hands, he's not going at warp speed hand thing. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at it again.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. You absolutely right. If you just teleport behind somebody in a neutral stance, once you start moving again, there is a lapse in time between your movement and it connected with the person. So then that gives you time to react. That's how a reaction works. So you're absolutely correct. But here's the thing. We have seen Jaeger literally teleport while doing an action. He instantaneously cut Xanxus' knees.
Mm-hmm.
When he teleported, he was still teleported literally with his arms out, and Xanxus' knees was cut. That's where the issue lies. So if Bermuda's able to do that, right? How the fuck is Reborn reading that? Oh well, he could read your killing intent. What? Nigga, what the fuck is going on?
The one that I'm here says, as expected, he's a ridiculous monster. He's reflexively dodging all the short warps like that is absolutely impossible. You're right. You're right. Verde said he's reading him. He's dodging by reading him. Yeah, exactly. The secret behind Reborn's strength. All right. Anyways, go ahead.
See, that's why I got the chap and the pig.
Hey.
Like, bro, like it just didn't make no sense. And don't even get me wrong. Reborn is so gas, and his adult form is so fire. But if Bermuda is literally able to do instantaneous actions, then you cannot react to that. That don't make no sense. And then it all of a sudden, his attacks are getting through. So now his instantaneous is moving is getting faster. Instantaneous cannot get faster. It's instant. Like Amano pissed me off with that. But showing the thing.
Instantaneous.
It's whatever. But here's another one I got. So I got Suna's Hope Flame somehow greatly overpowers the Night Flame, even though both are the pinnacle of the Dying Will. So it is explained that if you reach the pinnacle of the Dying Will, so a form beyond Dying Will, you can essentially create your own, right? That's how Suna created that's why I dubbed the Hope Flame, right?
Kibo no Hono.
Wait, what happened?
Kibo no Hono.
Yeah. So if Bermuda did the same exact thing to create the Night Flame, how is it that the Hope Flame is so much stronger than the Night Flame? Shouldn't they now be fighting at equal level? Because now they're both at the pinnacle of Dying Will?
I don't have an in-story reason for that. I don't have a real life reason for that. That's because at that point I was being rushed. I'm not saying it's an excuse. It's just explanation. Because remember, it did get axed. They get a rushed ending.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Hope is greater than hatred to me. You should know.
Reborn talking about some, a Dying Will based off of the hope of the living in this. So it's clearly going to be so much better than the Dying Will based off of death, decay, and despair. No, the fuck it is not. What? They was created the same way. Whatever. Anyways, moving on. Chapter 404, page 15. What the fuck is a Segno ring? Checker face talking about some, I'm masking my aura with a Segno ring. What the fuck is that? What is a Segno ring?
I don't know.
So obviously it's a Segno ring.
Just shit popping up out of nowhere. And everyone just like, sure, whatever, okay. And I'm just sitting there like, hello? Seven cubed. Anybody? All right, whatever. Moving on. So, Checker-Face and Unia, Earthlings that can wipe
bless you.
away consciousness and existence, but they don't got they fucking species go unnamed. What the fuck type? Like, I was under the impression that they was like aliens or whatever. So you telling me you just naturally born on Earth and you have godlike powers? How?
They got
I actually paused myself, but I think even people in the chat said it right. The Segno Ray, I'm pretty sure, was one of the Hell Rings. It's just Hell Ring. That's the name of it. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, all right. So if it's a Hell Ring, it's all right. Whatever. All right. So I'll just, even though the Hell Rings invented in the future, but whatever. I'll leave it alone.
Yeah.
Right? If it's a Hell Ring, at least we actually seen it in the story before.
Yeah, it is one of the Hell Rings. I guess they have names for each one. Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's the Osa impression of Hell Ring. Yeah. So okay, there you go.
So we just have random Earthlings that are unnamed, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Completely unnamed, and they have godlike powers for whatever reason.
They are the gods.
But they Earthlings though.
The gods.
All right, whatever.
Gods of Earth.
Jesus.
And then chapter 405, page 7 through 9. The Triniseto 7 cube. Now, it existing is one thing, but why? Why does the planet need balancing? And who created it? Like, okay, I understand that the planet needs balancing, right? That's fine and dandy. But why do it need balancing? You could at least thrown in one extra panel that was like, oh, the Earth need balancing because there's a lot of freaking there's a lot of untapped potential within the planet. That's how the Earthlings that was here before you mortals, that's how we got our power. And without the Trinity set, the Earth might have like blown up or whatever the hell. Something. Why does the Earth need balancing? I get that we have the balance, but why? And we don't. Whatever. It's.
You're kind of spitting right now. I'm not going.
It's like they even have their own dying will that's several times stronger than normal humans. Wait, hold on. Oh shit, I wrote a lot. Like here's exactly what I wrote. Chapter 405, page 7 through 9. Trinity set exists without explanation. Who built it? For what purpose does the planet need balancing? Where did the 7 stones come from? Is it a natural made material or is it from outer space? And the wording is dumb as fuck. And then here's another one. No explanation on why this species left this world. This is the translation that was used for our scans. What the fuck does left this world mean? Did they leave? Did they literally leave? Or did they die?
They started dying off.
I think it is they died.
It's just the wording is weird.
Yeah, I think it is they died.
Sapira and Kawahira were the only ones that were left.
Because we know that Uni's parents died, like her mother and grandmother, so I would assume it was dead. We know we can.
Yeah, so we could assume that they died, but then again, for literally no explanation on why they started dying. They just started dying because they started dying. Whatever, I guess. Right? Even though they're so fucking powerful enough to balance an entire fucking planet, powerful enough to literally wipe consciousness and completely erase you from existence, but they just died because they died. All right, whatever.
I kind of took it as I think they were super strong, but even like they couldn't like get out of like. I think they were like dying because they were powering it. I think that just like kind of took its toll because it's like life.
You doing the right info, Amano. Okay. Ain't no way to say that they was that it was powering the 7 stones was so powerful that they just started dying. All it was said that is that they needed more than just the 2 of them to power all 7 stones. Dumb as fuck. Now here's a little nitpick. This is a nitpick, not a big con against the last arc, but it was a nitpick. And one of the reasons why I believe Uni's character is greatly worse in the Cursed Arc of Beleno versus the future arc. She just randomly decides to NTR Gamma for no reason. So chapter 405, page 10.
No, isn't she
No.
say because
Oh, wait, no.
he never got over her mom yet?
No, but no, that's the wrong part.
Timmy, I do just want to say, I don't know exactly what page this is, but it does say, but even more of our comrades died, and finally only myself and Uni's ancestors left. So they did die.
Sapira was her name.
Yeah, they all died. They did die. They
That's
confirmed they all died.
that's a different translation than what I got. Because they literally just said they left the planet. They said they left this earth.
This I'm looking at the one that's like down. It's the panel with him and Uni's ancestor, and the panel above him is when you have the 6 babies together.
The thing I'll give you is knowing that I know the Trinity Sete is a device that develops. I think it's for development of life on Earth, and it's to help maintain the balance of its life force. But we never got the reasoning behind why it was ever in question, why it's in danger, and why it needs to be maintained, and stuff like that. But the only issue that I have with harshly criticizing the end of the series like this, and I don't think it's unfair. It's just that it got a rushed ending. I don't know what actual plans they would have had to flesh out some of the other things, but it's wrap it up. So you just have to pick and choose what to focus on.
And that's
okay. Go ahead.
That's absolutely fair. I agree with that. But at the end of the day,
it's why I don't rag on the end of Beelzebub, even though I don't like it like that. But it is what it is.
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's fair, but that's absolutely fair. You're right. But at the end of the day, you still gotta make do with what you got, right?
Yeah.
She didn't get blindsided. Yeah, she didn't get blindsided. Allegedly, the sales were down in the dumps for a while, right? So she pretty much at least had an idea before editor flat out said you got a limited amount of chapters left. So what would be the plan? Make some of these fights shorter or some of these scenes shorter to get this explanation the time that it needed.
All right.
But I that was the wrong thing I had. For chapter 4 or 5, page 10, I had written that Uni's ancestors managed the Mare rings, and it said that Uni's ancestor directly managed the Amare rings. Uni's family is the Giglio Nero family. So then, why is Byakuran chosen as the Sky Mare ring holder? And how the fuck did the Cerovello family get a hold of the Mare Sky ring?
I don't even know what family that is off the top of my head.
That's the freaking the black bitches with the black mask. They all identical.
The Cerovello, yes.
So it's if the Mare rings are part of it.
What you're talking about.
If
the Cervellos, the fucking choosy ass bitches, that's always cheating.
The girls I'm here to judge. I'm here to judge stuff. I'm here to judge fairly and impartially.
Those stupid bitches.
But she always end up with the strongest family.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's Uni's family is the direct managers of the Mare rings, right? The Mare rings are a part of the Trinity set, which is whole purpose is to keep balance of the planet. So why did the Sky Mare ring choose Byakuran if he's gonna use it to fucking take over every single multiverse?
That is actually an interesting point that I did not think about. Because if Uni's the Nero family are supposed to be the ones that's supposed to take care of the Mare rings.
Yes, it's the Giglio Nero, and then the Gesso family got it.
Yeah, exactly. Why the fuck did nobody in the Giglio Nero have any Mare rings?
And then
I never thought about it.
It is literally unexplained how the Cerovello family got a hold of the freaking Mare Sky ring to begin with. They just got it, and they give it to Byakuran. And why did the Sky Mare ring choose Byakuran to begin with? If all he's gonna do with it is take over the entire multiverse. If the entire point is to keep balancing the planet.
Wait.
I'm waiting.
Okay, now I feel like I'm dumb just because I don't pay attention to names as much. Wait, yeah. So, are we saying how did he get it in the 10-year time skip future?
Oh no. The rings, the Vongo rings and Maya rings, specifically the Sky ring of each of those sets, have their own soul. Right. Choose who's going to be the rightful owner of it. The Vongola ring chose Suna. Why did the Mare Sky ring choose Byakuran?
That I have no idea.
Amano Sensei.
As fuck. Highly irritating. And here's another one I got written. Clearly, this unnamed Earthling species can mate, right? That's how fucking Uni is born. Why they die out?
Whatchamacallit? Well, that one there it's because they have to keep watch over the Arcobaleno, so then their lifespans they shorten. And
No, I mean the Earthling family, the Earthling species.
I think they were all whatchamacallit. They all have one fixed gender, so they I think they don't mate traditionally. They
I think that's more writing on Amano's part.
Yeah, I was gonna say
but
I think they probably can't mate
we've
with
seen
each other. They
we've
can only
seen it
mate with-
happen before. Yeah, they reincarnate, sorta.
Okay, so rereading this, so the main reason why Kirohira needs to do what he's doing, like we don't have a like proper set up history explanation, but it's as everybody was dying out, the original Earthlings were unable to support the original Trinity Sete by themselves, so they had to come up with this the 7 squared whatever system in order to do that. We don't know what the reasoning behind that, why it's almost in quote unquote danger the case is, but we do know the reason why this needed to be implemented was because they when the original Earthlings started dying out, two of them alone could not sustain the entire thing. As it pertains to Byakuran, that's not a bad question. I don't see it that way. It's a perspective because you're looking at it as like the way you're looking at it. I'm looking at it differently. I'm not like if I look at it your way, your complaint makes complete sense to me. Did I just knock my mic out? Can you hear me?
No, we still hear you.
No, I can hear you.
Yeah, we
So with Byakuran, I don't know if it's like one of those things where just like someone evil just happened to get their hands on the ring, right? Like I don't know if it's just one of those things that it kind of exists arbitrarily because I don't necessarily like I know like they're chosen and it's like a rightful wielder and stuff like that, and like the Vongula can reject you. It said Xanxus, what? No, right? So I know it can do that, but then you have to ask yourself, was there some weird grand prophecy? And again, this is me rationalizing, doing the work for her, that they knew that at some point he'd come full circle in the present time and be normal, and all the futures would be saved. I don't know. It's not a bad question. Though. I never thought about it that way.
Yes. No, go ahead, Mo.
Fuck, dang, I just lost. I was gonna say, yeah, with the, and I think, well, I looked at it. It was 405, page 11, where he said, "But even the comrade's dying part, if you want to see," because I don't know if we were talking about the same page actually. But yeah, I think it makes sense that if the Akobareno that are holding this power die from it as humans, even though these beings are super powerful, they still, it seems like, fit underneath the same rules and regulations of, we still have flames that do certain things. We're just far stronger, and it's just a lot better. So I could see if they're the ones that have been powering said system for hundreds, thousands of years, I think that would be a comparable thing for them to die out after thousands of years of doing it, when the Akobareno have, like, what, 10 years before they die? You get what I'm saying? Yeah. It would just be the greater length of it. Now, for the mating thing, I'm not sure, because we don't know if Uni has a father or if it's like she's just like literally like reproducing somehow asexually, because we saw her mother be
I think they're asexual.
I think somehow she was reborn through the pacifier. That's just my opinion though.
Yeah.
Remember her mom was pregnant.
Yeah. So what all three of y'all said? Yeah, well,
but you could be pregnant asexually.
No, because we've literally seen it in Star Wars, right? So, what all three of y'all said, I'm gonna give all three of y'all to that. I'm not giving it to the series itself because we all have to put our heads together to make sense of it. But I'll happily give that to all of y'all because she did do. I don't even know if it was on purpose, but she did never show any of Uni's ancestors with a male. It was just them by themselves, right? So it can literally just be reincarnation through.
There was a theory that Gamma was Uni's dad at one point. I remember that.
Nah, she ain't let him hit. She was a hater, but
Reborn wasn't that hit.
I hate to hear that, but anyways, So yeah, I'll actually give that. And then what you said about the prophecy about it all coming full circle with Byakuran, I'll give you that as well. And then what Miles said about if with the way that the Arc of Blano work, how it kills the wielder. So if the actual like fully unrestricted stone would kill the person powering it, I'll absolutely give that to all three of y'all. But then the question goes back to remain to why do these stones need power to begin with? Why does the Earth need balancing to begin with? Is the Earth in danger of fucking
That
dying?
I don't know.
Yeah, that
But
I would think it's this is like huge, like me going leaps and bounds, like random like grasping straws would be like some Gurren Lagann shit where like spiral energy like can cause like destruction of the universe because it goes in and out, like it keeps growing and growing.
I like that
And
answer.
dying worlds being so like life-based oriented, there has to be some measure of containing the life force of everybody on the planet and like making it right. That's
I
that's
like
like
that
me
answer
making
too.
huge
I
leaps.
actually really like that answer too, and I would not mind if some of the fights in this arc was shortened so that this explanation could be longer, so she could have penciled that in. I would have been completely fine and content with that, but it wasn't.
Mhm.
So that's why
Yeah.
we're here today. That's why I'm fucking ranting.
Okay.
Right? So
No, all your
here we
points are
go.
really good.
Back to my nitpick. So this is just a nitpick, right? So here is chapter 368, page 11. Gamma says, "You think I haven't noticed? Your heart has changed, princess. Ever since we've met again in this era, it's like I'm talking to a wall. You're completely cold. We can stop trying so hard now." Then Uni says in protest, "That isn't it. You're wrong, Gamma. It's you. You're the one that's different now. Here, my mother has only just died, and you still haven't been able to forget her." And then Gamma acts surprised and Byakuran laughs. What? Nigga, if her mom just died, why would he be over it? That don't make no sense. Why, like, Uni's character almost did a complete 180 in the present time versus the future. It was so silly to me. Why, like, she knows exactly, everybody got their memories from the future after they came back from the future. So she knows exactly how Gamma feels about everything. Yet she still bought that nigga Byakuran around her and him, chose him instead of Gamma, and then gave him that bullshit ass explanation.
No,
Why?
I really didn't like that shit. When they were
That shit
asking
pissed me
Temple
off
off,
so
why
bad.
they talk about some Byakuran and Gamma play rock paper scissors for it. What? It should be Gamma. What?
Yeah,
What are you doing?
why the fuck is Byakuran here? Like, why, nigga?
Exactly. Like, again, this is just a nitpick, but like, why does she just randomly NTR him for no reason? That don't make no sense. If her mom just died, why would he be over it? She just died. What?
Nigga sacrifice. Nigga sacrifice
That
his
ties
life.
into my previous point of the enemy of yesterday is tomorrow's friend. That was just too egregious for me. It never sat right with me seeing Byakuran as an ally. I couldn't.
You
take
didn't
it.
see it coming though after he saved Yamamoto.
Which is also super random.
No, when I saw that happen, I knew what was gonna happen, but I still didn't like it. And then when it came full circle, I was like, I don't like this explanation of them talk about after I fucking died and stuff like that, I was alone in the void and crying to myself, and then Uni came and made me feel better. What?
She hugged me a little bit, so now I'm a fight for her. Man, get the fuck out.
So all of that they needed to do to stop you from becoming a murderous, raving lunatic was just give you a hug. Get away
Across
from
the
me,
entire multiverse, boy.
Byakuran, get away from me. Just get away from me.
President
I hate it.
Byakuran's mid for sure. So
Yeah, so
That's
then,
why I gave him an F. That's why I
then
gave him an F.
freaking Earth rings make absolutely zero sense. We already know that. Where the fuck did they come from? Are they made?
Yeah, let's
are
not
they
get
made?
into
Are they made from one of the seven stones? Yeah, we gonna y'all gonna freaking get into it. Don't worry. So I'm gonna just gloss over.
Albert made them.
Where the fuck did they come from? Are they made from one of the freaking seven rings? Why exactly do they need freaking Simon's blood to power up? Like it since they exist, the Trinity set is not a thing because it's not 7 cubed anymore. There's a forest fucking set. But whatever. It's just all over the place. Even though I think they're really cool. And I think
but Simi, don't you see the Earth powers are
equal to
to the Sky Flames but they're not part of the treaty set. But because they're not part of the treaty set, that gives them extra powers because they stand alone. So now they equal the power of the Vongula rings. But actually, if they combine with the Vongula rings, they're even more powerful than the other
Oh,
parts of the
flame.
treaty.
Oh my god. And she lost her mind. She lost her damn mind. I'm convinced.
Now, look, the Earth Flames make no sense, but they raw.
Yeah, but
I
they
like
roll.
them. I
It's
like them. I
And the
like
reason I'm gonna just dive into a little tangent real quick. The reason why I don't like Hibari versus 500 / Hibari versus Adohai is because I really think that her ability of Earth of what is the
Glacier.
Glacier Flame versus the Cloud Flame would have greatly put Hibari at a disadvantage because aren't clouds fucking a gas?
No,
They're not.
no. It's condensation.
Isn't it?
It's just pent up water.
Yeah.
It's
But
vapor.
regardless, you could freeze it, right?
A cloud?
Or some. Hey. Anyways,
Clouds don't freeze, brother.
you sure? I think I seen a
Yes.
frozen cloud one time. Hey, maybe that was just.
No.
Anyways, the point I'm
And New
trying to
York, a
make is-
different place.
the point I'm trying to make is, I feel like if they fought hand to hand, it would have been a great choreographed fight instead of her just being in a fucking block of ice and just watching. Like, if she would have made 500 and then fought him with 500, so it would have been 501 versus him, I thought that would have been way better than what we fucking got. What we got was still raw and it was still beautifully drawn, don't get me wrong, but I think if they actually went toe to toe, like, exchanging blows, that would have been better, but fucking tangent. Anyways, I'm not saying that she would have got close to beating him, I'm just saying it would have been, at least in my opinion.
No, I agree.
She herself didn't really do anything.
I think when characters have like that like weird like I just clone people but don't fight, it can be kind of like boring.
Yeah.
That ties into another problem that I have, but I'm gonna let you keep going.
Yes, I'm almost done. So, why is fucking Johto's blood in a vial? Why is it called penalty? I understand why Simon's blood is in a vial, saying this shit, yeah, blah blah blah. Right? We got a whole backstory for it. Why is Johto's blood in a vial? Why is it called penalty?
Because it would make the Vogola ring stronger, but because of what happened, it's a penalty against the family, so they can't have it.
I can't.
Sins of the Mongolia.
Man, I was.
The only thing I want to say, I want the right word. The blizzardoids are supposed to have powers that are equal to the person who's doing it, which means 500 versions of her are not strong enough to fight Hibari. So if he fought the regular version, he would have fucking mollywopped her. That's why she hid in the ice. I had to make sure that I was right about that. I couldn't remember if they said that. So there's your answer. So there's your answer. She cannot hang with that.
That makes sense,
She's not
Naya,
cold.
but at the same time,
That's crazy.
the droids don't have their own autonomy. They're just mindless puppets. And also, if Hibari was fighting against her specifically, he would not have gone as savage as he did because he would have been fighting another person. I don't think he would have wanted to maim her the way he was maiming those droids.
Nah. That nigga wanted his pride back.
That
He
is
got
not,
his pride.
that is not Suna, bro.
Yeah, he got.
He would have bit her
He
to
will
death.
click the button, let the spikes come out, and bash her in the face. I am not trying
Nah,
Nah, he's not a brute though. Like if he
Nah,
was
nah,
fighting against
he-
her specifically, he wouldn't have gone as hard as he did against
Nah.
those puppets.
I don't know, because they already had beef when she pulled up to the school and trying to take
liquidation.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that was a clash of positions. One is the head of the liquidation, and the other one is the head of the fucking disciplinary.
But then he came back. He was like, I got something to prove because they hurt my pride. Remember they asked? They was like, yo, everybody good? He borrowed you good? He's like, just my pride. That's the only thing that fucking hurt.
That's another problem that I have, by the way. But we'll get into it.
So moving on. Why and how the fuck do box weapons outside of Verde's team fucking exist in the present? This shit pissed me off so bad. The entire reason why the main cast left their box weapons, and specifically the Vongola boxes, is because they do not exist in the present time. Correct. Correct.
Yes.
And then it was Verde specifically made the animals into rings so they could still use them in the past because rings existed in the past. Correct. Correct.
Correct.
Then everybody got their memories from that future timeline in the past, aka the present. Correct? Correct. That's how
Correct.
Verde was able to make the Vongola boxes in the present time. He is also the best scientist of his era, possibly alive, possibly to ever exist. Correct? Correct. That's why he's a fucking archipelano. Where the fuck did the Varia and the Giglionero get their box weapons from?
Talbot.
The
You see, there was another
Album.
genius. There was
the
another genius.
Giglio Nero.
I think
did they have box
Talbot
weapons?
created the variants.
Where did
Talbot
I-
created the variant.
I know the Milfiore
I don't know,
had their box weapons. I think that's more because of Byakuran's thing.
Yeah. I think he's right. I think Byakuran helped recreate the ones for
Milfiore.
Gamma and
Yes.
them.
so
But
Yes.
I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I think I specifically remember hearing the Varia talking about Tableau made these that could do cambio form for them. Like Tableau's one that did for Varia. I'm pretty sure. And I think the Byakuran one's for the Gamma team. I think that one's a little bit more iffy, but like I'm pretty sure about the Tableau and Varia at least.
So what the hell?
So what was the point of not bringing them over if everyone could just fucking make them again
Okay,
anyway?
so 1 second here, right?
I think it was
Go to
I
chapter
don't think it was necessarily
282, right? It says during this time warp, Uni and the Alco Bonano gave us so many presents to us. One was the sealing of the Made rings. Another was that they shared all our memories of battle together, the future with the past. They also brought the Vongolo boxes with us to the past. With Verde's genius abilities, they were able to create more compact sized boxes. They did come back to the present with Vongolo. In the version that I read, that's what it says.
Hold up. 'Cause I'm pretty sure in that same chapter they said that they can't bring them back. Hold up.
No, they locked the
I do recall them
boxes
saying that.
themselves physically in the future, but the knowledge of the boxes came with them.
Yeah, we about to look at it. We about to fucking
Yes,
look at it.
yes, because a couple
I think
pages
it's-
before, Erie told them leave the Vongala boxes here, but they took the knowledge of the boxes with them, and then Verde made the new boxes.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, page 10.
Yeah, your question about the Varia is because I think they asked Talbot and they paid him. Mama spent a lot of money for them to make it.
No fucking brother. But that nigga was not in the future, so he shouldn't. Whatever. But we know about him. So that's already an issue. That's the issue to begin with, because we know about him. He was not there in the future, so he shouldn't have gotten future memories. So he shouldn't know how to fucking make box weapons. But hey, we know about him. We know exactly what he is. You talk about it all the time. Yeah.
I think he's aware of it though. I'm pretty sure Suna. I got to check one thing. Keep going. I'm checking.
Yes. So here's another.
Yeah,
one I have.
the way
No, go ahead, Miles.
I was
Go
gonna say
ahead.
the way I took it based off this was that the rings all are box weapons in quotations. The
Yeah.
form is just different, right? And
That's
because
for the
Tableau
Vongola specifically.
and because Tableau worked on those and recreated those in version to make the Vongola version X, that's why when the Curse of Acabareno work came around, because he worked on those ones, he could then create variations for the Varia based off working with those. That's how I took that.
Emotional.
Alright. And then one of the last ones I have here is, why are there so many people with just immortal bodies? Are there humans that are descendants of these unnamed Earthlings? Why the fuck is Skull immortal?
I don't know.
Exactly. Like, first of all,
Uh,
if it's supposed to be the 7 strongest, What the fuck is he? What is he the strongest at?
Not
dying, not dying,
Not
man.
dying.
Wait, that
Not
one.
dying.
Hold on. That one is not necessarily always literally physically strong as beat. I don't know.
Yes, I know, but
I've
I
never
mean,
understood him. Like I don't know. Like he's just a stunt man, so I don't get him.
That's my point.
Oh,
I
okay,
know that is
okay.
not literal
Oh, okay.
strength, but what is he the best at category?
Not dying.
Guys, think about this. If we have a team, he's the tank. You know what I'm saying? He's the one he's the damage spot.
I'm reborn. I got a gun. I ain't worried about none of that.
Reborn's your DPS. You know what I mean? Verdi got the equipment.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's a team effort. Remember they did all these quests together. So I mean, like,
Yeah, he just throw his ass out there.
Skull
He
in the
take
front,
off
like,
Reborn,
people getting
Reborn
shot.
Colonel needed the errand boy.
Yeah, like
How?
Skull and Bermuda just have immortal
Getting
bodies.
to choice. Oh my goodness, we're trying to fix the arc. I'm waiting for the choice part.
So, yeah, we gonna get there. Skull and Bermuda just have immortal bodies. So like, are there random people who are descendants of these unnamed Earthlings? Why do niggas just have immortal bodies? Bermuda talking about that shit got taken off me, but through my tenacity, I got an immortal body. What?
I thought that was a Night Flame. Just Night Flame? Question mark? Oh.
Night Flame? Question mark?
Hatred feel different.
And then Skull just immortal for no reason. That just greatly irks me. Like, the supernatural has always existed in the series, naturally, but there was levels to it. Just random humans running around here with immortal bodies just don't make no type of sense to me. I'm sorry.
I feel like it would make sense if he was the sun, because it would just be for Skull, but he's Cloud, so I really have no idea. I have no idea how propagation helps him like take damage.
He propagates cells within his body.
You said got shot 9 times. Hell no. 50 Cent got shot 9 times, bro. So some mortal niggas out here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then finally, the fucking choice arc. Jesus fucking Christ. The choice arc is so bad. And Amano took the easiest way out. So essentially, the choice arc is just an RTS game. IRL. Right? Just without the base building part. And the combatants are chosen by random. She chooses like the strongest out of the Vongola team, and then the weakest and non-compatible on Byakuran's team, and they just squash. What
Like,
the fuck is Tori Kabuto?
Here's my issue, right? Part of me is like, okay, if we're gonna do this, at least give us the second one before, because whatever happens with the 6 funeral rest is ass from start to finish. It's not good. I don't care about it. It's all whack. So all that's whack. I don't care. Now, what like he said, the easy way out, because I'm like, I could like probably pick and choose, but even without thinking very deeply about this, you have your two. I think there was 2 people they got that were non-flame users, non-combatants, right? And they just let Spanner and Irie do it, who are used to mafia life and they know what it is. No, that's a cop out. Haru and Kyoko, and you don't let Suna fight in this battle. And you have to have him be anxious because he cares, and don't let Ryohei either. And let them be anxious about the fact that Kyoko could be in danger. And to me, I'm like, you put Hibari in that fight. And you actually have Hibari protect them on the pretense that it was like, they go to my school. You don't harm Namimori students. And the lesson here is for let Suna actually fully trust his guardians. Because he's obviously going to be extra worried. His anxiety is going to be elevated because Kyoko's in danger. You know that for a fact. And he can't do anything at the time. And that lesson for him is to learn to fully, absolutely, 100% trust in the ability of his guardians. And then they still come up, whether they lose or not, whatever the case is, and then you let it go. She put Suna in there. She put the 2 non-flame users or combat users who actually already know how to build stuff and are willing to die and risk their life for whatever the case is. And I think was like Yamato in there. Yamato comes and he packs Genkishi. No one cares about that. And I'm like, you fight this loser like illusionist. It's not
Tori Kabuto.
It's not good, bro. It's not good. She literally copped out. Like, you didn't lean in. You didn't even halfway lean in.
Like, not even halfway, because Byakuran makes it. Sorry, Pat, to cut you off. Byakuran literally makes it an issue that Suna must bring everybody with him, right? Everybody, yet pretty much this series equivalent of the Monster Trio is fighting, and that's it. Hello? Why not make it? Nah, I hate to cut you off again, Pat. Why not make it Kyoko and Haru again, just as Yeti said, and then have like it be Hibari, Lambo, and Chrome or something? Why not it be all the people that got the least amount of screen time, the least amount of fights, and then the people who Suna is around the least and tries to pretty much coddle the most without his intervention at all in it. Super easy. She chose the cop out. She has Suna fight a bum. He literally trucked through Tori Kabuto's bullshit.
He said,
he just walked straight through it.
How you break it through force? This nigga stinks.
But he was a king in his time.
He had electric snakes.
Ooh.
And then they try to do the bullshit in the final battle of the future arc, talking about Tori Kabuto was the man that even Suna couldn't beat. What? No, the fuck he was not. He beat his ass. He just got back up. What do y'all talk like, bro? You know I read this, right? And but the receipts are still there. I could go back and look at it. Like it, yeah. Choice was really bad. It had the potential to be really good, and she chose the easiest. And then what's even more frustrating is the opening during that time, Funny Sunny Days, showing everybody stands up like they was in a fight, and it was just a monster trio fighting, and the rest of them didn't do shit.
Especially because they did all that planning for the bikes and stuff too, which didn't like matter.
And then because Goku and Yellow
were just flying.
Yup, as fuck. But that concludes my rant. How do everyone feel about my complaints of the series? That is the main reason why I cannot put the Archibeleno arc anywhere near my top 5 arcs, because of the last bits of the arc. If it stayed just a strict scramble with a winner and then they just fucking unleash the curse, that would have been so gas.
Choice made all the bad choices. There you go. Choice made all the wrong choices. I think most everything that you said is fair for the most part. I think this is one of those things where like I'm just of two minds here. If I just want to criticize a story for itself, I can see where you're coming from, but I know what the external real life circumstances are that likely caused this to be the case with the end. It's like when someone's like, oh, you know, end of this manga, Beelzebub, blah, blah, Toriko, blah, blah. They never got the end on their own terms the exact way that they wanted. Same thing with Bleach. So it's like, it's hard for me to go in like that to that degree. That being said, let me tell you why I don't have the same like parameters for you. Like, I don't care that it didn't stay a scramble. It's not important to me. Like, what's important to me about the final arc is I still think it's a culmination of everything we've been building up to. Having the Vindice be the final boss, so to speak, even though I think some of them kind of ended up chopping a little bit, like, I don't know, some of them I don't like that, is scary, and I think it was perfect. To me, it was the payoff of, like, I want to know what the secret of the Alcobardeno, the curse of the Alcobardeno, what's going on, and blah, blah. We have an arc where they're fighting for them. It's cool. Present police, all those things were born to action. I got to see so many things. Like, I always thought, like, shouldn't you just, if you're just nice, can you just go, you should be able to just go into hyper dying will mode by yourself, right? When as soon as dad catches his punch and just turns it on with no pill, no bullet, I'm like, I knew it. I knew it. You don't need no mollies or bullet. You could just do it if you're nice. Knocks his kid out one hit. He channeled all the ass whoopings he was not there to give him for all those years. All those skipping school, being a loser, all them failed last test. He channeled that shit into one punch, knocked him out. Probably one of my favorite moments in the series. All things considered, I'm not a fan of the grouping up with your enemy type of thing or whatever the case is. But I think with Byakuran, to me, is the big like violation. Actually, I'm okay with you guys being cool with that.
Yes.
The rest of them, I'm actually thought it was very cool to see him team up with like Mukuro and everyone else. Like I actually like that. especially when it comes to Xanxus and Mukuro being a part of the Vongola family. I know when Mukuro, quotation marks, when scum from the outside, Pat.
Yeah.
Okay.
When trash from the outside
Mm-hmm.
interfere with the Vongola family, we stand as one.
Exactly.
That shit
Love it.
was fucking
That was one of
gas.
the best quotes in the series, right? But yeah, ultimately for me, it was like the Vindice, okay, the Flame of the Night. I'll thank you for the follow. I think Bermuda is raw. I still like Bermuda. I don't care. I like the way that he was the one who was like really looking at the minutia. He's like, don't get it twisted. These are strong kids. They're not worrying me, but they're strong kids. But it's Reborn. Look at him. He's just look how he's moving. He's so intrigued. Like no Alco Moreno almost like moved into that degree. And again, I think like them like being tricked into the fated day in the choice representative battle in a cycle to keep the world going thing. I felt validated for waiting so long for this like mystery to be revealed. I'm here with you. We didn't get every moving part we needed and dived as deep as we could have with everything, but I was satisfied with what I got.
Yeah, I don't feel like it was bad for them to have that enemies of yesterday become the friend. It's just my thing is it becomes a pattern when it keeps happening, and then at the point where it just happened too much, and then it happened with Byakuran, I was like, all right, enough. That was my main issue.
I'm very much with Naya. Just to be quick, I just think for me with the curse, just the sooner think of telling Reborn he was being a bad mentor at that point, and that he was going to take over that role for that moment, made that single moment to me just made everything in the series worth it, genuinely, which is why I just love it so much. And then I just have like a quick question. This kind of goes to the thing about the issues. Naya, we kind of talked about it. It was just like, do you guys feel like the illusions that sometimes could be like she like low key kept adding roles to illusions where like each variation is quote unquote real illusions, and like to what degree like are you just reality warping?
We can get into it. Just give just 1 second. Anyone else want to chime in on the representative battles before we
My only thing about that is my major thing is like I said, I didn't get to see enough of the Aqua Berlino. Like actually, like it was just too much of a light teaser for me because I really liked them. And other thing is how Goku Dara and Yamato kind of got hold of the last bit. Like Simi said, I would have rather it been like less about the watches, but like or less teaming up, more so like death match to the end type beat. And I agree with Pat. I'm tired of if we in a I understand Suna don't kill, but we in a mafia and everybody just keep coming our friend or whatever. It shit kind of whack. But it only works for Xanxus and Mukuro for the way it's written in the technicality, because Mukuro is never like Suna my bestie or something like that. It's always like Mukuro always has his own intentions, and you're just kind of helping out. If anything, he's using Suna to his advantage. And Xanxus, he just comes along because niggas be pulling up and trying his ass if anything, and he's still part of the Vanguard, but he still don't fuck with Suna.
He's under the 9th banner. He always makes it very clear.
Yeah. So in those cases, it works because they never become like fully good guys. They still have their own intentions, but with like Pat said, the Byakuran thing, and like it's like all right, we part of the mafia. We need to start killing niggas for real. Like, but that's all I got to say.
Here's just a egregiousness of the last bits of the arc that greatly dragged it down for me.
I know
the arc itself is. No, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the way that you see it kind of reminds me of my problem with the last book of Legend of Korra. I don't dislike that. I know like it technically doesn't end because of the comics, turf wars, blah blah. I'm not gonna get into all that Iron Code, but like my point is, I like how the series ends. I don't like how the conflict with Kuvira ends. I hate it. I hate how the conflict with Kuvira ends. I think it's absolutely ass. The actual ending of the story itself, whatever, I'm okay with. It's fine. So I've been there. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, so yeah, it's like the arc itself is absolutely flames. Vindice, God tier, super scary, Bermuda. He's absolutely fire.
And them all being Aqua Berlino was sick, dude. Oh my god.
Yup.
That was great.
I'm just gonna quickly wrap up the rest of my thing, then y'all could fully dive into this for as long as y'all want without my restriction. Because it's already 10:45. I didn't even get ready for work yet. But like the reveal of the actual curse of the Arc Baleno is fire. It's the reveal of everything else about these unnamed Earthlings that are so important that they have to watch over the Trinity set, but it don't got a fucking name. It's dumb as fuck. But anyways, just the reveals after that irritated me so bad that it greatly dragged down this arc for me. But the arc itself is absolutely gas packed, and I love Bermuda. Everything about him, real hatred, Night Flame gas.
Real hatred.
Vindice is so scary. The first time that Suna fought Jaeger, he tried to punch it, and then he just got him the fuck out of here with a teleport punch from above the overhead. That shit was crazy. And that freaking hidden pocket dimension, all that was so gas. It's just the last bits of the arc, from the way that Suna just low diffs Bermuda, even though they both are at the pinnacle of Dying Will, greatly irritated me. And then the explanation that we got, because to me, that's not an explanation, it's a concept. An explanation fully realizes and fleshes out why something is that. This is literally just telling me that this is this. It's a concept, not an explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I would have, if the rest of the arc would have suffered, if some of the fire fights would have suffered by making it shorter to make this explanation longer, I would have been perfectly fine with that. Also, I have absolutely no problem with the actual ending of the series. I am in full belief that Suna will become the 10th Vongola boss. I have no problem with him still whining about, oh, I don't want to be the 10th, Reborn talking about Neo Vongola is actually fire. I have no problem with the actual final pages, chapter 409. Right? So then, to fully wrap up for the rest of your topics, my favorite openings are 1, 8, and 2.
Okay.
The endings are forgettable. But
What?
the first 3 endings are forgettable. The standout endings for me are 4, 5, 8, 11, and 14.
Okay.
And then for the next strongest 7, I would have it. So the next set of Archipelago, and of course, and if we're excluding that Uni's reincarnation won't be the sun, right?
Sky.
So yeah, it's my fault, Sky. So it'd be Sky, Tsuneyoshi Sawada, Storm, Gokudera Hayato, Rain, Squallow, Lightning, Gamma, Cloud, Hibari, Mist, Mukuro. But if you still want to count him, since he was still here during the time, I would say Damon Spade, because I do believe Spade was stronger than Mukuro. But if you don't want to count him since he finally did die, but he was here in the era, whatever, but you don't want to count him since he actually is finally dead for good, then Mukuro and then son Ryohei. Because I thought about it, and I looked through all of the people who we've actually seen on paper use each of these flames, bozos for the most part.
Okay.
Like, they're pretty much all of the strongest are damn near in the Vongola.
Hey,
Yeah, what's up?
Simi, I just want to say these quick things. How do you feel about Xanxus being Storm and then Goku Dare being Sun, because he actually has Sun?
Why would you take my shine like that, bro?
Oh, my
Not
bad.
even there
My
yet.
fault.
He's speedrunning. I hate you.
Damn,
Go ahead.
that's
Go
crazy. That's because I didn't even think of it like that.
That's what I would put Xanxus as the Storm one instead of Sky.
Oh, that's actually really fucking fire. I didn't even think of it like that. So I mean, shit. I guess y'all two gonna have to fight when I go sleep, but make sure to record it so I can see. But that's actually really fire. I actually really like that idea. I like it better than what I got written here. And one miscellaneous thing I have to say was in chapter 275, page 14. Did we ever see Suna use that Big Bang Axle attack again, or not?
I think he used it, but he didn't call it out by name. I think he tried to hit Iemitsu with it. Because in a final arc, because you have to use your wrist and hit directly. He was trying to protect the boss watch a lot, so I think that's what was his restriction on him not using it or calling it out or using it as much as he would like to its full potential. That's just my headcanon, though.
But he used it against Damon Spade.
Shit, I'm gonna have to reread both of them fights then, because I think Suna does have a lot of cool moves outside of 0 Point Breakthrough and X Burner. So I was like, did he? Because I know he used the Comet one, more than once. I don't remember if he used the Axle, the Big Bang Axle. But yeah, that is it. And then now I must bid you all adieu. I will see you, my friends, later. I feel the chains
Judah,
All
man.
right, brother.
Bye.
Good night.
What? Actually, I must follow behind the 10th too.
Did you want to speedrun anything quickly?
Yeah, let me just figure out because I do have to follow behind the 10th. You know, as their storm guardian, I can never leave him behind. But I got work too. Let's quick anime only arcs. I wish I was here to talk about that, but I really enjoyed those in the thing. I can't remember like that, so too bad, so sad. Whatever. Strongest guardian out of everybody is definitely Hibari, but if I had to go below that, it would be Yamamoto because even Reborn acknowledged that this nigga is a demon. Even like Hibari kind of future Hibari acknowledged it too. Like, yeah, I love to like fuck with you, nigga. Like, you know, type beat. The best guardian, would that be like, you know, like in terms of like what their role they served, or like just your personal? I guess it's like
you give me your interpretation of what you think the best guardian is based on who you chose.
I don't know.
I don't want to find that for you. You tell me.
Well, we turned best guardian. I can't really say anything. I think Lambo's probably the weakest one, but like everybody served their purpose for what it's worth, as to fulfill their role. At least when we talk about the big three guardians, which would be Goku, Dara, Yamamoto, and you know Hibari. But like we said before, screen time where Yohei, Chrome, and Lambo's just a fucking kid. So you know, when their time came, they did what they had to do. But overall, I'll probably have to give it to Yamamoto and Goku Dara, kind of tied because but Goku Dara stepped over Yamamoto a couple times and being the right hand and the storm type beat. Best Aquabaleno. Really, definitely hands down Reborn. I'm pretty sure everybody else agree, but I do love Colonello. I just that maximum rifle, bro. Like somebody said, Lau was like as impressive with him, bro. I was just looking at that when he unleashed his curse again. Nigga folded everybody's watches, and everybody that protect their watches still took grave damage. And then he folded.
I'm not doing that, bro.
Yeah, then he folded Byakuren. Like, nah, bro. He definitely that nigga built different for real.
I'm gonna put it on screen. I think I have the panel somewhere.
That is the coolest looking rifle I've ever fucking seen in my life.
It's actually one of my favorite Reborn double spread panels easily.
Oh god, and the way it just came out, like, yo, that shit just raw. But the strongest Buckle, yeah, definitely Reborn. Fawn versus Reborn, I got on Reborn. If you ever seen John Wick, if you know, you know. Hitman style, you dig? But the next tree said, like, I guess that's who we would pick as to be the strongest niggas. Or be the
next 7. Forgot to say,
right.
We don't see many people have pop 1-on-1s. Basil 1-on-1. I'll speak on Dino. Dino's one of my criticisms. And Mano hold us. There's no way I believe it's better than candidate than Colombo. I feel it. Go ahead.
We had to pick that, and the second that definitely be Xanxus, Mukuro, Suna. I put Squallow in there for sure, probably. I throw Gamma in there. Am I missing somebody? I think I'm missing. That's like 6 of them motherfuckers. 5 of them motherfuckers. Who else would I put in there? You know what? Shit, we ain't got time for that. So, yeah, fuck. The strongest by Flame Tide. Yeah, I don't got time for that one either.
Yeah, the favorite. Give me your favorite openings and endings. I already talked about the I'll go over there, no mystery, so we're gonna scratch that.
Hands down. 28 days, a sunny days. That's not it. Yeah, and probably the opening where I forgot what, I don't know which one it is specifically, but Simi posted it not too long ago. The one where they all just came together as like a Vangala family and they just sit down.
Oh, that's one of the endings.
Yeah, I
can't remember which one it is.
Yeah, I can't remember. Simi posted it though, so yeah, I know his thing.
Ending 14.
Thank you. But all right, I must follow Judame into the shackles of the hamster wheel in hell, as otherwise known as work tomorrow. All right, man. It was absolutely fun talking about this. I don't think I've ever talked about this series in depth ever since I fucking fell in love with it and read it. I've here and there briefly touched, but never actually got to fully talk to people that actually know about it like that. So, thank you for having me.
Talk about this shit all day, bro.
Yeah,
no problem, brother.
It's fun. All right, man. I'll fuck with y'all later. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can get to the illusionist stuff now, because sorry, Miles. Because I understand.
Yeah.
We kind of spoke about this, and I always understood this point because I actually like the illusionist battles, like the way you mentioned earlier, Pat.
I enjoyed.
I think they're really good.
Yeah.
But Miles did point out to me something that I kind of like. I like knew subconsciously, but when he like pinpointed it, I'm like, no, he's right. With each like major illusionist battle, there's a new concept that kind of gets injected into the concept itself that could make things kind of murky depending on how you kind of look at it and analyzing it. So I don't know if they're a problem necessarily. I just wanted to kind of talk about if we think maybe there was some missteps with handling the illusionist battles. So what do you guys do? Do you want to start us off, Miles? I actually want to tinkle real quick.
Yeah, because like Pat, when we look at illusions, right? We start off with Mukuro, right? And they make a distinct like description that this isn't real. That's why Mukuro had to hide a rock in the illusion to do actual physical damage to Suna. Like, these are illusions. These attack the psyche outside of body possession, which is whatever. Then we get to like things like Mamon, where it's like, oh, like it's still like I think around that same level, but I think they introduced the true illusions at that point, where it's like, oh, are these real illusions now? Like, I don't know what the difference between a fake illusion and a real illusion is.
Whatchamacallit, when you lose sight of your consciousness, when you're trapped in the illusion, that's when it starts doing real damage to your body. That's what it was.
Right. But then that's that's kind of normal illusion shit, even though that's really wonky. Then I think that stays relatively the same in actually the future arcs. We don't really get that many illusion battles. But then we get to Dane and Spade, right? Yeah. And he's like, my shit's powered now up with desert, but it's like, no, my illusions are actually real. I can actually just do whatever I want, such as creating other types of... I can just give myself access to all the flame types and just create Vongola gear out of thin air and be fine and just clone myself. Because he's not employing these like on other people, he's doing it to himself.
But he was using the illusion in conjugation with the cloud propagation to create the idea, the image that he was actually using the Vongola gear, but he wasn't.
Well, you mean desert, right? Because he had desert and mist. He didn't have cloud.
No, he was using desert and cloud at the same time.
You mean mist?
You mean mist?
Whatchamacallit? He was using the other attributes, wasn't he?
Oh no, I thought you were talking about Damon Spade.
Damon Spade had desert and mist.
That's like his
all the other
natural ones. But you have to remember that Mist Flames constructions are good. Okay, so let's kind of go in order now. Sorry, I don't know if you did this, but I want to go in order. So I'm gonna start with the first fight. So Suna versus him, right?
Yeah.
My fault. I don't know if you did it in order. I want to kind of go piece by piece to see what's new.
I kind of did, but like you can explain it probably better.
Oh, okay.
I even kind of forgot. Yeah.
So with the first one, right? You have to remember that Mukuro went through all of his 6 paths of reincarnation, right? The Samsara Eye or whatever other translation they have for it, right? So my understanding has always been that especially as an illusionist, right? If you kind of lose in the tug and war of illusionist battle and you let your own perception be taken over, you no longer have control of your 5 senses. I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure if like you create a flame monster and I believe it's real, it's going to burn me. If I know it's fake, it's not going to. So the reason why, like, I remember pretty early when Mukuro makes that weird black version of himself and Suna goes, it's not real, he throws, I think, rocks in there so it hits Suna. And the thing was like, Dame Suna, like, you let your guard down. So it was kind of like, the idea is to keep your opponent guessing on what is and isn't real, so you get them with the like fake illusion till they believe it, and now you have control over all their senses. So that's why he used something like the animal path, because those are real snakes. Like, wait, these are real? And then it's like, but look at this fucking freezing wind, and it's like, is it? Like now you're like, I'm not sure. You go to the next battle with Mammon now, right? with Chrome, Mammon, and when Mukuro comes and packs him up. I think this is the first time we see two battles against two high-level illusionists, and this is when we kind of go into the actual perceptions getting taken over. The newest thing being interjected was two things. I guess the overload, because remember Suna and some of the Varia were like, what the fuck's going on? My head hurts, because they got too overloaded with illusions. And then the second thing, if I remember correctly, I just had it. Damn, what's the second thing that's interjected? Oh, the fact that it was between two illusionists. So it's kind of like a battle for the control of other senses. I don't know if, I'm sure it still works similarly, but I guess it works worse. I guess it hits you worse if you're an illusionist trying to like fight another illusionist. In the future, the thing that's added now are actual mist flames, the soft and hard ones, the power of creation. And I think this is where it can maybe get a little confusing, but we know that you can create things with mist flames. And if you're already an illusionist, it kind of goes back to how Mukuro was fighting the first time with Suna. You're trying to implement things that are actually maybe surreal, but actually real, so that at some point you get them with an illusion that isn't actually like actually there to make them believe it. And now it's like, bitch, absolute hypnosis. We Eisen now. So that's kind of how I saw it. The last part with the Verdes, I'll talk about the Spade one in a minute because that one is interesting. The last one, I think, is just because Verde's machine just allowed him to like actually take his mind and bring it into the real world and physically and tangibly affect the real world. I think that one's a lot more simple. We can talk about the Spade stuff now because the desert and mist flames. Are we following? That makes sense. I don't know if I explained that well. I don't know if I'm right, but that's my interpretation.
I guess so. Like just more so when we get to the future with actual mist flames. So like with Ginkishi, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you're saying, let's say he does two things. With his right hand, he creates a wall out of illusions, which means it looks real, but I would walk through it, right?
Yes.
If he did it with if he made a wall with his left hand using mist flames, would that actually be a real wall?
So say that one more time, sorry. So with his left hand
or
whatever.
Right hand, no mist flames, cast as an illusion like in the pre-future. It would look like a wall, but I would pass through it. This shit doesn't exist.
I think you can still. Can you decide? Sorry, can you decide with the mist flame? I think you can still decide though, if it's a real creation or not. I'm not sure though. Let me check something. I'm gonna check one more thing. I'm gonna look at something.
That's what I was asking. Because if we look at with the mist hand, if he does it with the mist flames, is he actually creating a real life wall that, whether you believe in or not, it just actually exists?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay. No, that's a good question. Because that's where it kind of gets murky a little bit. But all right, I'm sorry. I'm trying to look for something specific. I'm trying to remember if I'm remembering this correctly. He said, "Sense was made, also drink." Damn, I gotta get more. I like a third bottle of water. Normal illusions are illusions that illusionists put in the mind of one person, while real illusions are illusions that are put on reality and have actual existence in mass. The mist and desert flames, the illusion flames, or the dying will flames of the sky and earth are said by Damon Spade to be the Joker of flame illusions. So, I don't know if that answered anything, but I'm actually just going to read this here because this will save me some time. When the series started, Mukuro was the first person to show the power of illusions, and illusionists uses their psychic powers to make their enemy see, feel, or hear, or smell things that aren't there. Basically, every illusion is dealt through the mind. In the case of a first-class illusionist, it's even... first-class illusion... that's true. There's levels to this shit. So in the case of a first-class illusionist, it's even possible to kill the enemy with illusions. For example, Chrome Dukuro created the illusion of lava. Oh my god. I lost my fucking spot. Illusion of lava erupting, and Viper Mammon said if they had believed it was real even for 1 second, they would have got burned. This proves, however, that if the enemy is aware that they're experiencing an illusion, it will have no effect on them, and it does not exist. Normal illusions take control of fear and force other people to be afraid. Real illusions. Chrome using her real illusions of Mukuro, Chichi, Ken. When illusionists uses their illusions with the power of Miss Flame's construction's characterization, they will create real illusions. This would make it possible for their illusion to be experienced in reality. During the introduction of Mukuro's first realm, it was stated that it grants him the power to create real illusions capable of manifesting in the physical real world. However, it wasn't until the future arc that real illusions were seen. The difference between real illusion and normal illusions is that it's difficult to distinguish. Real illusions can also physically harm people. Mukuro made use of this to materialize himself during the Mist Ring battle to fight Mammon. When fighting Glozina and in Kyokyo Land, with Chrome in the future arc with Ken and is it Chikutsa, whatever his name is, and the choice battle arc. There you go. Then when Suna and his friends were fleeing from Byakuran, illusion battle, when two illusionists are going into a fight, there's actually a lot here. The role of an illusionist is different. Okay, so I think I have the okay. So that's right then. So it's different when you're fighting another one. An illusionist will try to enchant his enemy with his illusion. This will mean controlling the enemy's brain, which governs their 5 senses. The enemy needs to survive by completely recovering this control and casting an illusion that will mirror the other illusion. The first one that has his illusion completely cast / returned by the opponent, and be unable to recover their control will completely lose. Control completely will lose and then will be left to their opponent's mercy. For example, Chrome created the verse of illusion of lava erupting, but Mammon wasn't completely fooled and cast an illusion that the lava fire will be turned to ice. Chrome, unable to recover, was turned to ice and slammed against the wall about Mammon as a result. Illusionists, or better known as spellcasters or technique users, are the ones that cast illusions and psychic powers into the enemy's mind and thus controlling the enemy's brain, which governs their 5 senses, making them lose perception and senses with things that aren't even there. Illusionists in general are said to be weak to physical pain. Okay. I think that actually...
Damn, Evan Edrock.
That actually clear a lot of things up.
Okay. So this is the weird part then. If they're saying real illusions are thus created by the construction property of misframes, making them exist in reality, then what will be the point of Verde's machine?
I think the point is that the illusions that are created with the mist attribute that are real illusions are only temporary and fleeting, but the illusions that are used with Verde's machine are real tangible items and so on and so forth. They exist in the real plane.
Okay.
I know they kind of
that makes sense
after the fact, but remember the Glock that Byakuran picked up? That was well after the fight. Like it was still there. Like this is the gun they made.
Yeah, Reborn picked this shit up. He was like, "Bro, this is a real gun." I know a gun when I hold it.
Like, because it would have like the person would have to consistently be using energy to expend to maintain this thing. But with that, like, you don't have to power it anymore because it just exists. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So ultimately,
and I guess maybe the electric energy is making them more powerful too, because Verde's electric or whatever too.
Yeah. Well, I think ultimately what you want to do is you want to you want to mix in the real and the fake, in the hopes that one of the two are going to get you to control the person's brain. That's the ultimate like thing here. Let me just make sure this is right. So the reality illusion glows are apparent glows of Verde created that can turn illusions to actual solid things. However, it will basically after a day it goes away. But that's like quite literally manifesting it into the real world, like those like flesh eating crows and stuff. Like it's crazy. Like it's a different level, so to speak. So okay, now I need to go on Tom about, cause boy. Like you heard how Simi went off. This is the thing that set me off. Cause this is what I learned what Deus Ex Machina was. This my family came. They beat them. They shattered the thing that was a part of the Trinisette. It was broken. They just came back from the future. They got it unlocked and all kinds of shit. And I'm like, what the fuck are they gonna do? They're going back to basics? Like, you have no Vongler ring. Your next chapter, some old ass nigga, yo, I've been alive since Primos. The spirits of the rings, they're waiting to be reborn. Here's a rock. What? You know how sick I was? And I didn't even understand why I was sick at the time to that full degree. That's the day I learned what Deus Ex Machina was. And I said, there was such a dire issue created, so much tension and pandemonium and panic created here, and it was solved by like the 8th panel of the next chapter, because some old fuck from the first generation like, oh, I got Primo blood, I got Sin, I got this, I got the rocks. I'm like, this is just the worst thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. Inexcusable. I easily think that's the worst, most egregious thing that Amano did in the series. That shit's ass. I hate Talbot. I hate him so fucking much. Talbot, nigga. Trash.
I actually don't have a problem with it because what we got from it was much better than the Vongula rings.
Fair.
Because they became more
Their own thing.
characterized, and yes, and they stopped being fucking clones of the first fucking Vongula family, and they were all operating within their own agency and using tools that were more suited to their own personalities. So I thought it was really cool, but I do think it would not have been as egregious if Talbot was introduced earlier and there were plenty of times to introduce him beforehand instead of right when there's this ginormous crisis of the rings being fucking shattered.
My issue is I think this is where the power scaling just gets completely fucked.
That is also one of my main complaints, but we will get to it when it's my turn.
Yeah, so we're just getting into like the inheritance arc.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So we start off with these young mafia guys in the early series getting their thing on, and we can always argue that they probably shouldn't have been ready to fight the Varia based off the Varia being the most powerful like group and the most powerful family in the mafia world.
In the world.
But as anime is going to anime, they get their little week off and they beat them. Whatever. Okay. However, from there, it became rather standardized and normal. The power scaling then came normal after that kind of weird thing. When we go to the future arc, we know Vongola is the top dog. But we also know why they lost, and it makes sense based off the tech and the uses of the box weapons, where the Varia and the Vongola didn't have top-tier weapons nor rings at that point to combat them. But even then, the Varia were still actually going kind of strong. Like, Xanxus was cool. Like, they were still chilling. But as you guys already said earlier with Hibari, like, Hibari lost to Genshiki because he didn't have his Vongola ring or his box weapon. That's it. So when we get the younger generation coming in, it's not that they're necessarily stronger than their counterparts that have been training, getting stronger for 10 years, but they have the better equipment and are better suited to fight these opponents. Which I thought was a really cool way of circumventing this 10-year time difference. And then after seeing what they did learn, and how strong they get against fighting the fake Funeral Reds, the real Funeral Reds, boosting their Vongola rings again when they're in the future, and then coming back to the past to then get one-shotted by some kid that has a group of flames that have never existed in anything but this one family, and they get powered up by the blood of this random ancestor that we never heard of. I'm like, what are we talking about?
It was Kozato's blood, wasn't it?
Who are you?
The first
Yes.
leader. But yeah, so
Like,
let's
who
talk about
are
let's
you?
talk about the 8 flames of the earth and why I have a humongous issue with it, right? Oh, yeah. I think I like the concept. You understand, like sky, earth, like that shit's cool. But why?
Yes, conceptually it makes sense.
Yes. Why are they the only ones? Is it because there isn't much material? Is it because it's unknown? There's not much material in which you can burn the earth dying will flames from? Was there somebody who's like, oh, I want to see what flame I have of the sky, and they couldn't do anything because they low-key had a flame of the earth? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Where did it come from? Because at least with the Night Flame, we know it was made out of desperation and despair to save his own life when he reached the pinnacle of the Dying Will. This was created. So maybe every Dying Will flame was created in some fashion like this. Somebody reached the pinnacle and said sun, sky, whatever. I don't know, right? But with this specifically, it really irks me too, because if their rings were sealed and they couldn't really use it or whatever, and they don't have box weapons, how the fuck do they know how to use their powers? Niggas knew he had gravity, put the ring on first time when he's nice, he cold? Or was he able to use it in some capacity, but it was seriously weakened? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. And I hate this whole family. They're all burgers. They pretty much all lost once we started like fighting on quote unquote. I don't know if we would put an equal footing, but did any was it only Ryohei that actually tied? I guess he tied, which is actually kind of funny.
Yeah, everybody else.
Yamamoto didn't get his 1v1
because he got sneaked because of what happened. But he got to come.
But he was fighting
Spade.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, but like I'm like these guys are not. I hate.
It just felt so weird.
Execution.
And that's the thing. And that's why it pisses me off, because it's like there's so many things about like how it's like every time we get to a certain point, the actual point that comes after I like, but it's like how we got here is dumb. That's my issue, because I like the fights. I actually kind of like the Simone family. I actually like the relationship with the people, and I like that like we're getting a family that we could grow with. It's just a shame that this was at the end of the series, where like we can't have these relationships come more into play really later on, like it's like in the fullness of the series that it is. But it's just like niggas coming out creating god tier weapons, kids coming out of nowhere with no real fighting experience, being as strong as like I don't know. I'm all for it. Main characters
then they got
losing.
indoctrinated
But
being
I don't like
brain dead on that fucking chair. Jesus Christ.
Creating black holes.
Yeah,
and it's like the Flames of Oath? Fire.
I don't hate the Oath Flames. Oath Flames fine.
Fire.
I
I
feel
love
like
the Oath Flames.
narratively and conceptually, the ideas that are presented for the inheritance arc make perfect sense. But it's all the small details that get thrown in there where you're just like, what? Because, like, having a rival family for the Vongola back during the Primo days is a good idea. And saying that over the lines of, like, their descendants, the true history got lost and it became thought of that the Vongola family betrayed the Simon family. That's why they're out for vengeance and stuff like that. That's just great.
Plus, it's Spade's intervention with each generation probably showing more descent.
It's all great ideas being presented, but like little things like the Simone family being the only Earth users in the entire series, and then one of my biggest problems that it's not just the Simone family. Sorry, it's not just the Simone family that this happens with. It's actually almost every single antagonist in the series, where Amano does this thing where she presents a threat or an antagonist that's overwhelmingly powerful on the introduction, and then later on, she slowly but surely makes them less and less significant as you go on to the point where they're nowhere close to the same threat that they were initially. Like
when the boss becomes a playable character.
Yeah, like with Squallow. Squallow's the first example of this that I noticed. The first time he showed up, he absolutely punished Suna and them. Like it wasn't even close. They were not ready for him. He gets
trained by Imetsu and Sedef, so he's not a bomb. At least he should.
Yeah, and then like later on, like we still know that Squallow is a top dog. And he does have his moments where he's like showcasing how competent he is. But man, he just never gave off that same aura again that he did the first time he showed up. And she did this with Squallow. She did this with the Real Six Funeral Reefs. She did this with Byakuran. She did this with the Shimon family. I'm just like, bro, you can't just keep watering down these people after you already presented them in such a way the first time. It's not a good look.
Yeah. And that's why, I mean, even Iemetsu's like strength is really weird.
No,
I feel like based off what he was doing against the Suna that was as strong as he was at the end, the stuff that he went through in the beginning, he shouldn't have been
Yeah,
like
that's what
any
I'm
issues
saying.
for him.
Like she did the
He
reverse.
should have washed Varya by himself then. At that
Wait,
point,
I'm confused.
for being honest.
Repeat that?
The
He's saying Iemitsu, when he was first presented, was not portrayed as the Iemitsu that we got in the final arc,
yeah.
strength wise.
Oh well, I think the biggest issue with his first kind of initial portrayal with me is that I'm like, why did a body double fool you? I guess that was actually my issue. I don't think he was weak or anything. He was outnumbered and stuff, so that was cool with that. Like I just knew he was cold. I couldn't explain it to you. I knew he was fucking cold. So when he was like mad strong later, it makes sense. And you have to kind of think of him as in a weird way as the de facto Vongolo leader, because isn't he in a weird way second in command?
Yes,
I know he's like
it's one of those
impartial,
weird.
yeah. But like, so I'm like, you think the second in command low key is not gonna be fucking cold? These guys are all related. Like it like. I just have so much. All I could say is validation in my fucking tears in my eyes when he knocked his fucking son. I said I knew he was cold. I did think he fought with the pickaxe though. I really did. That's what threw me off. I thought his the pickaxe was absolutely his weapon.
That would have been raw. But no, I think it's just more so like because they beat the Varya so early on, and the enemies they faced were so much more powerful. Their growth rate was just so insane.
No, it's true.
I have no qualms actually with Iemitsu being as strong as he is. It's just that if we're gonna have him be that strong, then I think his presence and what he could have done in the Varya arc early on should have been much greater. That's what I'm saying.
You think you think maybe she changed her mind on him?
Yeah, I think she made him far stronger as time went on. Personally,
okay.
But I have a question. Do you think? How would you guys feel if the Simon arc was placed earlier on, like before Varya or right after Varya?
I think it would have been best if it was after Varya. That would have been a perfect time, actually. Yeah,
before future arc.
Yes, because then it would have been like, okay, he just got accepted by the Vongula ring, and then Vongula and Nono would have been like, all right, now it's time for the inheritance family for him to be the next boss, because he won the succession battle between him and Xanxus. That would have been actually perfect. I think having this happen, having this happen after the future arc is very jarring. Seeing what Suna does in the future with the box weapons,
especially when you think about the importance of the Mari, Vongula, and pacifiers, and having these rings just kind of be on par like that. Like, it's not moving me. If it was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think it was after the Varya, before future. That could have been cool. Probably. I think that would have been a good placement.
Because it also would have fixed the Talbot's fucking Deus Ex Machina, because it would have been like, he's introduced earlier on in the story enough so that it's not as egregious if it goes on for as long as it does.
Well, they wouldn't have the box weapons at that point anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. At most, all we have to do is fix the quote-unquote
he just fixed the rings,
Okay. What do you guys think of the general reception and perception of Reborn? And you think? And
hold on, I'm not done with my complaints.
Go ahead.
I can tell the cape got bullet holes in it, but he's still pulling it up.
No, it's not that. I mean, I have other things I could complain about. I just wanted to get to another topic, but go ahead.
I feel you. But you know me when it comes to female characters in manga.
Sure, you're right. We gotta talk about this.
Yes.
No, go for it. You're right. No, you're right. We can't skip
for the most part, a lot of mangaka, shonen mangaka, don't do the best job. I can count on one hand the series that I hold in high regard when it comes to depiction of female characters. Those would be Gintama, Fullmetal Alchemist, One Piece, Bleach. Those are the ones I think do. Yes, One Piece. Hey, those are the ones I think have really good representation of female characters and cover the spectrum of how females perceive things and their point of view and then their role in society and so on and so forth.
Okay.
With Amano, I just look at her cast and I'm just like, what on earth are you doing, woman? Like, what am I actually looking at right now? Because that shit that she was doing in the future arc was absolutely unacceptable. You bring Kyoko and Haru from the past to the future, and their role is to be cookers. They're in the kitchen.
That shit is
That's it.
so funny to me, bro.
Even the fact that she just had them delegated to their role in the kitchen. Next thing you know, she decides she actually wants to do something with them now that they're here. Have them complain about not knowing what's going on. And then they finally get told. And what does it amount to? Absolutely nothing. Them knowing what's going on did not change anything. I guess the closest thing you could say to a change was the fact that Kyoko got to have a one-on-one with Suna, and then Suna was able to utilize Natsu for the first time. But other than that, they serve no real purpose being in the future. None. You could have just kept their normal tenure in the future selves there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes back to the choice game. They were just there to be spectators. That's it.
Send me in the
They
chat
weren't
said,
involved. They
listen to
didn't
this,
have a
Pat.
role.
They were there to represent the life that student wants to protect, but they're still very bad though.
Nah. Because this ties into the other thing with Chrome. Suna does not talk to Chrome at all. Nothing. He doesn't say nothing to her. So that's one of your guardians. Can you at least have a conversation with her?
No.
And then Chrome, what's she
Mukuro.
doing? Makuro-sama. Like, damn, she almost as bad as Mikasa with that shit. And I actually like Chrome.
I mean, to be
But
fair,
my
Mukuro
God.
is really holding her organs.
Nah, that's why I don't get on her as much, because he is actually keeping her alive. So I can understand that bond is a little bit deeper than whatever Mikasa had going on in Attack on Titan. But still, like, sweetheart, please say something meaningful besides Makuro-sama. I'm begging you.
You that
Do
nigga.
something meaningful. Anytime she gets involved in a fight, Makura has to come. She can stand on her own 2 feet just once. Just once. That's all I'm begging. Just one time.
She'd be Gloxnia technically by herself because Mukuro's stuck in the owl.
Nah. He was still there.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Chrome wasn't a character that I like. Chrome comes full circle in the end. So, and she's not a bad character. I guess
she's not a bad character. She's not.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, because I don't particularly care about her, I don't be moved by that. But Cindy wanted to bring up talk about Suna being a bad leader.
Yes, that's part of what I was saying.
The Chrome thing. I think you're transitioning to that. So keep going if you want.
He does not talk to his other guardians. Really?
No, I disagree that it's a problem that he's a bad leader. But I'll get into it after you go.
I just feel like if you're going to be the leader of a family, you should at least know something about the people that are closest to you, the guardians. You should know their habits, the things that they like, the things that set them off, the things that make them happy. You should know these things. Does he know anything about Hibari? Because Hibari knows something about him.
He knows everything.
With Yohei, it's more like I'm gonna be part of his family, quote unquote, because he likes Kyoko. But that's about the extent of their relationship. All he does is call him Oni-san all the time.
Which is crazy.
That's it.
They're not even dating.
They're not dating.
That's scary.
With Yamamoto, it's like he relies on him to a degree. But the thing with Yamamoto is like he's very aloof and he's very naive, kind of. So it's like at first in the first arcs up until the future arc, it kind of got the sense that he didn't really see what was going on. He just thought it was a game. But I guess later on, their relationship gets a little bit deeper, I guess. Uh, with Gokudera, he just really puts up with Gokudera's antics. Like, he's afraid of him, so he doesn't tell him otherwise. And I'm just like, this is a part of Suna that really sets me off, because I'm like, bro, you're stuck with these people. You chose them as your guardians. At least get to know them a little bit better. I don't feel like I'm asking for too much when I say that.
Okay. I don't know. I fundamentally, again, I think this is one of the things because we look at him differently. I think he's supposed to be a bad leader. He's not a good leader. He doesn't want to be a leader. He just wants to live a normal life with Kyoko and like just go and like just like and make like whatever money he needs to make or whatever. Couple of variables. I don't know if you're considering. He's never had friends.
I understand
He's a
that.
complete loser. And he's thrust into a position to literally command people that he has no desire to do. He's a reluctant leader. He's not a leader though. You have to think about it. Any real that's not true. He has to make some decisions, but any real decision is usually suggested by Reborn, and then it's just really Suna confirm yes, Judame yes no. Like that's usually how it is because Reborn is still trying to mold him into what he is. I don't know what the exact time frame is. I think you said a little over a year, maybe over a little year to 2 years makes sense.
Yeah, because they're still sophomores by the time it ends.
Yeah, right. So it's like it never got time to really fully get off its feet. Now, I think you have a good point of him maybe not doing his best to get to know his guardians well. I'm going to give a pass on Hibari and Chrome though. Hibari doesn't like crowding. I'm not talking to Hibari, bro. If me and Hibari have a working relationship, sometimes you fuck niggas up. I am cool with that because he's a fucking maniac. I'm not talking to him. He's not interested in being his friend in that sense. With Chrome, I do think you have a point, but Chrome is still associated with Mukuro's crew, and you have to never forget what Mukuro did to them and to him. And I don't know if that's the reason why he kind of keeps her at arm's length.
Yeah, but Chrome came after the fact. I would understand if she was like MM or something that was actually antagonizing them.
Mm-hmm.
But the first time Chrome showed up, she gave the nigga a kiss on the cheek.
Mm-hmm.
He is the one that goes to her and talks to her to give her the courage and stuff. Don't forget that.
When she's lying in the bed a couple of times, but yeah. I do think they summon him because her organs start to fail. So he comes out of urgency, not out of like, hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
But it's also we can't also not take into account the personalities of the other two. As you said with Hibari not crowding, Chrome also doesn't like because of the way she views herself.
Chikusa and Ken.
Yes, so she doesn't feel. Remember the entire thing with her, Kyokai and Haru. She didn't feel comfortable being friends with them because of how she viewed herself, because of her own loathing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's not just. It's all these things. And again, with the Hibari point, he doesn't have to be friends with Hibari because since it's based off the first generation, don't forget the first generation dude didn't fuck with G either. The original Guardian, he was a CEDF guy. He literally wasn't really he's I'm gonna go off and do my own shit even though I'm a Guardian. Mm-hmm. So that's just Hibari saying he doesn't have to be friends with them. Hibari has enough of a level of respect, and I think.
He has upper class and respect for him, and he knows he's very powerful. I think that's more than enough for the most part.
I get that.
Hibari be like, "Oh, you didn't know that when I was 4, my mom." Like, don't give a fuck.
And you can see
their relationship. My thing is their relationship is one-sided. Hibari respects Suna because he knows he's strong. That's why I said his best moment to me was when he was like. Suna and Emma, they're both little animals. And Anaha's like, why you think they're just weak because they're little? He said, I didn't say that. Mm-hmm. I just said they're small. That doesn't mean that they're not strong. And then, he can, like I said, Hibari can pick up on little things within characters. Like, he knows when to take a back seat. Like, he left up the final fight between Suna and Makuro up to Suna after he damaged Makuro. He was like, I'll leave the rest of you. Well, he didn't really say it, but, that's what he meant.
I guess
everything that Hibari does in their relationship is one-sided for me. Suna doesn't say anything to Hibari.
I guess I guess my thing is because I see how of the future that we see how they're in the future, certain interactions things don't worry me because I know how they are. Based off future Hibari and how he's talking to Suna, they actually have a positive relationship. So
Yes,
like,
but that's the future. I don't want to
I'm
give
seeing
him
him
that.
as
I'm talking
kid
about
being-
present day Suna.
yeah. So when I'm seeing Suna barely knowing Hibari for like less than a year and Hibari being a dick to him, I'm not like that really. Like, I don't know. For me, it's not that big of a deal, personally.
Yeah. For me at least, but especially with Hibari. Like, I don't know. I hear you though, but it's not moving me to that degree. But he could talk to them a bit more about other things. But I also think he's just awkward. He's not used to having friends around to that degree and stuff. I think him and Yamamoto and Gokudera get along pretty well too. But he doesn't even know. I guess I hear what you're saying though. Like, I understand what you're saying. But it is what it is. Okay. General perception of the series. Do you think it's changed over the years, or do you think? I think from what I can tell, it stayed relatively the same. But to be completely truthful with you, ever since not really being a part of that Reborn community that I used to be a part of, the one that even that we made the Zeta board, Katekyo Hitman Reborn, I haven't really kept my pulse on this fan base at all. So I'm actually kind of out of my element here.
Fan base has kind of died, to be honest with you.
I'm gonna say if we all kind of feel that way, we can just move on.
Yeah, I've never been part of like I'm never part of the community, so yeah.
Oh, Simi says absolutely changed. It's not the same anymore. See, I don't have enough data sets and data points to do that. Reborn used to rival Fairy Tail. Like, we say rival
really?
From a fan base standpoint? In popularity, okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. I want to do one of Miles' topics. Where was the one I wanted to do? Since we were talking about this for a long time, I think we spoke about Suna and Reborn a little bit. I don't know if you want to chime in more about their relationship at all, or we said already earlier about that being one of the best in manga and shonen. Because then I want to talk about Suna's journey, if he thought it was good and it did truly grow, and the nuances of his character. Because I think I noticed he grew a little bit.
Yeah, I think we hit. I think I at least personally hit most of these in the earlier points. But yeah, I think at least for me, if it wasn't made clear enough, I think it's very apparent that he's grown. And that just goes kind of my points I've said about like what he did when he's not in hyper dying will, how he interacts people more confidently, even just being able to talk to people normally that he wouldn't be able to a lot for a literal middle school. It's so weird that they're in middle school. Every time I think about it, it throws me the fuck off. I feel like they should have at least been in high school or something. Like, it's just so weird when I think about it every time. But
it's a 14-year-old man, bro. For respect.
Yeah.
Adelheid is not a 14-year-old girl. I do not care. That is not a 14-year-old girl.
I think his journey was good. And I do think he grew. I don't think his character has some 180. It's just very subtle things in the way he talks and handles things. And like you said, he speaks a little. It's still stuttery and meek, but he's getting the words out. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Even he's asking for help and stuff like that. And I think the culmination of that for me especially is like, I think you brought this up earlier, Miles, is when he decides to take Saving Reborn into his own hands and says, you were beside us this whole time. You came out of nowhere. You uproot my life. Talking about be the fucking... And the whole time we were over here, I think we were like doing things, having fun. And you're thinking about you're going to die a dog's fucking death? Nah, that's not it, bro. Watch. I'm going to save you. It's almost like... It was his turn to just be confident on his own, to show Reborn that I need some of the things that he's instilled into him. He could stand on his own 2 feet, at least to some degree. Because one of my favorite moments in that series is like, he's gotten so much stronger, he's so much better. If only we could fix his fucking brain. And he pulls out the test of him getting a 0. And I say, yo, why you gotta do him like that?
A perfect 0, my guy. You actually have to work to get that.
Getting a 0 is hard, son.
Jesus Christ.
Do you think we saw enough mafia families and stuff, and like mafia-esque
him in the mafia shit all the time.
thingy?
Oh.
Or would you like to see more?
I felt like the inheritance arc would have been a great time to showcase the other mafia families, but unfortunately, that was not the case. Like when
I don't think we saw
Okadera was talking about that one super assassin family.
That got packed up with a Simon, right?
Yeah. He was so excited to fucking meet them, and then we didn't even really get a chance to see what they were about. I was a little disappointed in that. I won't lie.
Okay.
Like, look at Dino's family. Like, we didn't get to see his really, and he's like one of the strongest allies for the Vongula.
Dino's an issue too, but I have a spot where I want to talk about him though. But I don't. It's
Okay.
he's. But you know, I think I agree with that though. I agree with that. Like, it could have been done better, but all right. I want to talk about.
Yeah, like we don't need arcs about them. Just they're like existing and knowing like they're making some level of moves.
Yeah, or like I don't know.
Like,
it'd be nice to hear about some of the families.
What was the one kid's name? The loser that was like in the beginning of the daily.
Naito Long.
Yeah, he's I was gonna say Naito, right? Because I remember because when Pat told me that pic, I'm like, who the fuck is this?
Bro, he was pissing me off. He was the only thing about the Daily Life arc I did not like.
He's not in the anime, which is hilarious because his
popularity was so terrible. Yeah, he fucking sucks.
Right.
There's nothing good about him. I hate him.
I remember I went to the inheritance arc. He's like, soon it's been so long. I'm like, who the fuck is this nigga?
I feel it. So, but yeah, like, all right. So now let's get into some Guardian talk and some Aquaborino talk. I want to talk about this because actually I'm really interested in really the second part of this more often. But I want to know if you guys agree with the title of the strongest Guardian going to Hibari. Oh, what's up, Alan? Going to Hibari. Or do you think it could be Mukuro? Or, well, I think East is the one who said Yamamoto. Do you think it's someone else, or do you think it is quite literal how they stated?
Hibari is the strongest.
I'm gonna say it like this, right? If we're talking about physical capabilities, Hibari is definitely the strongest Vongula Guardian. But I would argue that Mukuro is the most difficult one to fight.
Okay. No, I can agree with that. Especially now, especially current one with Verde's machine and everything.
Yeah, because he has a mind for tactics and strategy on top of actually being physically gifted. Like, if you try to fight that nigga straight up, even without illusions, he's not a pushover, bro.
Combat path, plus he can do the thing where he bolsters his physical capabilities with the darkness thing. But yeah, keep going.
Yeah, I think his lean stature kind of like catches people by surprise when they fight him. They're like, hold on, this thing is a little bit stronger than I thought. And then plus with the illusions and then him being able to find the right things to say to provoke people, to trap them into illusions. I think he's actually a really formidable opponent. I would honestly say it's a toss up between Hibari and Mukuro.
No, yeah, I agree. I think they're close. I just always give the edge to Hibari, where I think he would win like one more fight out of like.
We always say if like I think me and you agreed 10 fights, 6 go to Hibari, 4 go to Mukuro. I think that was our main. I don't remember. Maybe I just said that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see it. Verkin said that he considers Hibari the strongest Guardian because he doesn't consider Mukuro one. I guess if you think it's Chrome.
That's also a thing. I don't consider Mukuro a Guardian, but for the sake of the conversation, I threw him in there.
Okay.
Yeah, true.
Okay, that's fine.
But I feel like with Hibari's propagation and specifically with the role, I don't know if I think he would be equally as difficult to fight because even if you get away from his tone fuzz in a close combat, Hibari can just spam you and just destroy the entire area around you, and you're just still screwed.
Yeah, but when he says difficult to fight, Mukuro is difficult to fight because it's like you'd have to basically like point to a weakness. It's not to say he does everything at the highest level, but does he have a weakness? He can fight hand-to-hand combat. He's like very capable of combatant. He's the best misuser. He has cambio formula, all that kind of stuff, and he's smart. Like he said, he knows how to provoke people. He's very good. When Suna's fighting him and he's like, Mukuro, you bastard, I'm way stronger, and he's like, I've grown too, and he's like, did something happen? And he's like, how transparent. Or even when he's fighting Maman, he's like, how effeminate. Like he pushes people's buttons. He's actually good at like getting you kind of off kilter, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right? So it's kind of like
On
when you
top of
go
that-
through all his stats, they're all high. So he's hard to deal with. Plus, he's an incredible illusionist, and that by itself is annoying to deal with. I think Suna's the worst matchup for him, generally speaking, because he just has natural hyper intuition.
Yeah. On top of that, not only is he great at provoking others, he does not get provoked
Very often
while he's in battle.
Yes.
Fran be getting in his nerves.
I would say very
Well,
often.
Frank gets on everyone's
Frank gets
nerves.
under anyone's skin, but I think there's one time he got a little flustered. I don't remember if I remember. I'll have to think about that. But
Yes, during the fight with Suna the first time, he got flustered.
maybe
Rams
a
and
little bit,
pineapple.
maybe a little bit against Byakuran when he got trapped and he didn't really, that part. If I'm remembering correctly, but
No, at that point, I think he was just more surprised. He was like, "Damn, this nigga is like really fucking strong. What the fuck?"
What about Best Guardian?
Oh, you already know the answer to that. Come on now.
I think we're all gonna say. I don't know, Miles. I don't know what you're gonna say.
Best Guardian?
And
I actually want to say Goku Dare, but I
There we go.
I might actually give the. There's some certain things that Yamato does where I'm like,
See, that's what I was thinking. I'm thinking you might put Yamato.
this guy
Yamamoto.
gets it.
Yeah.
And I feel Yamamoto's career as a Guardian has been more consistent and helpful than Goku Dara's. But Goku Dara right now is a true blue right hand. So it's just,
This is my thing with Goku Dara, right? The rest of the Guardians get on his fucking nerves, but he'll put up with it for Suna's sake.
Mm-hmm.
And not only will he put up with it, he understands the personality types of the other Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows how to coexist with them. So like with Lambo during the Inheritance arc, Lambo was being a fucking brat, acting up when Suna was distressed and causing all sorts of fucking trouble for him. So what he do? He pull out the candy for this nigga. He had multiple types of candy ready for him just for
You
this
had the
occasion.
grape. You had the grape.
Yeah.
The grape flavor.
With earlier in the Kokyo arc, he knew that he wasn't going to be able to beat Ken and Chikusa by himself, so he freed Hibari, and he knew Hibari wanted to run the runs with fucking Mukuro again, so he got him up to the stage. So he was like, "All right, I freed you. You helped me out. Now I'm helping you out again." During the Varia arc, Hibari was the first one to get up from under the poison or whatever, and then Goku Dara was the next one. And Goku Dara was practically the backbone of that whole comeback when they defeated the Varia in that last matchup between Suna and Xanxus. If you pair up Goku Dara with any other Guardian, it's going to be a flawless combination.
I agree, but I think Yamamoto can do the same thing. Yamamoto is also like in a weird way like the
But
glue.
he hasn't been shown for us to see him do it.
I
That's
think
the
the
thing.
reason why I ultimately disagree with you, Miles, is because Yamato. I guess at this point, yes, he understands that this is mafia shit or whatever. But Goku Dara has just a better general understanding of it from top to bottom, being in his whole life, and I think that's the separator for me. If you want to talk about all the traits that matter.
I guess that's fair. But
I'm sorry, Yamato. As much as I think he's important and intuitive, he's not intelligent.
Even in the final arc, when Hibari became Bond's representative, and he wanted to fight Yamamoto and Goku Dara was like, "Bro, we are the 10th Vongola Boss's guardians.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot fight each other." Like, even though Hibari was pissing him off, he still prioritized the standing of the family versus how he was feeling at the moment.
yeah.
Not really dumbass, but anyway.
Again, don't act like I don't love Goku Dara. But here's the thing I will say that's also interesting. I think also, right, even if, like, let's say I gave you for sure, like, the Goku Dare and, like, the inside, right? When we're looking at outside forces that are beneficial and helpful to, the Vongola, Yamamoto is the only one that has, like, a positive relationship with a member in Varia, which is Squala, right? Yamamoto has a level of humility that allows him to talk to and interact with others and build strong relationships that would help not only him but the Vongola family. So you have the Squalo thing with Varia, which is important. And this part I actually could be wrong, so you guys can correct me. But was he not the first person to actually befriend and truly understand a member of the Simone family?
Second. Suna and Emma clicked immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, but did he really understand him at first? That's what I was saying. I know they were iffy because Emma was iffy with Suna for a while.
That's a nuanced question because I don't really feel like Yamamoto understood Kaoru. None
You
of
don't
them
think
really
so?
understood. I don't feel like any of the Vongola family understood
No,
the Simone
I
family
think
at
it's
first.
more
this is where I'm
like
gonna disagree.
we're both playing baseball. You can't be a bad guy if you like baseball kind of thing. And Yamamoto's he just has that personality. I don't know. Like, I hear what you're saying, but I don't like. I think that connection and moment came when he came back after being healed against Spade. He's like, "Yo, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you know, like, why would you even come and save me?" Kind of thing. Like, that's when I think maybe that happened, not before. I think it was just baseball, mutual interest in baseball for the most part. That's just my perspective, though.
Alright.
Who's the best Aqua Bareno?
Born. No competition.
Chaosu!
We're not playing with these people, bro.
Okay.
Be born.
All right. So
I still want to give a shout out to my nigga.
what up?
He's that guy for real.
He's not even a real Akira, but I know he stole his position.
No,
Because he's better than Lao.
He's than Lao.
He earned it.
Oh, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't want to argue with you, but what I saw her do, what I saw him do, he shot one gun and twice, and that shit went way harder than anything she thought about doing.
Hey, let her not be poisoned, and let her get get her original flame back. She gonna go crazy.
I don't believe it. I'm not.
I just have to see it. That's all I'm asking.
And even Reborn said that Fawn and Colinello are better fighters than me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now with that, I want to talk about the strongest Aqua Bareno, because I first of all, I don't know. Colinello did not prove that to me, so I'm not giving him that. I think the only one I know for sure is probably a better hand-to-hand combatant than Reborn is Fawn. Now, Fawn I actually think is OD strong for a couple of reasons. We saw what he's about to do to Xanxus and Squalo pretty easily. He fucking kicked through illusions. That nigga's a monster and all that kind of stuff. And he has the Hibari face. Alaudi, Hibari, and Fawn have the same face type, so you all know they're cold for that reason. And like when he said that he's gonna move out like micro, whatever the fuck, it was. I couldn't believe what he was doing.
Nah, bro.
And his Storm Dragon is OD.
Yeah,
nigga,
fist. Yeah,
that shit gave me Bruce Lee vibes. Oh my god, the way Amano drew his face. Ooh, that was some first class artwork.
And it's not like Alcabrano fight each other all the time. However, it's still important to note Fawn is the only Alcabrano to outright beat another one in a fight.
That's not a bad point. But here's what I want to say. Reborn actually comes across to me as very similar to what we said about Mukuro. I'm sorry. Maybe Colinello learned some fucking whatever the fuck he learned. He's out. He gotta prove that to me. So I'm not giving him better fighter than Reborn. But I would argue he's probably has better aim with a gun than Reborn. And then when it comes to strictly intellect, Verde supersedes him. I don't know what to do.
Fawn's a better martial artist, maybe.
With Skull. Yeah, Fawn is a better hand-to-hand combatant.
Skull has better durability. Let's just say that.
Okay, sure. Sure. Who am I forgetting? Well, I want to use Uni and the other one. I don't know. That's like
Mama.
Mammon. Well, Thing has never shown me any ability to use illusions, but he can definitely see through them well. But the point is that Verde is probably smarter than him, but Reborn is highly intelligent overall from top to bottom. But he's not a scientist.
He's like number 2 in everything,
Right?
which just makes him OD.
He could that's kind of where I was going. But I ultimately think if Fawn and Reborn have to fight to kill one another, Fawn is losing.
Yes.
But if it's just like, oh, we're sparring, he's beating Reborn. I'm not saying he's folding him, but he's beating him. So I kind of look at it similar, but I'll probably go 7-3 Reborn.
7-3 Reborn
versus Fawn.
I would say 6-4. 6-4.
Okay. Again,
it's one of those weird.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that nigga was fighting
6-4 might be more
Swallow
appropriate.
at the same time, bro.
I'm gonna be honest,
and it wasn't even like it was close. Like he was just gonna fold them pretty effortlessly until Mammon interfered. Like once he got acclimated to being big again, he's like, it's over. I said, damn. when I saw him on the roof, looking down, and Xanxus was shooting the gun for it, I'm like, no. I'm so worried. When Mama came through, I'm like, yes, you fuck nigga, let's go.
That's why Mama had to step in, because he was like, oh shit. This is the real deal, bro.
Go ahead. I'm using the washroom real quick, but keep going. I'm listening.
Okay. I'm just saying, bro. If Fawn pulls up and does a Dragon Storm Flame, I don't know who's really taking that shit. Like,
yeah, that's another thing. Like, Fawn showed us an ultimate move. We haven't seen an ultimate move from Reborn. So if they don't got something on par with that shit, he might be in some trouble.
But that's the thing too. It's like Reborn's kind of like, I don't want to say he's handicapped because his is the sun, so he could definitely do like probably some accelerating shit to like make like his healing better or like even like physical stats better. Mm-hmm. But Storm is destructive in nature. Mm-hmm. So Fawn just being a good martial artist and having these key Storm moves, he's just like destroying everything in his path, which just makes him just probably like, damn, I just don't want to fight Fawn. But the Reborn just has the finesse. He's like, what was it, the Sherlock Holmes movie? I'm gonna punch you 2 times in the chest, hit you with the roundhouse kick, and then fire a gun in your mouth. What?
Nah, his combinations are so sick. Like, it's honestly ridiculous. He's so fluid too. Like, he just head movement, dodging, fucking combination, bow bow, pull the Glock out, boom boom. He don't even have to shoot you straight on, but he always gonna hit his target. That's so raw to me.
Yep. Yeah. Ultimately, I think I take his title very seriously. He's the world's greatest hitman. You got someone you need to put in the dirt 6 feet, Reborn's your guy.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I see it. I don't know. Fawn comes across to me as like kind of a pacifist. I could see him always want to fight someone strong and test himself and be a like the martial arts kind of mindset. But I don't know if he's a cold-blooded killer. I don't know. I don't know that for a fact.
I don't think he is.
This also ties back into like one of the problems that I had with the future arc, because we know Fawn is Epeen's master, right?
Yeah.
So I always was just so confused on why the child versions of Epeen the child versions of Epeen and Lambo were brought instead of just leaving the 10-year-older versions of them in the future arc, because they could have been helpful when they were storming the Malone base or just to protect
Lambo. They needed Lambo's ring at least for Lambo.
I mean, they could have fucking just rewrite it somehow. Let Lambo be the only one to keep his ring. Yeah, let Lambo keep his ring and everybody else just destroy theirs. Like, shit, man. It would have made perfect sense, because he's always coming back from the future. So now that we're in the future, we keep the fucking brat? Why?
You say he fell out his hair or some shit.
I
hear you.
I hear you.
But seeing what Fawn is capable of, and knowing that Fawn is Epeen's master, it would have been sick to see Epeen in the future just fucking wailing on niggas using Fawn's techniques.
Mhm.
And we know she's still trained because I think there's something in the daily life arc where like she still had like her martial arts talent
Yes.
pretty high still.
10-year older Epeen came to the dojo in one of the future arcs, and I mean, in one of the daily life mini arcs, and fucking washed that dojo.
Yep. Okay. Let me actually, well, real quick, are there any other matchups you think are interesting to talk about from the power scaling standpoint, meathead shit?
Do you think if Fawn fought Xanxus 1v1, you think Fawn's beating Xanxus?
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
And that's not saying that Xanxus sucks or anything, but the arc is different, bro.
Hey, I don't know. That can be a form of the lighter gun with the flames of wrath. That might be the strongest move in the series.
No, that shit is destructive as fuck. The problem is, Fawn is such a refined fighter, and because of martial law, yada yada. But he already proved it. Like him and Squall didn't stand a chance against him at present time. But I think he would have grown to be as strong as them. But okay.
I actually have a quick question. Do you think Xanxus, not like as a marksman, but firepower wise, do you think Xanxus has more firepower than Colonel?
Nah.
Like with the maximum rifle?
Yeah, maximum rifle versus his can be a form of gun.
What Colonello did with his maximum rifle was more impressive than what I've seen from Xanxus.
That came across to me as more pinpoint accuracy with like precision targeting. I don't know if it looked like it was just raw destructive power. I don't know. I might actually give it to Xanxus, but I don't think he has the tact and aim and the ability to curve shots and do things of that nature. He's kind of just like, it's like he has the greatest fastball. His fastball is going 200 miles per hour. No one's beating it. And maybe Colonello's just like 190. But he can hit you with the curve, the change up, like, you know, that kind of, I don't know. Maybe that's how I'm.
So Hongo versus Naramiya.
There you go. I could be wrong though. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just thinking about it too because of the storm and especially the sky and especially the storm portion of disintegration. I think it's more dangerous in that aspect.
I think the reason I am so impressed with Colonello is because he aimed a full power shot at Suna, and Byakuran blocked it, but he still took like heavy damage. And again, I don't know the difference in strength between Byakuran in the present and Byakuran in the future. I think the future one is much stronger, but it's the way that Amano writes her antagonists where they're strong at first and then weaker later. So I'm not sure if it was just about the same or not.
I don't think that he's actually like you're right. Like I think the present time version is weaker, but you have to remember that the future version bolstered himself with the flames that Ghost absorbed. That's why he came across as powerful as he did. I don't know how strong base Byakuran without doing that would have been when he got his wings and shit. So this came
Okay.
And it's also I think
I forgot about that. That's true.
I think it's kind of scary that Colonel did do what he did as a rain guardian when the rain flame isn't supposed to be as destructive as something like the storm.
I mean, no, that shot is crazy because it's like, boss watch or get bodied. You have to choose one, or battler watch or get fucking smoked, bro. Oh, I wish we had a couple more people for this portion, but it is what it is. I want to talk about the next 7, right? The E preset set right? The strong. I want to start first by literally. I want you to just think, but literally, this the 7 strongest people in this current generation, like Suna and stuff. Forget Flame, forget best in your field. Just take the strongest 7. Who do you think the next 7 would be? And then we're gonna do it by flame type.
Okay.
I can start off if you want me to.
Yeah, because I think I have 5 out of 7 right now.
Okay. Shoot, I know I wrote it down in somewhere in my notes here.
There's someone I do want to put on here, but like it's just kind of like
who? I mean, oh, there it is. Okay.
It's
So
Dino.
I'm okay with that. Okay, so here's who I have, right? I have Suna,
Mm-hmm.
Iemitsu, Xanxus, Hibari, Mukuro, Enma. And Enma could honestly be switched with Byakuran and Ordino. I'm open to that. And Squallow.
Whoa!
So those will be my next 7, just in terms of like combat strength, whatever. And I want to explain Squallow for a second, because I know Squallow's probably contentious. I can't explain this in a way that might make sense by actually like using stuff from the story. But Squallow is one of those characters that I know are way stronger than he comes across because of the way he's utilized. I know he lost to Zankuro. I know he lost to Yamamoto and stuff. But that's the second Sword Emperor, whatever the case is. Like, I know he is cold, and that was proven to me when the whole Varya got packed up and he was the only one able to fight with Xanxus against Hibari and Fawn with the super high-speed battle. Like, that was I know it was small, and after that his watch broke and everything, but that was validation for me. Because that whole fucking organization is carried by 2.5 people.
My thing
He
is,
said, Belle, are you okay? Belle's like, of course I am, because I'm a prince. But my watch broke. He said that you're not.
You're useless to me. So, yeah.
okay, I have my 7. I literally forgot about Iemetsu until you just said it. So Suna, Xanxus, Iemetsu. I'm putting Byakuran over Enma because I feel like Enma's drop off in strength was actually ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Mukuro,
it's absolutely
Hibari.
crazy.
Okay.
Mukuro, Hibari, and I
don't know who the last person you said was because you cut out. Did we lose him? We lost him. Go ahead, Pat.
Miles. He's gone. Okay,
Attention.
so...
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Hello?
Back
Can
now.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, dang, sorry.
Yes.
What I was saying, I think I have Dino as my last one for sure over Squallow. Because I think Hibari is stronger than Squallow. I think.
And Dino
and
and
Hibari
Hibari
can
always
get some
fight.
wins
Okay,
in.
no, that's fair to me.
And I think they're supposed to be. The way it's always made it seem is that they're equals. They're comparable. So.
Okay.
But if we're going by feats, it's Squallow because Dino doesn't have any feats.
Okay. Pat?
Okay, so... oh, sorry, this cough is not going away. Iemitsu, Xanxus, Suna, Byakuran, Gualo, Hibari, Mukuro.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, I'm not just who do you think the strongest 3 are? You think is it to you guys? Is it like I'm excluding the Alcaboleno stuff? Obviously, same concept. Is the top 3 Suna, Xanxus, and Iemitsu? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Hibari is 4th for you guys, definitively.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I want to put Hibari.
No. I had Byakuran.
Oh, really?
On 4th.
Yeah, I think Byakuran.
I'd Byakuran on 4th.
Oh, no,
yeah.
I don't. I
agree.
I actually got Hibari over him.
I got Hibari at 5, Mukuro at 6, and Dino at 7.
Okay. Now I want to do the same question, but by flame type. So you got to take the strongest person for each category of the sky.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
You want me to lead it off?
And Uni's not. We're not counting.
We're not gonna count Uni. We're gonna assume for whatever reason all the 7 current ones are getting discarded for 7 complete new ones.
Okay.
All right. So I got Sky, Suna, Storm, Xanxus, Cloud, Hibari, Mist, Mukuro. Sun is the one I'm really not sure. I just put Daisy here, but if you guys come up with someone that's much better, I'll replace it. I don't know what to do with that. But maybe Ryohei, I don't know. I just don't respect him. That's why I don't want to put him there.
Wow.
Thunder for the Gamma. Obviously, if the Gamma's the best Thunder user, the only other answer I'll accept is literally 20 years from now, Lambo. I'm not accepting anyone else. And for Rain, I debated against Yamamoto and Squallow, but I do think Squallow was stronger than Yamamoto.
Wow. Dang.
So Suna, Santa, Squalo, Hibari, Bukuro, Gamma, and Daisy with the literally at the. I literally have parentheses in his. I don't know what to do with the sons.
I have Suna, Sky, Mukuro, Mist, Hibari, Cloud, Xanxus, Storm. Yeah, I actually have Yamamoto over Squalo.
I know. We all know.
This might be crazy. I might have Glambo over Gamma, honestly.
Like 5-year-old,
is it
15-year-old.
20 year in the future, Lambo?
15.
15?
Still no.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's
That's
still
crazy.
no. It's still a no for me. Even with
It's
the Vongola
crazy.
gear, I still think Gamma is much.
Lambo's Vongola gear is crazy, though.
It is, but
That's
Lambo
the
at
thing.
15 years old is still a coward.
He is, but it's just he beat what's his name, and the gear is so powerful. I don't know what
that's
Gamma
not moving.
could. I don't know what Gamma could do to hurt him at that point. Honestly.
Oh, also, I'm glad that you brought that up. Quick tangent. Am I the only one that realized that the fight between Lambo and what's his name was a fucking stag beetle fight?
Yes. No, you
Yes.
weren't the only one because me and Simi were calling it a like a real life rhinoceros beetle type of.
Kabutobushi.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Rhinoceros. No. You're right though. Yes. No. We absolutely noticed.
And Verkins is right. Lambo has the electric physique, which makes electric even harder against him. But and then my last for Sun, I have Gokudera for Sun.
All right.
You know what?
got that?
We spoke about that. I'm okay with that. You're right. I don't care what they. Yeah, that's fair. Because you can use 5. All right, cool. Fair.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Pat.
All right.
Which
So,
I still think it's weird
obviously,
that he doesn't use the 5 ever again. But
you guys have terrible lists, and I'm about to start off and tell you
Alright.
the best order of the list. So, obviously, Tori Kabuto from Miss.
Wow. Wow. He's not fooling me. I'm beating him.
Alright, no, but seriously, Sky obviously is gonna be Sawada Tsunayoshi. Rain, Swallow, Thunder, Gamma,
yeah.
Mist, Mukuro, Cloud,
Yeah.
Hibari,
Mm-hmm.
Storm, Xanxus, and Sun, Ryohei.
Okay.
You not gonna put Gokudera there?
I was thinking about it, but in the end,
Yeah.
his flames of wrath are just
Okay.
too overpowering. Even though
No,
I
I'm
do
talking
love.
I'm talking about for the Sun.
Oh, for Sun, but I mean, Systema CAI is mostly him using the attributes for defense and stuff like that, not really offensive maneuvered. When he's using his
The
offensive
cloud one
capabilities,
seems to
he
be the offensive one because that one I feel like that one connected with Gamma every time he used it.
The Sun was a machine gun, right?
I think so. Could be right. I remember. I don't know. Maybe that's. I don't know. I actually don't remember. But what I wanted to ask you guys as an aside note now, like we have the 7, whatever the case is. Do you think there's anybody because of some other ability that they're the best at, they'd be considered like Spanner because he's a good inventor or something, or do you think it would like with this generation because no one's some genius like Verde or something they'd be picked off strength? Because remember the strongest 7 or whatever, they weren't necessarily just picked up being the best. Like best, like I still don't know what to tell you about Skull, but I guess he was the greatest stuntman alive forever in history or something. Verde smart, things of martial artist, things of hitman. You know, go ahead.
EDA could have put Sun in my
EDA?
brain.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering. Oh, Sun for EDA. He's a Sun, isn't he, Sun?
Yeah, he's Sun. Because he was the funeral, and we know he has a lot of flames because he was a fake.
And he was moving around the Mil Fiore base and stuff like that. That's
Yeah.
Maybe EDA is what I'm gonna put for Sun. Then I don't know, but okay. I just wanted to know if you thought that maybe this character is actually the best at cooking, and they're the Sun Flame. So I don't know. So I just wanted to see what you guys say.
Obviously, the correct answer is Giannini because he's the greatest inventor because he's part of the Vongola family.
There you go. Crying.
I feel like it's kind of weird because it's like I feel like there's so much goes on, but again, it's like we don't know that many people with that many types that are relevant. You know what I mean? It's just weird.
Yeah.
The best storm user is Bianchi because her poison cooking is the greatest of all kind.
There you go. I've been thinking about this, right? Because I actually, all things considered, when Dino said, we can talk about Dino a little bit too, and then we can kind of wrap this up. I just kind of want to talk about the opening endings if you want, then we can wrap it up. Or we get to One Piece. One Piece is out. If you guys want to talk about that, or if you're too tired, it's fine.
I will live react when we are done.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
Okay, then I'll maybe, I don't know.
I'll
I've reacted
come
to
back.
One Piece with you.
Oh, okay,
I'll come
okay.
back.
Okay.
Yes, for One Piece. I'll
I know
come
you have
back.
to record. Okay, that's fine. Shit. Okay.
Maybe, I don't
First of all, just to
It's
get my
lit.
meatheadery, right? I don't know. I really don't know how this fight would go. But do you think Xanxus and Iemetsu are close in strength? I do think Iemetsu might have the edge on him, though.
I think Xanxus is stronger.
Okay. What about you?
I think based off what I saw Iemetsu do with Suna and Reborn, I gotta give it to Iemetsu.
I think
I
the
think it's
reason
close, but
he looks super impressive is because, for one, it's dad, bro. Like, Suna's
yeah,
not gonna be his dad. It's just not gonna happen. Like, that's one thing that Jump Series will always do. They're always gonna put respect on quote unquote old niggas or father figures. They're not gonna lose to their kids. It's never gonna happen. Number two, it's like Simi said earlier. He had a mental block fighting his dad. Like, he didn't want to hurt him, even though he didn't like want him around and stuff like that. So he wasn't fighting Iemitsu at his full capability that first time. That's why he got rocked like that, because he was fighting half-heartedly.
true.
And you see, in the second time he fought him, even though like he still wasn't gonna beat that nigga, it was a lot more close than it was the first time, and the way it should have turned out.
Okay.
I still think Iemitsu is very capable. I think he's extremely powerful. Because, of course, he got Vongula blood running through his body.
I kind of think he's only second to Suna and maybe Xanxus in terms of just generation or whatever you want to call them, for low key.
What's his flame attribute? I can't tell because it's in black and white.
It's Sky.
He's also a Sky user?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think when I was younger, I thought it was like rain for some reason.
If
But yeah, he's Sky.
if he had the mobility that Suna and Xanxus had as well, then I would probably say he's stronger than Xanxus.
Okay.
I think mobility is a huge factor in this series when it comes to fight.
No,
That's actually
it's
fair.
a good point. It's a very good point.
Especially against Xanxus, who has range. Like, you're gonna need to be able to move.
Mm-hmm.
That might just be a matchup thing with him, actually. Like, Iemetsu could be stronger, but it might just be a bad matchup.
I need to see that pickaxe. It's okay.
I just think I was fixated on that axe.
In another life. I know he quoted his fist in a flames when he punched Suna. Do you think he can also fly too? I think he could probably. We haven't seen it, but I don't think it'd be out the question for him to do it.
I think if he
This
could,
man now is making him Superman.
Yeah, if he could, he wouldn't have gotten as mortally wounded by the Vindice that he did. So I don't think he can.
Okay. Or maybe no. I think I believe that. That makes sense. Because at the end of the day with Suna, he has the material that burns the flame on his hand. So okay. I want to talk about Dino. Dino's a weird character,
yes.
because
we must talk about Dino.
Dino is a character that I'm sure we all know is very capable and extremely strong, but we just never get to see the proper full showcase to kind of confirm it. And I just think it's such a missed opportunity. It's kind of infuriating in its own right, but I don't know what to make of it. But like, I mean, I guess we could start here. What are your general thoughts on Dino as a character too? Like, you like Dino, you don't like him, design wise? Like,
I was gonna bring that up until you said that we were gonna talk about him. So now we're here. I do like Dino a lot. I think he has a very calming presence. He's very reassuring. He's very dependable. He has a good mind. His personality is very likable. I also like that he's not above like gimmicks and antics. So like when Reborn comes and like He scares Suna. He also scares Dino at the same time because
He
he's
got
having flashbacks to
PTSD
like.
from his time
I
at
think that
Reborn.
shit is funny. Or like when he was at the school and then they're like, "Why is whatchamacallit, he over there with Tsunayoshi along with Goku Dera and Yamamoto is ruining the image." Like I like that he's part of jokes like that. I think it's pretty funny. Especially when Hibari was like, "Why the fuck are you here?" And he was like, "Bro, chill. I have to be next to Suna in case something pops up." But yeah, I like Dino. Where'd I go?
Oh, I thought okay. I
Uh-huh.
like Dino a lot. Uh huh.
You had me thinking I left for a second.
I thought I thought no one said anything, so I was confused.
No, my bad. I,
But
I actually I'm not supposed to get my real one.
okay. I like Dino. I think his design's cool. I like that he's like was initially set up to be like the mafia big brother for Suna. It would have been a good guide for him. I like that he was also a student of Reborn, so there's something that Seneca connects on him with. Uh, it's just like, and then we have the thing of him also being Sky, and it's like, oh, Dino's also like super likely, but it's just like,
Pegasus, come on.
Bro, he
it's
pulled up on the Pegasus. Like,
and it's like
nigga.
we didn't see anything. It's like such a shame. And then even I think this might be anime only, but it's he had the turtle Enzo, but I think it was Sun Flames in the anime, which could have led to that Dino was Sun and Sky, which would have been a really cool thing to see. But
Nope.
Now
you know,
that's actually my biggest issue with Dino as a character. It's not, well, not really his character, but his portrayal in the series. Because we know he's strong. Because he's always fighting Hibari in one-on-one death matches off screen, and it's always like implied that it was a draw. Like there's no real victor.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, he's as strong as Hibari then. But whenever we have an opportunity to see him in combat, it's so underwhelming and disappointing. I'm just like, bro, you don't got no on-screen dubs. You don't got no feats. He just show up. Somebody catch him by surprise. He getting washed. Why?
I do not know. But alright. Yeah, I just think in terms of a character that was completely not even underutilized. So I was like, I don't know what to say, but like it's just very disappointing when I think about it. I just don't think he deserved better. He just deserved better. To put it lightly.
Yeah.
Not one proper fight with me on screen with me to see it. And then he has these moments where like he's coming as Hibari's like mentor. So I'm like, is he stronger than him again? Because like I don't know. It's weird to think about sometimes. So, but yeah, I don't know.
And it's like I said, like I picked up on the nuances of Hibari's behavior and how he perceives people and the way he talks to Dino. It's clear that he acknowledges him as an equal, if not stronger than him. So why is he never presented to us through the reader lenses as being strong?
They're just running around Japan throwing hands. Yo, it's just so funny to me. They're just fighting for days. But anyways, all right. Anything you think we forgot to mention and talk about?
um,
Anything important? Any details important? Any character you thought we didn't highlight that needs to be highlighted to some degree? How do you guys feel about the ninth? I don't have too many thoughts on him. He's cool though. He's fine, I guess.
he spoils Suna, and it annoys me.
No, yeah, me and you are locking step with that actually.
dang man, after seeing what the third Hokage did to Naruto, I could see a main character getting spoiled for once.
It's not like this nigga don't got parents. They're both very much alive. He's just a bozo that be failing his tests.
I don't know. You might have got that from his mom. Honestly, she's not bright. She is not bright at all.
No, I think we did everything.
Okay, we can call it a wrap, then. My favorite opening is LMC 88, and my favorite ending is Smile for me, smile for you. That's my favorite one.
Wow, look at that. He gave my answers. That's crazy. I will say I also really like Last Cross. Last Cross is so good. Just like from a visual standpoint and also the song. Like it just whew. It's not as good as 88, but whoo, that shit is a banger. And Boys and Girls is also a banger as well.
Boys and girls be ambitious.
I like the part where it's like, you surrender. I was like,
they start fighting, and if you look closely, the part where Kid Lambo's running and turns into 15-year-old Lambo, he actually turns into like the 20.
And then he turns into
yes,
25
if you look
close,
these niggas know. You niggas know. They peeping. They know. Because I remember when the opening for the Daily Life arc, it changed one part of the animation to show Mukuro's gang.
Mukuro,
yeah.
They're in the Kukyo arc. Yep.
Yeah.
Remember we was watching it the other day?
Yes, we were.
Yeah, I knew which one he wanted to see. I was like, let me throw that shit on, man.
You already know I gotta show love to the Patreon gang. Yes, sir. Shout out to the Certified BAM lovers, my CBLs. Big love to the Priest of Fire. I greatly appreciate you guys' support, but especially shout out to my 5th Zen God. Shout out to Simi, Scobe, Revenant, Miles, Lucky Roo, Lazy Dragon, Chris, Johnny Rogers, Irene Sharda, Triss, David Langstaff, Childish Nujabes, Alan, AJ, Abdel, and 5:28 a.m. Your support is greatly appreciated, and thank you.